start with our Spanish interpretation instruction.
Estamos listos.
We can't hear the Spanish interpretation in the council chambers. Can you please project the instructions in the chambers?
Testing.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation into Spanish on our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla. Seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla. Elija Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para activar su canal. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Go on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy
Recording
today
in progress.
are the lands in the home of the Washishu. The people from here are known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Call the meeting to order, and will join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Blankenship, would you please do a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Roberts?
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
Mayor Wallace?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud, do you have a closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We had one item on closed session this morning, conference with the labor negotiator, with the designated representative being myself and unrepresented employee, the city manager. And there is no reportable action. However, we will be having the city manager contract on the open session agenda for the next meeting. And I do have a report out from our closed session on August 12th, 2025, where council voted to initiate litigation. They voted 3-1 with Jenkins voting no and Mayor Wallace absent. Now that that case has been filed and served, I'm able to report out more details. That case was to join with the city of Fresno and other local governments in a case challenging federal grant conditions, and the case name is City of Fresno et al. Versus Scott Turner et al. It's filed in the Northern District of California as case number 325-CV-07070-RS and was filed on August 20th.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Moving on to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments will be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications. Is there any member? Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Your Excellency and City Council. My name is Dwayne Wallace with the South Tahoe Chamber. First of all, I wish you luck today with your financial decisions. Where you spend your money is what you care about, and that's what usually happens. Also, I want to give you just a quick update on the idea of becoming the marriage capital again. We're receiving a lot of good responses from citizens who have ideas and other agencies. So that's going to move forward, and we'll need your help. What I came here to talk to you about today is a subject that's real passionate for all of us, especially me. I love bears. I think it's so cool that we have them. And we have probably more bears than any city that I know of in the United States. What's happened over the years is the bad bears in Yosemite, where I used to live, are often brought to desolation in other places, and they already have bad habits. So they come into town and teach everybody. Then you've got more cubs, because when you have more cubs, it's a sign that the food was abundant, which is, good for the bears, except it's bad for the population because they don't have any natural predators. Then we had the fires that drove the bears, the Angora fire, then the Caldor fire, and others drove the bears into town. They had no place else to go. So that we have that problem. Then government does their best with the refuse, and I warned about it, but when we shut all the cans on them, all of a sudden, there they were, hungry and looking for food, and it made them a little bit more aggressive. So more bears, less food, tourists who didn't know really how to handle it. So what do I think the answer is? What's the chamber think? We don't believe that a fight is necessary with Fish and Game. They're not our enemy. They're experts in their field. We need to, try to respect that. And, they don't want to hurt animals any more than we do. So what do I think is the answer? Years ago, my wife and I went to Tacoma and went south of Tacoma, and there was a park where they had animals that you could see in pretty much of a natural setting as much as they could do. It was a zoo, but it wasn't a zoo. And you could watch them operate on the animals during closed circuit TV, and that helped pay to rehab and fix all those animals' health problems. It was a great situation, and we felt blessed to have been there. Then one year I was in Montana, and they had what they called a bad bears park, and it was literally just a little electric fence between you and these bears, and they had little igloos, and the bears would wander around, and you could just, from a distance, you're not very far, you could see them and save their lives. So what do we think maybe should happen? Number one, we think that my daughter-in-law came up with this idea, telling backpackers to take natural seeds, natural berry seeds, and have the Forest Service give them away when people get their backpack permits, and let them scatter them around out there. So because the bears don't really want to be in town, and they tried it once, but they didn't put the seeds where there was water, so it didn't work as well as it should have. So then a wild bear park would be great if we did it. What time do I have? If we did it with our wildlife care, we just get TRPA to give them permission again. And the other is to put a wild bear park just over the hill, like over Kingsbury, where TRPA wouldn't have a choice, and we could save those bears' lives and put money into keeping them alive and rehabbing those animals. So those are the kind of positive solutions I hope that the council considers when they work on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Hayes?
Morning, Council. Good to be back. See y'all. All right, so I think I have an idea that might help with the heavenly negotiations. More than just a quid pro quo, but a real win-win. Not too long ago, I showed you guys gamification, the sustainable tourism app, and after a meeting with Mr. Middlebrook, it is now on our 2026 stewardship plan. Something that they covered in the meeting was, of course, how to go about funding. Thought about, didn't Heavenly say that they'd be willing to annex if shown mutually beneficial ideas? So what if we did a public-private partnership deal where we would guarantee that a portion of the funds that we acquire from them would go directly towards investing into the app. They would then match the investment, getting in on the advertising, marketing, and profits from it. Sustainable gaming apps are a $2 billion industry and have been growing by 15% annually. Awesome breath. Again, it's mutually beneficial because it's good for the environment, local business, spreads out tourists from state line, gets them to do eco-friendly practices, things we would spend money on anyways. Now we'd only spend half the funds, can reallocate the rest of it to things like lease to locals. It's just when it comes to ski run, I have a feeling they're gonna see it as something that was theirs, we took from them, and now want to barter back for it. And I don't know how willing they're gonna be, but something like this, city makes a profit, Heavenly makes a profit, locals, tourists, the environment all benefit. It's a win-win-win. It has the most wins and beneficial across a broad spectrum. I really think this is worth looking more into as far as negotiating. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
My name is Tuji Silch. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here today. Our community is at a crossroads, tipping point of sorts regarding our relationship with black bears. We as an entire community have to either work together, and that includes working with the 2 local state wildlife agencies to mitigate the nonstop trajectory of ever-increasing human-bear conflict issues, or continue basically the status quo, with people going out of their way to create an adversarial relationship between the community and those wildlife agencies. First of all, I would like to establish that we all agree that this is a human-caused issue. Having said that, not every human-bear conflict incident is caused by the human involved in the given conflict situation. And to be sure, there is no malice on the part of the bear in any of these situations, but that does not negate the fact that certain elevated levels of conflict behavior can turn into very dangerous situations waiting to happen. This past week, we saw a literal flash mob armed with passion and proverbial pitchforks when a California Department of Fish and Wildlife employee responded to a call of bears in a house. The CDFW employee evicted the family of 2, hazed them, treed them, and then prevented the house from burning down after one of the bears had inadvertently turned the stove on. She did this armed with nothing more than a paintball gun. The mob was sent there under the pretense that the CDFW employee was preparing to shoot the bears. This CDFW employee literally had to be escorted to her vehicle by law enforcement because of the threats coming from the mob. I'm deeply ashamed of those members of this community who were misinformed enough to go to that extreme. The very same folks that spurred on this flash mob often try and obfuscate the truth as it pertains to the actual job and mission of both the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Nevada Department of Wildlife. The inference that the frontline bear biologists working for both these agencies are bloodthirsty bear killers is as far from the truth as possible. I can honestly say, from personal experience, having been in the field shoulder to shoulder with every frontline bear biologist from both California and Nevada that work within the Lake Tahoe Basin, that these biologists deeply care about the wildlife species they are tasked with managing. I can also tell you that these folks have no love for the hardest part of their job, a bear's lethal removal from the environment. Both agencies go out of their way to educate folks, as witnessed by the formation of the vibrant working group called the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team. Consists of representatives from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, U.S. Forest Service, Cal State Parks, and the TRPA. Both the states of California and Nevada have partnered, along with many other states and Canadian provinces, with Bearwise, a single source, go-to, soup-to-nuts information site on coexisting with bears. In a recent South Tahoe Now article, a council member was cited as having asked the rest of the council this week not to allow bears to be killed in the city limits. I cannot stress how myopic and short-sighted this thought is. In a number of hypothetical situations, doing so could expose the city of South Lake Tahoe to the possibility of major injury death lawsuits. Already this summer, 2 known and targeted conflict bears literally ended up having physical confrontations with humans due to their drive to obtain anthropogenic foods and their total habituation to being in the presence of humans. And both situations weren't caused by the humans involved not following proper bear country etiquette. Instead, it was distinctly the bear's drive to obtain human food. Over the last 4 years, there have been numerous human-bear physical encounters within homes across the South Shore that never made the news. It can be FOIA'd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tucci. You have a great day. there any other member of the public that would like to speak on any item not on the agenda? Okay, I believe Mr.
Oh, and we do have one person on Zoom
Oh,
who would like
thank
to
you.
speak.
Yes.
So if we could just quickly go to
Thank
Ms.
you.
Soderston.
Yes, thank you. I'm here to talk about the bears. I have been following this bear around for 2 weeks straight, basically abandoning my family, trying to keep her safe, trying to haze her, which 2G and CDFW refused to do, by the way. Mr. 2G is too busy hosting his little talks to be out there actually hazing bears, doing something useful. CDFW, the same. They're not out there hazing the bears. We are as community members. So I know that budget day is not ideal, but unfortunately, we're not being given any other choice. I understand the difficulties in dealing with these policies. I understand this is a very difficult place. But the truth is that this bear does not deserve to die, leaving her cub orphaned. And the facts are that we cannot kill our way out of this problem. She would be the third killed this summer, but she is far from the only bear who is entering homes. Bears can sense open territory from many miles away. Kill her, and another will simply move in and do the same exact thing until we start holding humans accountable for their negligence. While hazing this bear over the last 2 weeks, which CDFW again and 2G again refused to do, there was open window after open window, followed by open door after open door, followed by unsecured trash. We must do better. We must require bear wiring and mats on homes which are primarily vacant or on VHRs. We must implement fines for unsecured trash, vehicles, windows. We must demand that CDFW and our district attorney charge those who have been caught on camera feeding the bears. They have refused to charge people. Until we hold humans accountable, it will just be dead bear after dead bear, simply for attempting to survive when we have taken 96% of their natural habitat. Please help us save Hope and Bounce and every other Tahoe bear from this misplaced blame. Bears are not dangerous. Humans certainly are. Our chamber should ask Victor the bear from Mammoth if CDFW actually cares about wildlife, because they just threw his body in the local dump in the middle of the night for neighbors to find. Our bears are not an attraction. They don't need to be fenced off. We need to focus on infrastructure instead of logging the whole damn forest, which does not protect our communities from fire. We all need to boycott 2G. I hope that everybody shows up to his talk this week and just really hammers him, because he is out there on camera making a spectacle of himself every day, but he's not doing the right things by the bear either. We should not be supporting killing these bears. We know it's a human problem. Bears don't deserve to die because humans are ignorant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on one second. And we do have one more hand raised, Ms. Reagan. Angie, you're on.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, sorry. This is Angie Regan. I understand that Community for All was removed from South Lake Tahoe's strategic plan. I want to remind you that South Lake Tahoe is not a community for some, and it must be a community for all. I urge you to include our most marginalized and vulnerable neighbors, BIPOC, LGBTQ+, immigrants, unhoused, poor, disabled, indigenous, people of different faiths, cultures, and classes, the elderly, the lonely, and those struggling with mental health and addiction. Inclusion is more than a proclamation or a single multicultural day. It must be lived in policy, budget, and action every day of the year. Thank you.
Okay. No additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I believe Mr. Jenkins would like to make a statement.
I just would like to say that in regard to the recent incident, that unlike some, I was on site. I was called. And most of the people were at the site where the bear incident occurred. Were concerned. Some voiced quietly concerns. There were a few very vocal voices. In the end, I thought that the work of our police department in discussing the matter with state officials, and that the people who were assembled there behaved very well. And I commend them for caring about the life of a wild animal, a bear, unlike what's going on in Santa Catalina Island, where the Division of Fish and Wildlife is considering killing 2,000 mule deer on the island from helicopters with high-powered rifles. I don't want to see that kind of thing in this city. Not that that's being proposed, but I just want to say I think most people behave, most people are concerned, and we need positive solutions and ways that we can safely interface with our bear community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor,
Mr.
for the
Jenkins.
courtesy.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to our public hearing. This is our local public employees vacant positions. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Blankenship is pulling up the PowerPoint to help me here.
Sorry, I can't see the icon. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't. I apologize.
Thanks, Sue. So this morning, I'm here to talk about the vacancy rates for the city in alignment with Assembly Bill 2561. A little background, Assembly Bill 2561 took effect on January 1st, 2025. It requires cities to publicly report certain workforce metrics on an annual basis. The goal of the legislation is to increase transparency in local government hiring practices and workforce management, and to assist state and local agencies in understanding staffing needs across the public sector. According to our position allocation report that was adopted by the City Council at mid-year, that would have been March of 2025, the city had 221.11 allocated full-time positions. Of those allocated positions, 12.34 were vacant, leading to a vacancy rate of 5.58% as of July of last month. For reference, a retention rate for the city is 92.23%. And as a rule of thumb, the retention rate over 90%, a high retention rate is over 90%, which we're at. Low retention rate is under 80%. Our average turnover rate for the period of July of 2024 to July of 2025 was 7.67%. Workforce vacancy data, bear with me. So here we have our vacancy rate by bargaining units. We have 6 collective bargaining agreement units, and as you can see, the vacancy percentage is ranges from 0 to 20.59. Assembly Bill 2561 requires us to dive in deeper on any bargaining unit that has a vacancy rate higher than 20%. So what I intend to talk about is our Police Employee Association Union, because that vacancy rate was over 20%. Part of the reason that it was over 20% is because in June, our city council allocated 4 new community service officers positions. We received many applications. 4 were recently extended offers, and we began background checks. Currently, 1 is moving forward in that process. Additionally, there's a discrepancy between our position allocation and the bargaining group numbers. For instance, there's 32.10 allocated positions for police officers, which include our police trainees. However, when police trainees are hired, their position falls under the Police Employee Association until they complete the police academy. Once they complete the academy, they move into the POA, our Police Officers Association. So the way that these employees are tracked in our bargaining units and position allocation table throws off the numbers. The vacancy rate by bargaining group, Community service officers, our vacancy rate was 47%, parking ambassador 25%, and our public safety dispatchers was 11%. Vacancy rate by bargaining group. This data shows that the number of applicants and the time to hire for current vacant positions in the PEA, Police Employee Association. This data was also pulled from July 2024 to July of 2025. During that period, 3 parking ambassadors, 1 community service officer, and 3 public safety dispatchers were hired. Reasons for higher number of applicants yet continued vacancy really come down to these positions tend to have higher number of applicants, and then when we invite the applicants, a number of applicants that actually accept an invitation to interview is lower. And the background checks in police department positions is highly strict, and a lot of candidates fall out of the process through that process. So we've so far complied with AB 2561. We have to explain our data, our metrics on our hiring numbers and vacancies. And the final part of the bill asks us to look at what are we going to do to recruit going forward and then retain. So I believe we recruit and retain in conformance with what I think are best practices. We increase our advertising across a variety of job boards, social media. We built a recruitment video that is on all of our job postings now that kind of tell a potential candidate what the culture is here, what we expect of potential employees. We utilize a variety of testing methods or interview practices. Regarding retention efforts, we offer training and development to our employees. We want to make sure we build up our employees and prepare them for the next level up in their department or in the city. A variety of incentive pays, including education, bilingual, and longevity pays, are offered to our employees through the bargaining process, including education reimbursement and continued education. And as many of you know, the last couple of years, we conducted a classification and compensation study that we have implemented, and we're in the final year of that implementation. So with that being said, our MOUs, our Memorandum of Understandings with all 6 bargaining units are set to expire in September 30th of 2026. At the first quarter of next year, we will likely begin the negotiation process with all of those units. With that, I'm available to answer any questions that the council may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Is there any questions for Mr. Irvin, council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, do we have anyone on our Zoom platform? Ms. Blankenship?
No, Madam Mayor.
Bring it back to council for further discussion. Oh, we have somebody. Mr. Jenkins.
Mayor and council, I want to commend the city manager and staff on the programs and activities that they are conducting in recruitment and selection, the processes used, the outreach that's done. I think it's commendable, and I think it's evidenced by the quality of employees that we have, by the in-house promotions where it's feasible and possible and practical. And so that's my only comment. Oh, I guess I do have a side editorial comment. I'm happy actually the state has passed this law. I wish they'd focus on stabilizing state funding and budgets and resources and doing the work that we have to do every year as a city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Anyone else? I would entertain a motion. Yeah.
I motion we accept the city's AB 2561 vacant positions report.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Everyone can vote when.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship.
Very much, Mayor and Council, and get ready for that to be a report every year.
Thank you. Good numbers. Well, moving on to item number 2, regular new business, the South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority update. Ms. Roverrood.
Good morning, Mayor Wallace and members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverrood, Assistant City Manager, also the designated Executive Director of the South Tahoe Transit JPA. At your request, I'm going to provide you with an update on the Transit JPA, and the council can have some discussion. We are looking for some direction as a result of this item. The South Tahoe Transit JPA was created by the city and El Dorado County in October of 2024. The JPA board met 2 times at the beginning of 2025. They adopted bylaws, adopted a meeting calendar, adopted a budget, and also established the JPA's goals and priorities. There's a document included in your packet that provides that detail. Essentially, that envisioned an integrated and expanded fixed route and microtransit system throughout the South Shore, and the JPA wanted to pursue opportunities for better and less expensive transit in the city, less expensive to operate, not to ride. The JPA board directed the executive director to prepare a request for proposals to explore options for a private transit operator within the city. The startup budget that was adopted by the JPA board was split 1/3, 2/3, with the city responsible for 2/3, funding 2/3 of that budget. That's reflective of the number of votes on the 3-person board. The budget included administrative expenses through September 30th of this year, so the end of next month. That budget included funding for legal counsel, as well as city staffing, since the city is designated as the managing agency for the JPA. The City Council considered their contribution to the startup budget and had a conditional approval of providing that funding. It was contingent upon the county approving their 1/3 portion. The County Board of Supervisors chose not to fund that 1/3 portion of the Transit JPA, so the JPA currently does not have any funding to operate. The JPA, as a result, the JPA activities have been put on hold. However, city staff and council members continue to work with our partner agencies and stakeholders on transit improvements. Some of those improvements that have occurred over the last couple of years are more frequent Route 50 service, 30-minute headways there. TTD was able to implement that in September of 2024. TTD has also been able to reduce their total cost per revenue hour for operating the fixed route system from $275 to $208 in the 2025 fiscal year. TTD has also seen overall ridership increase in the last year. The South Shore Transit Management Association, who operates the Lake Link microtransit service through a private operator, in 2024, they were able to expand the service area within the city, as well as the weekend hours of operation. SSTMA has also, they're in the process of securing a 3-year funding agreement from Douglas County in order to establish more long-term and sustainable funding for the microtransit service. TRPA staff has taken on a formalizing what previously we called the C&D group to bring representatives from all the different local jurisdictions as well as transit operators throughout the basin together to have conversations about improving transit throughout the Tahoe Basin and creating more efficiency. That group has put together a request for proposals and received proposals from consultants to conduct a comprehensive operational analysis of transit services in the Lake Tahoe region. That study is looking at the use of funds and the efficiency of the operations within the Tahoe Basin. That is expected to be completed in July, completed by the end of 2026. So with that update, I think the City Council has a few options or a combination of these options to consider moving forward with the JPA. If the council chose to provide the JPA opportunity to pursue the direction of soliciting proposals for private operators, the City Council would then need to fund all or a portion of the JPA administrative costs in order to keep it functioning. The council could request that the JPA meet without managing agency funds, so city would support that meeting for the board to adopt a 25-26 fiscal year administrative budget and request funds from the two partner agencies accordingly. Going this route potentially, in my view, could be an expensive option. If we did get to a point of getting proposals, identifying a private operator, there would definitely be the need for additional funding, which would be expensive, especially without our El Dorado County partner. Funding that would be necessary in order to implement a transition of transit operations to the JPA would require federal, state, and local funding, emphasis on that local funding initially in order to get the JPA in a position to be eligible for state and federal funding. The City Council could also choose to terminate the JPA agreement and pursue transit initiatives as a city council and at the direction of this city council. Thirdly, the city council could choose to put the JPA activities on hold for now, not terminate the agreement, but also not fund the JPA, and we can continue to work with our partners and stakeholders to pursue improvements and identify a path forward for the JPA, which may come to light as part of the operations and efficiency study that the Tahoe Transit Working Group is putting together. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Roverud. Council? Oh, Mr. Bass? Oh, no, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Roverud, for your presentation and the options report that you presented. I don't understand, the county made a deal, El Dorado County made a deal with the city to form a joint powers transportation JPA. And we went forward in good faith with that, toward that deal. And then they chose not to put up the money that they agreed to put up to start with. Now that troubles me. I suppose, and I have the highest regard for our supervisor, Ms. Lane, but I suppose that she supported the request, and I wondered what communication, if any, we've had with the county as a body, not just our supervisor, in regard to what happened. You made a deal, you know, this isn't NATO, you know, you're supposed to pay your bills. And I'm a little disturbed at that. This is certainly a good opportunity to provide transit services, and with respect to my friend and Mr. Marino, I am concerned and remain concerned with how TDA funds are being allocated currently. unlike any city in California that I'm aware of, that they don't go to us, they go elsewhere. Maybe our friends at TTD can help us in regard to this conversation. But I'm very concerned with the fact that El Dorado County is not performing. They're not keeping their word. The board, we've kept our word. They need to keep their word and treat us no differently than they treat the rest of the county. We're not some separate entity in Never Never Land. And I guess maybe that's a commentary more than a question. But have we engaged the county administrative officer or his staff or any other board members to see if they can, do what they said they were going to do? Have we had any of that conversations?
Yes, absolutely. We have, all through this process, been in very close communication with the CAO's office at El Dorado County. I think when the JPA, the vote to form the JPA occurred, there were some questions from supervisors regarding the cost associated. And it was very transparent that there would be startup costs that would be expected to be contributed from El Dorado County. I think at that time, they didn't have a full picture of their complete operation budget. Several months later, I think is when they started having conversations about their fiscal year 25-26 budget, and the meeting where they made the decision not to contribute to the South Tahoe Transit JPA. They were looking at least a dozen different projects and programs that they had been funding and considering whether they were going to continue funding them. So their decision was made in the context of their overall operating budget. I can't really speak to conversations between the different supervisors on this particular issue, but I think it was a decision that was made in that overall budget context.
Are there any other joint powers or agreements that we have where we provide funds to the county? Maybe if there are, we should withhold those funds until they meet their obligations under this. Under this, and I can think of one, though it's not very much. But I would expect that they would show us some respect and show this council and this community some respect by doing what they said they were going to do, or they should have decided in the beginning not to do it. And this isn't about you or the city manager or the city organization. It's about them. They need to keep their word, and I would hope that we pursue that in whatever ways that are appropriate. But I would like to see this move forward in some form to keep this idea alive. I certainly would like to see that.
There's the rec JPA. I'm trying to think of which other ones come to mind.
The garbage, solid waste JPA.
Solid waste.
Yeah.
What else? I'm just trying to respond
Yeah.
to you.
Well, I like your.
You asked a question, and I would like to hear an answer, but I don't have a totality of it. What other ones are out there?
That's about it.
Those are the only two, I
It's
believe.
just those two, right?
The only other boards that we sit on with them are not JPAs where we pay a membership fee, I think, membership fee is probably not the right term, for LAFCO. And I sit on that board with two of the supervisors, and a third is an alternate.
Well, that's not a JPA, though. That's just a board.
It's not, like I said. We do pay money into it.
You
though.
guys have addressed what the two other
Yeah, there's
JPRs
only
are, the
those
city
two.
house.
And with respect to your second point on the TDA funds, I think council members that have been seated on the Tahoe Transportation Board and participating in these conversations over the last few years, I think have brought that issue up and made it very clear that that's something that we as a city would like to see addressed. And I know the TTD staff is aware of that. So I think that conversation is continuing. It's identified as an issue, and no resolution at this point, but hopefully we can get to one.
Well, Mayor, if I could just continue, this is a real of interest because of our interest as a community. Maybe there's something that the TTD, not to put Mr. Moreno on the spot today, but maybe there's something that TTD could help us with. And rather than creating a new organization, maybe there's some ways that organizationally they could provide the kind of service that we want. I am not in favor of a city-run, city-operated, fully city-funded public transit, but contracting with private, it would seem to me, in my own experience, would be a better, more cost-effective and efficient way to do it. I don't want to see us drive out private sector transportation providers in the city, our taxi cabs and so on, our Uber drivers and so on. I don't want to see that happen. But so maybe there's some other way to approach this that would achieve our objective, and maybe that's something that you all can think about.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I've got two questions. One is on your staff report under the financial implications, you listed $385,000 needed to proceed with RFPs and whatnot. Does that include the $160,000 required for startup as well, or is that in addition to?
That is an estimate. The JPA board has not adopted a budget for the 25-26 fiscal year, which begins October 1st. So that $380,000 is an estimate of what those costs would be for the 25-26 fiscal year beginning in October 1st. So it does not include the startup costs that were the initial budget to cover the JPA operations until September 30th.
Okay. Second one is there any data on how well the pilot program to Emerald Bay is doing, or any of the challenges, any success or challenges? I know it's kind of early, but wondering if you could share anything.
It is a little early. They don't have all the numbers at this point, but from talking to other partners that are involved in that pilot program, they're seeing some definite positive signs. I think, one of the stats that I was told, they had kind of anticipated and budgeted the pilot service at 25% overall occupancy of the shuttles, and they're averaging 30 plus. Certainly the shuttles coming from the South Shore have higher occupancy than the ones coming from Sugar Pine. So I think they're learning a lot as that program has been put in place for this summer. I think the other very positive thing coming out of that is that Caltrans is conducting a road safety audit for that area around Emerald Bay. Once they do that final report will include some implementation that then can be programmed into Caltrans' work plan and funding processes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bass?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Roverud. So a couple things. Obviously, this is we've been working on this for a long time. And so, but really looking at kind of the budget part of it, and, we were meeting monthly with the JPA. I think when we looked at putting this together, we brought outside counsel just for the expertise and joint powers authorities. And then you've really been the support from the city side of things, which has been really, really grateful. And but what I'm really curious about, so when we look at, for instance, just this 150, this initial startup cost, a good portion of that really is kind of us getting the 50,000, of course, from the county with our 100,000, but it's really reimbursing the city for the majority of the cost of your time, and also right now outside counsel. So in a way, because your salaries and things are already allocated in our budget, we're kind of moving money around, but we're making sure we get the third that El Dorado County should be paying in. But our 100,000 is kind of moving in the budget, and not for the outside counsel bill, though. Our outside counsel bill is something that we're going to have to pay out. And so part of my question also is that if we were to look at this and maybe, I think that there's been a lot of changes as this has formed. There's a lot of things going forward that we may look at. And so if we were to look at like the JPA is meeting quarterly, and as Mr. Roberts brought up, the RFP is $365,000. But again, that's a lot of staff time in preparing an RFP, right? And kind of what it's going to take to get an RFP out, which is going to happen by our staff. And if our city attorney's office was able to support us and only use outside counsel in the times that they don't understand what's happening with the Joint Powers Authority, is this expense not stuff that's already happening within our budget? So essentially, we've already allocated that funding, and yes, we're having to say that we need this 150, but if it's all within house, we're basically just moving money from one place in the budget to the next, if you follow what I'm saying. And I definitely get that it can be expensive, but if we're doing it all in-house, it seems to me that we're not necessarily expensing the money. We would be for the outside counsel part. And yes, we're taking staff time from one thing to the other, and I see that as valuable for sure. But I think that there's maybe a different way to look at it. It's not like we're putting out and writing a check outside of the city. We're kind of moving money from a department to a department in a sense. So my other question, because my thought here really is that, yes, we've gone this far with this, and there's a future of transit in the South Shore that I really envision can be so great. And the partnership of us being with the county is really important. And so, yeah, I just would maybe ask if that's kind of how as we're moving into the future with it, we don't really have many more costs than the cost recovery we're trying to get from the city. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I can just speak to that. The startup costs as well as the estimate for the next fiscal year does include additional staffing, transportation manager, and half of an accountant position. The JPA will need accounting support once they have funding, and there will be, annual audits and reporting that needs to be done. The putting out an RFP for private operations, that can be done by city staff. Given the kind of resources and priorities, then we were looking at a transportation manager position that would be funded, by the JPA and can assist with other transportation-related, issues within across the South Shore. I'll let Ms. Stroud speak to the opportunities related to legal counsel, but that's correct. These are city resources used to support the JPA, funded by the two partner JPA agencies.
Yeah. Okay.
So
And
with respect to the legal counsel question, the JPA has appointed counsel who is not from my office, in part because my office's only client is a city, and the JPA is a separate legal entity, so did not feel comfortable being their counsel. And also workload issues, if their work ramps up, it's going to be pretty substantial.
Right. Okay, and so in the interim, though, if we weren't to, basically, before we have TDA funds and those things, we wouldn't really need to hire a transit manager, a half accountant position, and those things, correct? Like in this interim phase, especially if we were really to slow it down and look at kind of some of the things that we'll talk about more in discussion, but at that point, we don't need to look at possibly a transit manager, a half accountant position. And I guess the question also becomes is once we do get to those points, I'm curious if we were, for instance, to fund, let's just say this 150, to come up with the 50,000 for the county, can the city not have an agreement that it were to be reimbursed by the JPA, even if it was over a period of 10 years of something? So in a way that if we're putting this out for the county, that the city is able to be reimbursed, and you may not be ready to answer that, but that would just be a question, because I would think that if we're going to put up the county's money, we would want a reimbursement agreement at some point, whether it's from the JPA or the county.
So I think it would really be up to the JPA board to establish the budget for the JPA. So whether they want to not have monthly meetings, reduce the work scope, things like that, to reduce their budget for the next year, that would be something that the JPA board could consider. This estimate, the $385,000, is based on the direction we've received so far from the JPA board. With respect to a reimbursement agreement, again, the JPA board would need to be party to that, and it would be up to this council whether you want to rely on future funds coming from a JPA board that currently doesn't have any funding participation in it.
Thank,
The rest for discussion.
thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Robbins?
My primary underlying concern here is the fact that transit service in the South Shore is not what it should be for a community of this nature. When we compare, South Lake Tahoe, even to other ski resorts in the United States, much less to other ski resorts in, say, European alpine towns, the quality of public transit here just absolutely doesn't measure up. And I don't mean particularly not for tourists, but specifically for service workers, right? If you work the evening dinner shift, public transit doesn't exist for you. Restaurants close at 10. People have sought the fact that our transit service entity here that provides the buses, the cost per revenue mile and cost per revenue hour, both measures, are significantly above even other ski towns here in California. Even they're significantly above, say, Mammoth, and that's just not a sustainable situation if we want to get to a place where public transit is a part of our community and provides the kind of equity that I think our workforce deserves, much less for our tourists to use, much less for the environmental mitigation that it should be providing but really isn't. So I don't, there's been progress. I do want to acknowledge on getting some of these costs improved in the last year or so, but I'm not sure that I have confidence in seeing the system become what it needs to become through the current TTD management that exists today. I just, the overall construction of that system with significant input from interests in Douglas County and Nevada County interests really has siphoned away a lot of resources that should be spent on the California side. And then we see decisions like, there is no bus that goes from South Lake Tahoe to Nevada Beach or to Zephyr Cove. And, these kinds of absurdities that we have in our transit system, it's not acceptable. And we are still sending money from California down to Carson through the TTD, and that's fundamentally not acceptable to me. So I think the solution long-term to this was the original intent behind the JPA, which is to bring the transit funds that are the California and the federal component and the federal funds for California into control of local government, such that the people who are making the decisions are ultimately answerable to the people who use the buses, and that's largely not the case right now.
Mr. Robbins, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you have any questions? And we can talk about,
I'm sorry,
your points are very valid. That's more discussion.
Sorry. In my head, we were on the discussion topic.
Okay,
I got
just
ahead of
wanted
that.
to make sure. I
Sorry.
tried to let you.
All right, so I'll bring it to my question. You're right, I was on the discussion
That's
part.
okay.
My apologies. That's a question mark. So it's,
That's a question
I
mark.
didn't know what the hell that was. I thought it was an ear.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
So the budget for the JPA that we approved, I think it was $100,000 in spare change for this year, for this fiscal year, I should say, for the JPA, right? That money, I assume, can that money roll forward into next year?
Or is it? I believe it was allocated funding that we would have to.
But it wasn't sent to the JPA, though. It was approved, right? But not-
Funding was not allocated because it was contingent on the approval by El Dorado County.
So so we can then roll that money into next, because we're almost at the end of the fiscal year anyway. So we presumably, I think, is it correct that we could roll that money forward into next fiscal year for the JPA as well, so that
It
if we
would need to
wanted.
be new budget adoption because it essentially expired.
Yeah, there was no appropriation or allocation, so we would, based on the forecast from Ms. Roverud right now, that she would want to present to the JPA board is an estimated budget of $385,000. So
Right, and then the
that
the
whole
city would
allocation would
not-
need to be made.
The city would not be getting reimbursed for expenses through September 30th because that
Through
was.
the initial staff support expenses up
Right.
to this point. Yeah, those are pretty marked, but those are relatively de minimis, right? Those expenses so far. Is that correct?
I mean, it takes up quite a bit of Hillary's time to
Yeah.
participate in these regional transit meetings, organize the agendas, support the JPA when she was having meetings. But yeah, I would say it has not been, we can work with it.
Right.
But
We haven't developed actuals on that since it seemed like kind of a moot point.
My suggestion then would be well, I'll bring it back for
Thank you.
conversation after staff questions, because I have a proposed suggestion.
Perfect. So I have a question, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Jenkins. The 385,000, is that overall, or is that 100%, or is that 2/3? The city's portion? Or is the
100%.
385,000 the projected for the whole year?
That's the total.
Thank you. So, okay.
It would be divided.
And then, according to the VIA report, the cost of bringing this in-house through a private entity was 7 to 8 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's an estimate that I put in here because I know that's
Uh-huh.
something that council has kind of asked to get at, as well
On
as
the
the
program.
JPA board. That $7 to $8 million is kind of derived from the VIA report,
Mm-hmm.
as well as additional reporting on the cost of fixed route and microtransit, just to give an idea
Yeah,
of a
the
range.
whole system. Okay, then my next question is, what is the total amount of dollars that if we had all of the FTA and the TDA funds allocated for the city of South Lake Tahoe and they came through the city, what is the total dollar amount?
Generally?
Generally.
I don't have an exact
Yes,
dollar
these are
amount.
general numbers.
So in 2024, TTD received 1.8 million in TDA funds.
Uh-huh.
The amount of federal funds, the 5307, which is federal funds designated for the urban designated area in the Tahoe Basin, that was allocated to TTD. It fluctuates over the years, but it's around $2 million.
Okay, so even if you take those general numbers, we're barely skirting 4 million, which is half of what is needed. Okay,
We have 2.2 million in SSTM, it should be at 6.2.
Okay.
The whole system.
Okay.
So you're about 1.8 short.
okay.
It's about $2
Okay.
million short.
Okay, well, those are my only questions. Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
I'm in favor of carrying over the money, putting money contingent on county participation. But it's contingent on county participation. And I would also support if the city tells the county that unless they do what they promise to do, that we are not going to pay one single dollar toward any county-operated activity for which we are currently paying, whether it be LAFCO, which is theoretically, it's a state, but it's a county thing operated, or any other JPA, that we're not going to do that until they do that. They can't check and jive us on these matters. The other thing is, my question is,
Thank you.
so I would think that we should be deducting from other payments that we make. The other thing is, we have a public and we have a private sector, we have large employers, we have Caltrans, all who have a stake in this. And just as I was pleased when Heavenly decided to operate a transit, it seemed to me the large employers should be willing to pony up some money. Is that a technical term, pony? To pony up some money toward operating of a transit system that benefits probably largely many of their employees, just as it benefits many of our citizens. So I'd like to see if we could get that explored Because it's in their interest, it's in our interest. And, but again, so is that something that you would see as feasible?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, that really is aligned with the mission of the SSTMA. That entity was created in order to facilitate more private sector investment into transit.
I asked this question actually to the city manager, and I was talking too much to get an answer from him yesterday. Who is I see Chris Proctor now, who's a friend, personally a friend, a Rotarian. Who is the SSTMA? Are they a private party that provides transit services? Mm-hmm. And they're also on the board of an agency that I'm kind of struggling if that's the case. I'm struggling with that. And is Steve Teixeira also on that?
The SSTMA was created in 1994 with the intent of being made up of private sector appointments to advocate for enhanced transit, potentially help to identify additional funds for transit enhanced operations. Up until recently, they focused on those things. But once the microtransit initiative took place, they became the signature, if you will, and contract holder for the microtransit.
So we have we have people on the board who are voting on matters that relate to service that they get. I have real trouble with that, if that's the case. You can't be a board member and be voting for we couldn't do that as a city, that you're voting, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, I'm just saying I don't think it seems proper that the contractor should be voting on whether they get the contract. So that's, you can, and nobody's going to tell me that that's proper. That just does not seem.
If I may, I think, the SSTMA board, correct me, Hillary, where needed, but SSTMA board did, solicit proposals for a provider to operate microtransit on-demand service. They are not paying themselves to operate it. They have money through contracts with the city and Douglas County and many other private business entities. And through the money they collect from the city, Douglas County, and those private sector businesses, they then contract with a private provider.
Is anybody being paid who's the board or of that group from funds that?
No, it's a volunteer board.
So it's all volunteer. Mm-hmm. Well, that makes it better, but I still think it poses a challenge. You couldn't do that. I couldn't do that as a city manager, city council member, is to operate an organization that we then get contracts. In fact, I think there's probably specifically state law that prohibits that, or if it doesn't prohibit it, would shine, it would not look good. That's a legal term, look good. Yep. So I'm just troubled a little bit by that relationship, not the volunteer side, but the fact that they're contractors and they're voting on these matters. That troubles me.
What board exactly are you referring to? 'Cause I'm not clear.
SSTMA.
So,
Yeah,
No,
SSTMA.
and let me just so SSTMA is, again, as they were created, they really are created for the private sector, the resorts, to be able to put money and not mix the money with the public agency, which has a lot of grant funds. And so the original intention was really to be used for marketing and to really help market the transit agencies. There's also the North Shore TMA that exists in the same way. And it did, as microtransit came about, it started to become the better kind of house for it because there was a lot of private funds that were going to come into microtransit. But a future question will come up as we look at putting TDA funds into microtransit. SSTMA or the TMAs as a whole may not be able to be those agencies because they aren't made up as public agencies that can accept things like TDA and 5311. And so this is, again, where the JPA could be, and these are questions that we explore and have to get to the bottom of, but the TMAs are a very functional and good thing because, again, it does allow for these private sector dollars, whether it's the casinos or Vail or North Star in the North Shore, or SQUA, that's how they're able to get private funds that help support transit. And so their functionality is important and really a good thing.
But they could participate with us. They could, if we became that JPA and received public funds, that contracting could be directly with us rather than indirectly through a third party who's on the board, who's, okay, I got it. Thank you very much.
David,
for your-
I do want to go to your question about private sector interests, because this is something that's, that's been visible on the TTD board, which is that, Heavenly Vail Resorts Corporation has a vote on the board of directors of the TTD, but they don't fund the TTD. So a private, for-profit company has a vote of their own, in a local government agency, for which they don't even provide funding. And that's problematic for me at a fundamental level. I haven't had particular issues with the votes themselves, but at a fundamental level of appropriate functioning of government, that's been inappropriate. But they used to provide funding.
That's what I was just about.
No, this is where I'm going, right? But the point is, that to your question of shouldn't companies, start doing this, what we've seen is the opposite. Similarly, the casinos have started running shuttle services to Nevada Beach from the casinos, but only for the casinos. They're not providing funding to any of the transit agencies in the community to provide shuttle service that the public can also use. They're not cooperating with public transit. They are simply providing a service of their own. Heavenly Vail Corporate used to provide funding to the transit agency to provide the shuttle services, and the buses around town. They withdrew that funding. They provide those privately just for their customers, just during their hours. And nonetheless, they still have a vote that has remained residually. That is a little outrageous. So to your question of shouldn't the local businesses step up and do their part, pony up and do their part, as you said, the answer is, should they? Yes, but they're choosing not to.
Well, maybe we could choose to do what we do.
So,
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you have questions?
Yeah, one question is, in those rough numbers you gave to Mayor Wallace about the funding, aren't we anticipating a slight increase from TDA as the Lake Link ridership is now going to be accredited for us? Or is that something different, or is that incorporated in those numbers, those rough numbers?
Yeah, I think with these numbers do not incorporate future projected changes. However, I think TTD is working with SSTMA on a kind of funding structure for the microtransit that would allow those rides to be counted when it comes to federal funding allocations, as well as allocations just within the basin between North Shore and South Shore. So, but we haven't seen what that might look like yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. With no further questions, I'll just say, I wanted to say every time we said SSTMA and TTD and TAD and TDA and FTA, I wanted to say EIEIO. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Ms. Roverud. We're going to go to public comment now.
Thank you.
I spent 25 years in federal government, and even here, it's a lot of alphabet soup.
We have alphabet soup. So I see Mr. Marino coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Marino, for being here.
Thank you, and it's good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to see everybody again. For the record, Jim Marino, Director of Ottawa Transportation District. Great conversation today. Hopefully I can go over some of the updates TTD has been making and efforts that we've been doing. Kind of maybe have some bearing on your decision today, maybe not, we'll see. But if you allow me a few minutes here. Over the course of the last couple of years, TTD has instituted some organizational and operational improvements based on the feedback we were getting from board members, especially South Shore board members. We've increased our service on Highway 50 to 30-minute headways, essentially doubling the frequency. We created an evening pilot service project at the Tahoe Blue Event Center, and this year we're happy to report that we're doing that every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night annually, year-round to 12:30 a.m. This should address some of the workforce issues in the corridor. We've implemented a robust public outreach program. Many of you have seen our social media and our mainstream media posts. What we're trying to do is build ridership, build confidence in our community to take public transit. We've restructured our planning, transportation planning, and our capital planning divisions of our organization so that each of those can focus on their respective functional areas and responsibilities and not cross over. And what that means for transportation is we now have sole dedicated transportation planner focusing on how we better our system. We replaced our fleet, nearly $19 million of fleet replacement. That has reduced our service and operational costs. It has increased our on-time performance, and it has given a better ridership to the public. We raised pay and implemented incentives for operators in public transit. As you all know, it's a commercial driver's license required, similar to snow removal here at the city. It's hard, very hard to maintain that workforce. So we raised pay, we implemented incentives based on experience and credentials. We replaced our power transit fleet with smaller vans, both electric vehicles and internal combustion engines, the brand new fleet. And recently, we've entered into a funding agreement with Douglas County to support microtransit contract services through SSTMA in an effort to collect their ridership, nearly 250,000 riders a year. The way the FTA apportionment funding works in the Tahoe Basin is it comes to the basin based on two criteria: our urban zone area and our population. It is then split between South Shore and North Shore based on performance characteristics of each operator and population in those locations. In the last several years, due to a multitude of items, TTD has lost ridership. That ridership is due in part and lost to microtransit coming online, which did not exist.
Please continue, Mr. Marino. We would like to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. We have lost ridership because microtransit came into play post-COVID. That didn't exist prior to COVID. And we also lost transit ridership when Heavenly and Vail Resorts took over transit for the ski resorts. The downfall of that lost ridership was a switch of approximately $962,000 in federal funds to support transit moving from South Shore to North Shore. Because our performance suffered, their performance gained. In an effort to reduce that and recall that loss in funding, we've instituted this funding agreement with Douglas County. We can now collect the ridership that LakeLink provides because we have a direct contract. Okay? We are estimating $500,000 of that $962,000 to return to the South Shore in next fiscal year, just by that effort alone. Collectively, all of these efforts have resulted in increased ridership for TTD, better rider experience overall, reliability in the service, and lower operating costs. As you may have heard Mr. Robbins mention, our previous 2024 operating cost was $274 a revenue hour, very high. We've managed to reduce that to $208 in this fiscal year. As we close out our books, which we're doing right now, our fiscal year books, we're pretty confident we're going to lower that overall revenue hour cost to roughly $200. This is less than the revenue hour cost of El Dorado Transit, which works in the county of El Dorado. You may have heard the Transit Working Group participation. This is where I feel most of the work gets done. The comments and concerns that you have as a JPA and as a city are being vetted by the technical staff and experts by each jurisdiction and transit agencies around the basin to see how we can better cooperate, how we could leverage funding, and how we can make a seamless interlocal and interregional transit system moving forward. So I appreciate your staff's time on that. Ms. Roverud is on that committee or on that group, and we appreciate that. That's all I'd really like to say as far as comments. If you have any questions for me, I don't mind answering anything.
I'm going to allow questions to Mr. Marino, and I have one. With the improvements, by the way, are significant and appreciated. Do you see a time when specifically Vail will come back into the fold and rather than provide their own service, rely on the new and improved service and even more improvement with their dollars, coming back under TTD or SSTMA in some form or fashion?
Yeah, I can't speak for Vail,
Of course.
What I would like to see is a partnership between TTD and all the assets we own and operate with Vail that could potentially construe a contract in which TTD could collect the ridership.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Mr. Jenkins?
Jim, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Likewise.
Is there a scenario in the future that you see, rather than creating duplicate agencies that provide public transit, that the TTD that you're working toward innovating could operate in an efficient way those services that we desire specifically in South Lake Tahoe, rather than create multiple agencies providing similar transit services? And you pointed out that unless there's some linkages, federal monies may, well, of course, federal monies may not be available anyway, which is another interesting topic. But so do you see in the future that maybe there's some way, because having two managers, having different corporation yards, having different staffs, having different, that's a duplication of effort, which there is a lot going on here in other venues in this South Shore. So do you see a scenario that TTD could be operating in a way that serves our specific interests in South Lake Tahoe?
I mean, I do. Thank you for the question. I mean, obviously, I'm going to take the position of TTD. That's why I'm standing here. But I do believe that TTD can provide services that the city wants to see in the future. We just need to sit down at the table and figure out how we're going to fund that. This is a funding issue. This is absolutely a funding issue. TTD receives very little to no local funds from any entity on the South Shore. We rely solely on state and federal funds, and we leverage those funds to the max. So any break in the system, any sort of crack in that funding really complicates the system. If we want to expand transit in the South Shore, make it better, make it holistic and interregional, we need to have a funding source that supplements the state and federal funding. This is where I see the JPA playing a large role. And this is where we were understanding the JPA was being formed to somehow, down the road, create a funding source that would support transit, whether JPA was doing it themselves or TTD was doing it. But regardless of who the operator is at the end of the day, the service isn't going to increase unless there's funding contribution over and above of what exists today.
Well, hang on that because I'm sorry, just hang on that point because I want to go on that point.
Yeah, hold on, let Mr. Basco, and then you can go, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Marino, again for being here. And again, you've really, I was on the TTD board for almost 6 years, and it has been a massive change since you've taken over. So I really commend you and thank you for that. So quickly going into some of the routes. So TTD, essentially our territory goes all the way really from the edge of Incline Village, over to Sand Harbor, all the way really to Christmas Valley, and now we've got an Emerald Bay pilot. And so it's a pretty large territory, right, when we look at that. And the East Shore Express is a seasonal, service provided for, the edge of Incline into Sand Harbor, and has some future, that is going to go to the Spooner Mobility Hub, and then more routes from the Spooner Mobility Hub into South Lake, essentially, is the kind of future plans. Right. The issue for me, and a lot of times, and I think for everybody, has been that California has a committed gas tax, the TDA funds, that can be used for operational funds with transit, but we have never had that from Nevada at any level. And we made a big push, my last year on TTD, through the year that the legislature was off there in Nevada, to try to get some type of funds from the state that even was a third match to what, if it's 1.8, come up with 600,000 Nevada just so you've got $1 in. And that hasn't happened, right? We're still at a place where the state of Nevada has not committed any transit operational dollars. Is that still where we're at?
Yeah, I think it's nuanced a little bit. and thank you for the question. For example, East Shore Express, Nevada Division of State Lands pays in $85,000 a summer towards that. So Nevada is paying some money towards operational expenses. But you're correct. There is no gas tax or other mechanism that's assigned transit. It's usually a request and a follow-up action and discretionary funds on the part of the state of Nevada or the divisions of the state of Nevada.
Okay, and so we also have, I want to say it's 5311, the rural funds from the federal government that are able to only be operated in our rural areas, which is the Carson City Route 19 and also down to Mendon. That funding, though, takes a local match.
That's correct.
And so we have been using the TDA funds, the California Gas Tax funds, to match that, to be able to get those funds for the federal government, but those can only get operated in the state of Nevada. And so I guess I just want to bring this up because if those are the issues that are still taking place right now, and it really is like Nevada, you know, we constantly talk about a regional system, and I believe in it. And I think what you're doing, the work that you're doing with consultants to get the best idea of how we get there is great. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. I want to bring up one other point, which is the Placer County and the North Shore, as you brought up. There's already a split happening in our MPO, which is TRPA, that determines, you know, where those funds go. And the Placer TART and TDA, those funds go there. They haven't put $1 into any of the East Shore Express or any of the 5311 matches of their TDA funds. So North Shore doesn't put any money into this idea that we have a regional system in Nevada needs to, that we need to supplement Nevada because there's no Nevada operational funds. So it's only South Shore's TDA funds basically paying for these supplements for Nevada. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't want to speak too much for TART. They're not here at the table today, but you know, Washoe RTC has contributed quite a bit of money to fund the TART microtransit system that operates in Incline Village. So Nevada is paying into that system and has been paying into that system for quite a while. With regard to regional boundaries or sort of a defining line on North Shore versus South Shore, you know, for eons it's been TTD and TART operating transit, right? And that's really sort of this geographical boundary. The East Shore Express really started out of a need for us to build a mobility hub in Incline Village to start accessing the Spooner Summit, Incline Village to Spooner Summit Recreation Corridor. And it really built, once the East Shore Trail was built going into Sand Harbor, there was a need to start putting people on transit to get there versus all the parking on the roadway. It's an unsafe environment. I think we all can recognize that. So this is where I still want to kind of go focus back on this transit working group. This is the philosophy of this group, is to sit down and take all of these issues and understand them and try and work with our partners to figure out how we can make it work. You know, with regard to 5311 Rural Nevada NDOT funds, they come through the state of Nevada. They're assigned by the federal government, and the rural funds. So once you come into the basin, as we know it, the Tahoe Basin, we switch to an urbanized formula, 5307 funds. So you cannot interchange the two funds. The funds can only be operated in rural. However, there is a mechanism with the rural funds that if your connecting point is in an urban zone, you can use those funds to connect to that urban point, which in this case is Kingsbury Transit Center. So we do use a little bit of urban funds or the rural funds in the urban zone, if you would. And then I want to point out that I don't have the information with me today, I apologize, but I'm going to go off the top of my head here. In the 12 years that we've been getting TDA for public transit service, 96% of that TDA has gone to the California side. 4% has been utilized to leverage 5311 in the regional Nevada side and support the East Shore Express.
I'll wait for comments. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Marino.
Mr. Robbins. One more second, Mr. Marino. I think Mr. Robbins has something.
Yeah, you mentioned that improving service will take additional funds, and additional funds are one way to do that, of course. And, there's a lot of problems that can be solved with money. There's no way, there's no end run around that entirely. But as you mentioned in your comment, was that costs per mile and cost per revenue hour are another way to improve service with the money available, right? And our costs are significantly higher than Mammoth. And we've talked, and I've talked with Mr. Irvin about some of the operational ways about doing things like sharing gas purchases and things like that. But just in general, right, while we are coming into line with El Dorado County Transit, we're still significantly more expensive than Mammoth's transit system. So I agree with the broader principle, and I don't want to sound like I am minimizing the point that to get to where we want to go, ultimately will take more than just efficiency gains, right? It will take additional funding. There's really no way around that realistically. But to make improvements, full stop, to make some improvements, to make some even substantive improvements, there's opportunities for efficiency gains, as is demonstrated by other operators in similar regions in this state, right? In other ski towns, not, within a day's drive from here. So it's not, Mammoth is not so different an environment to ours as to be an unreasonable point of comparison, to the point where it was used as a point of comparison in the TTD's financial report. So, I want to make sure that we're not leaving that on the table, that there's a lot that it seems that we can do. And I agree with, some of the earlier comments of there's certain aspects of inequity with using California money in Nevada that I don't like, but that's at a certain level, that is territorialism, and I understand that. And that is I'm sitting here, and if were I sitting in Nevada, I would think it's a pretty good deal. So as has been said at many meetings. So but ultimately, you're right that it is from the standpoint of the workforce and the standpoint of a visitor, it is a single integrated system, right? The border is simply where the casinos are versus where they're not, and really has no greater relevance than that. And so. My bigger concern is that one of the reasons that there's hesitancy to putting in funding from other local agencies is the perception, not unreasonable, that there's a lot of inefficiency that could be improved as well. So I wanted to respond to the point you had made about that.
And I appreciate that. And if I can just real quick
Please.
respond.
Please.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comment. Couple just some clarity on the Eastern Sierra Transit Agency that Mr. Robbins is referring to. Their system runs 1,000,001 miles a year. So your revenue cost per hour gets diluted by the more miles you run. That's how the numbers work. We did a pretty extensive conversation with Eastern Sierra Transit on behalf of Mr. Robbins through the TTD working group. And a couple things came to light. One is the amount of miles they run up and down Highway 395, which really dilutes the system. Two is that the actual ski area of Mammoth contributes $1.25 million a year to the transit system. So not only are they getting that revenue from state and local forces, remember they're working on a rural formula. They have no urbanized zone down there. So they're working on a very short population formula. So I just wanted to make that clarity. We are similar, but we're different. They're running many, many more miles than we are, okay? And then the second thing that I'd like to just talk about is we have instituted some operational and organizational changes that I had mentioned earlier. We will continue to do that. It is my goal as director of the organization to look at cost efficiencies wherever we can get them and try and make that happen. For example, at our September 3rd board meeting coming up, there will be an agenda item where we are truncating Route 50, or proposing a Route 55 change, which is your Pioneer Trail, Lake Tahoe Community College change, to eliminate a certain section of that route and then double the frequency on the remaining section so that the 30-minute timeline of that route coincides with the 30-minute timeline of the Highway 50 route. So if you're dropped off at State Line Transit Center, now you have a timely connection point to get to Kingsbury if you need it, okay? So we're making these changes as we go along. I don't have all the answers in front of me. I think it's a bit dynamic as we see funding and everything move and the need. Microtransit is fairly new, at least to us. Micromobility devices in the summer, e-scooters, e-bikes, and all those things are taking ridership away from the fixed route transit because it's a lot easier to jump on a scooter than it is to wait for a bus. So we're seeing these sort of nuances in the mobility world right now that we're trying to plan for. And again, I'm going to put a kudos in for that transit working group. This is where we're all sitting down, us, Washoe RTC, Carson Campo, TART on the North Shore, the JPA with Hillary at the table, TRPA, and everybody to take a look at how we can best utilize each other's services, how we could leverage funding across state lines as best as possible, and keep this system going. Because right now, this is a base system. This is what I'm considering a base system. If we want to expand from here, we're going to have to talk about how we generate, how we do cost efficiencies to Mr. Robbins' standpoint, and generate revenue to support expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. I will say I've been on council nearly 7 years, and this is the most positive interaction that our council has had with TTD. And I attribute that to you and your leadership, and I am grateful that you're there. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman. You're not going to get 15 minutes, though.
I don't want 15 minutes. I only want a minute and a half.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, Andy Chapman, current chair of the Tahoe Transportation District. Now, I'm not here today really to weigh in on your discussion around how you're moving forward with the JPA, but I did have a couple of points I just want to bring up. One, I do want to recognize a conversation around the past service concerns with TTD and the operation of transit on the South Shore and the initiation of the JPA. Those were real concerns. Councilmember Bass has brought those concerns up multiple times at past TTD board meetings, and they are real. And so I'm glad to see the discussions happening and Mr. Marino's conversation with you just now on some of those enhancements. But we also must recognize those improvements that we've seen on the South Shore because they are real improvements as well. You know, these improvements have been strategic and are beginning to address those original concerns that generated the formation of that JPA. I do want to touch just quickly on costs, not to get too much into that, but when we are discussing cost and comparative costs, we must be mindful of the operating environment of these transit operators. Mr. Marino discussed the Eastern Sierra Transit Service operator. That is a very large operating system that includes Mono County, Eastern Sierra, and Mammoth. And when comparing the other operations, we must be mindful of their operations as well. As we look at further reducing the cost that TTD has in operating the service for South Shore, perhaps there's an opportunity for our staff to get together to discuss lease opportunities where the TTD is paying $250,000 to the city for lease operations for those facilities that then run the transit service for you. Those are built into the costs that you're seeing there as well. So I just want to close on publicly recognizing the work Jim Marino and the TTD staff have accomplished in the transit improvements on the South Shore, and I look forward to seeing how you move forward with this. And transit is the short of workforce housing in the Tahoe Basin, transit is our #1 issue across the basin. So I appreciate your time and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Mr. Wallace.
I thought you were on vacation, Mr. Wallace.
Dwayne Wallace, South Tahoe Chamber. I was involved in the original ideas creating a metropolitan planning organization. I was kind of against it at the time, but we swept into it and it gained about $250,000 a year. In retrospect, I think it may have cost a lot in the rural funding, and it might be worth looking to go back to that. 5703, I'm trying to remember the number, but that was, I thought, an important thing because it made us mismatch with the rest of the basin when they had, especially Nevada, when they had rural funds. it might be better to align. The other is, at one point, our chamber was involved, Ken Daly, one of our past presidents, he and his wife Kathy, who still live here, ran this as a private organization, the transit, and they were profitable and well-run with good ridership. I run into him at the post office once in a while, and he says, "Why hasn't anybody called me? I know how to do this." And he and his wife might be willing to talk about a private public. We had Heavenly involved, we had the casinos involved, we had other large organizations involved. The city provided more infrastructure and a little bit of money, and this private organization ran it. It might be worth going back and seeing if what he did would fit. Ken Daly.
Ken Daly, Area Transit Management.
And his wife's named Kathy, and they were, I think their manager, Sierra, her name was Sierra, still lives here too. So they ran quite successfully, and so it was a good partnership. Didn't cost the city as much money. Transportation systems are black holes. You just have to face it. You're either going to jump in or you're not, and if you do, get ready. But doing a private-public way, we certainly support. We think it's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our online platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 2. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Bass.
So again, I think I stated it before, I definitely think that we need to keep the JPA happening. It's taken kind of a lot of a momentum to get to where we're at. And, I want to be clear, I think that, again, seeing the cost drop from 278 to 208 is such a good sign, and I think it can go further, and I really have a lot of faith in what Mr. Marino has been able to do at TTD. But the functionality of the JPA and really what we did this for was to be able to have local control of the transit funds and be able to have a board that is made up of the elected representatives from the area the transit is being operated in, where the TTD is all 5 counties, both states, major representatives from, that make up the whole region. And it's very difficult for them to make decisions in one area of the region when you're a representative out of Washoe County and you may not know where Apache is in Myers, or you don't know our area. And so the other parts of the region, like the North Shore, are operated by TART, which is a division of Public Works in Placer County. And they have been able to really, I think, deliver a more efficient transit system because, again, it's really locally focused. And so one of the things I believe with the JPA and what we really need to work on as we move forward is still getting our TDA funds. It will take us some time to become the recipients. That doesn't mean that we don't make an agreement back to TTD and immediately hand them the funds to continue to operate, but it can come with agreements and caveats of how it will be used to operate. One of the reasons I brought up the TDA funds on North Shore and the fact that they have never put $1 of those funds into this regional system, yet we are, is because that is something that could be part of that caveat, is that, hey, if we're going to have to fund a little bit of this regional system and give some funds for the rural route to be supplemented, North Shore needs to do the same thing, because it is inequitable that the North Shore gets all of their TDA funds and SB 125 funds, and we don't get any of ours. SB 125 funds for the South Shore are being considered where they're going to go as the North Shore gets all of their SB 125 and TDA. And so we need to be treated the same way. And I think the JPA starts to put us in that place. And why we're different than Placer County is because we have the county and the city, and they only have a county. And that is why we had to create a JPA. If we start to split away from the county and the city, then we have to split that TDA fund. If we don't do that, if we have this JPA, that split is already done because the TDA funds are California funds. If the JPA exists, Placer County gets what they get, we get what we get between the county and the city. So it's very important that the JPA stay together with the county and that we find a way to move forward. And I think that when we look at the budget for the JPA, I think that as we're moving and we're definitely slowing down I think we can look at it maybe meeting quarterly and beginning to look at, okay, how can we become recipients? As we're going through that process, it's working with TTD to say, look, in this first year, as we're potentially exploring an RFP for a private provider, yes, we're going to give you back all these funds, but it's going to come with these agreements, and it's going to come with what we want to see as an operational side from the funds that come from California. And hopefully, honestly, what that could hopefully do is motivate Nevada to see that they need to come up with some operating dollars out of their state budget to support transit in Tahoe. And that's hopefully what the goal and what becomes of it. And then we've got with the JPA things like the Emerald Bay pilot that are taking place, and that the JPA really can become the operator of, and that is a revenue source that could potentially bring in a lot more revenue as that development happens. But the city needs to be a huge part of that. You know, one of the things with the Emerald Bay thing is we need to figure out where do people park when they get on this shuttle. And that is a major function of the city. Well, all the rest of that service is in the county. And even the North Shore, if we got to the Tahoma, El Dorado County part of Tahoma, if we can find the right park and ride, both sides are under the JPA and able to operate under the JPA to get people into Emerald Bay from both sides. The potential revenue from that as we really get this done is huge, and that can all feed in to, again, supporting more transit. So I very much believe that it's important we continue with this JPA. Slowing it down a little bit is not something that I think is necessarily a bad idea. And again, partly because I do have faith with what TTD is doing right now. But I believe very much that it's very important that we get local control of our transit funds with a local board that we already created, and we're able to continue forward. And yeah, I think we can continue to see really great things as we go. But it's also a very difficult, transit is not an easy thing. It was said by on public comment, it is a black hole. So it's a challenge, but it's so critical, and I would agree with Mr. Chapman. It is the most important, one of the very most important issues in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you. Mr. Bass, I agree with you 100% on all of what you've said. I understand the frustration Mr. Jenkins has brought forward about none of the other entities are supporting us. But I don't think that should stop us from doing what we want to do. I mean, just because nobody wants to come out and play with us doesn't mean we shouldn't go out and play. Once they see us working and once we see us getting things done, that will encourage them to get involved. Especially with the amazing things Mr. Marino has done and a very encouraging attitude that he shared with us today. I think we should continue to go forward, maybe scale it back, maybe not an RFP at this time, but just continue conversations and build on that trust and build on creating ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Robbins?
So now we're at the part for.
Yeah, now we're at the part for discussion.
I think as I had alluded to in my earlier, I thought we were doing this now part. I think the underlying reasons for the JPA have not gone away, and I do want to point out that in addition to what Councilmember Jenkins said about corporations or local businesses doing their part, and to what Mr. Wallace actually said in public comments, where he says the right way to do this is with a public-private partnership. I generally agree with that point. I generally agree that large businesses, particularly the big businesses here, should engage and should support with money the public transit that their customers use and need. The reality, however, is that that's the opposite is what's been happening. And not only has, we'll have an item coming up not too long from now about the future of our various agreements with Vail, right? But not only did they withdraw funding from the TTD and run their own transit system, their mileage isn't even, the ridership miles aren't even counting towards the TTD, and they still have a vote on the TTD board, right? So they no longer, they have withdrawn their money, they have withdrawn their ridership miles from the crediting of transit utilization overall, and they still get a vote all at the same time, right? So when we talk about corporations doing their part and corporations that have stated things like, that they do so much for our community and that they're such good partners for our community, I want us to remember that when we get into the further discussions with Vail in the next coming months. The facts say otherwise. The casinos similarly have done some similar work. The ridership for their shuttles to the beaches are not part of any public transit system and don't count towards transit ridership either, right? And all of that takes away from the funding that's ultimately available, not just directly in the fact that the large businesses are choosing not to put in money, are choosing not to volunteer to put in money into transit, but their choices are actually taking ridership figures which drive federal funding away in the same process. So they are negatively impacting it in that way, in terms of the funding picture. So yes, I agree that they should, but the reality is that they're not. And these are the same organizations that are the board members of the chambers that are saying that of the Tahoe chamber, the big chamber, when we hear that we're such good partners for the community. So the reality is otherwise. It just is, and we can't live on what should be. So that brings us back to the question of what should we actually do, given that, yes, I agree that corporations should do their part, and Nevada should do their part, and the North Shore should do their part, and everyone else should do their part when they've made the choice to not do their part. And I think that's an important reason for organizations like the JPA to exist, is that because at the end of the day, the public still needs to get to work and still needs to earn a living. And tables still need to be bussed, and burgers still need to be cooked on grills. And people need to get to and from their jobs. People need to get to and from appointments with their doctors and need to be able to live life day to day. And not everybody has 2 cars in their families to do that, right? Many of us live in a part of the community where there's a level of affluence that enables us not to have to worry about public transit. But a lot of the people that we rely on our day-to-day engagement in the local economy don't. And that's why transit is important. And I agree with the earlier comment that short of housing, transit is probably the next big issue. And the big picture of transit includes things like roads, of course, but also public transit in terms of being able to get somewhere without having to have a car handy, especially in families that don't have multiple cars, that don't own multiple cars. That's not necessarily a reasonable thing. So I would like to see us move forward with the option of rolling forward the specific action I'm suggesting is that we roll forward the allocation of the share of money that we allocated but did not spend because the county didn't put in their funding into next year, and then proceed for allocating similarly on a contingency basis our share of the $380,000 initial operating fund. We allocate the funds contingent on funding and put the ball back in the county's court, bearing in mind a couple of things. One, the county has also chosen so far not to step up either. I don't want to beat around this, right? Like David, that was your point, is like they agreed to engage in this thing and then turned around and said, oh, never mind, we're not funding it. But of course, between those 2 points was an election. And that's a large part of the why. And between those 2 points, the county decided they were broke, which I don't think is a reasonable interpretation of events, but that seems to be what they've decided. So, there'll be another election, another round of events coming up, right? I think the sensible thing to do is to move forward and keep the ball in their court and take those reasonable actions that we can, along with as de minimis costs as reasonable for keeping the JPA kind of in a ready state, so that when the county comes around and can put in some operating funding, the JPA is still there and ready to go. Backtracking, I think, would be an undoing of a lot of valuable work that's been done.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. My thoughts are that we need to continue forward. I don't want to dissolve the JPA. I think one is we've went to all of through the process, and I think eventually we will get to the point where we can have positive change because of it, which we have already had. I am concerned that the county is not participating. However, the county still gets a vote on the JPA. As much as we all appreciate and admire Ms. Lane's thoughts on this, we know that she supports it 100%. She just is one of 5. I would be in favor generally of moving forward with the JPA, but slow rolling it a little bit and relying, maybe what we put into it is the bare minimum, no RFP, but enough to cover Ms. Roveroods and the outside legal counsel, and then trying to work through that working group that Mr. Marino talked about multiple times with Ms. Roverwood's participation to get the things changed that we want to get changed. And so that's where I'm at. I don't think we need to stop. I think we need to maybe reevaluate a little bit because of the county's lack of participation.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you there. And so I think, and maybe I can turn this into a motion in a minute, but so basically if we took the we already committed the 100, but if we brought that up to the 150, and then that would cover outside counsel, reimburse the city for some of Hillary's time, and possibly allow us to meet, even if it was like quarterly, because I think there are some things that we can continue to work on if we want to become the recipients of the TDA funds, the agreements that, hey, we will look at giving this back until at which time we decide to either be operators or an RFP or whatever that is. That commitment would probably need to be made at the TRPA level for them to consider us as recipients. There's a lot of moving parts for those things to happen that I think can take place without the 365 or the 358, whatever that number was that we were talking about. So just commit this 150 that allows us, and then what would happen is the JPA comes back to then determine a budget that would possibly come back to this board at a later time. But I think that 150, and correct me from staff if I'm wrong, but I think that would kind of get us from what you're talking about, get us across the line. I know that may be unanswerable, right? All the way accurate, but
I think if the council's direction is to appropriate $150,000 to set up a skeleton structure of the JPA to meet as minimum as possible, to allow Ms. Lane to speak as a El Dorado County representative at the JPA, I think that would cover the cost of Ms. Roverud and allow some momentum to go forward, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Well, originally, I think on this conversation, I said I thought that we should approve funding that has been suggested and carry that into the budget with the condition that El Dorado County ultimately pay their share. Also, I think so that's where I felt like we started, was with that conversation of moving it forward, not disbanding the agency was one of your options. And that a lot of the cost that's associated with that is internal. It's already budgeted. It's already costs that we have. And we have a lot of qualified staff, and we don't need new staff every time we have new things to do. People, you take on more responsibilities because that's what you're paid for. It's my experience. Also, I'd like to see, while we're proceeding to sue the federal government and consume time on litigation, I'd rather see in-house counsel handle the JPA, which is already a fixed cost, rather than have paying for outside counsel who I have no clue who they are, and I don't know that I have confidence or don't or do. So now let's knock that down. So the other thing is, I've been on the council 9 months, and we've talked about LTF funding. I think it's our funding, it's our money. We have to do more than just hope and peace. This isn't NATO that, you promise you're going to pay 5%, but you don't. I think we have to take steps, positive steps, to ensure that we get our funding. Some of those were suggested. I want to see us continue cooperating with TTD. I think they're, with the new leadership and the chair's comments too, I think we have a real opportunity. I like Dwayne's, Mr. Wallace's comments about looking at the private side of providing service, not making this another government bureaucratic operated operation. That I think there's a lot of efficiencies. We're supporting local businesses. We're creating private sector. So my motion would be that we approve the funding in the budget, that we approve moving the money into the operational budget that'll come up in a moment at the current levels, with the condition that EDC do their part. And that would be the motion. And I think that achieves what y'all wanted to do. And then we keep the momentum going while we look at other options and we explore other things.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
That was a long motion.
No. The motion was simply this, that we approve the currently allocated funding, that we place that in the budget to be considered the currently allocated funding, with the condition that EDC cooperate.
We can ask for some clarity. So there's no money allocated currently. The estimate for the new fiscal year for JP operations is $385,000. The 150, the city never appropriated it.
That
We
is, okay, for clarity, I'm not talking about $385,000. I'm talking about the 150 that was discussed previously, to carrying that forward. That's what I was.
Thank you for that clarity. I needed that clarity because, any questions there, Olga, on that?
I do have questions, council members. JPA needs to approve the budget. So without JPA approving the budget, the JPA technically cannot accept city contributions. Even though the council members from the city side made those contributions, JPA, in order to spend those funds, they need to approve the budgets. We're close to the new fiscal year. The previous resolution, unfortunately, based on the previous resolution, we cannot make this allocation because it was conditioned on on El Dorado County approving their portion. So we will need the new resolution.
Well, for clarity, what I suggested was to put it in our budget as an expenditure. If they choose to take it or not take it, that's their decision, but we'll put it in the budget, and if, with the conditions that the council sets, and then they can choose to decide whether they want to use it or not, which, if they didn't, I would think they would be rather foolish, but I'm sure they're not foolish.
This is helpful conversation for me, and I think, Olga, and for clarity, what I'm hearing is the motion that's being formulated here is dedicate $150,000 for the JPA purposes as part of this item, contingent on El Dorado County's participation. The secondary component of that will be that we need to, at our next agenda item, appropriate that 150, but it'll be tied to this item that it's contingent on El Dorado County's participation.
Sure. So
that's what I'm hearing being said, and I think that we could address that with the next item. And you are addressing that here. But that's what.
So for process here, Mr. Jenkins has made a motion. It's been clarified. Is there a second?
So I can't second it, but I'll explain why. And I'm very close to only reason why I agree with everything else, but making it contingent on El Dorado County is exactly where we are now. We know they're not going to move. We know that, so if we add that in the motion, it's basically to the same exact place that we are right now. And so that's the only part the reason I wouldn't second. And I agree with 100%, let's make the 150. We have to wait for the JPA to meet again to actually have that money move over, because the new agreement needs to be basically passed by the JPA board. But we allocate the 150. That's the only part, and I totally agree with you that we should try to do something to put put them on their toes to make them pay it. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't want to make this item contingent on El Dorado County, because then it just sits there till they make a move. That's my only disagreement.
On the question or the hopefully getting a second to the motion, I'm in favor of amending the motion, as you say, with a proviso that before we actually spend money, that we have a review of whether El Dorado County has decided to put money up. That is, so we put money in with no, but before we actually spend $1, that we have a conversation, we as the elected people of this city, and y'all, all of you, our folks, that we have a conversation as to where we are. And maybe, as you say, Mayor Pro Tem, that showing that we're acting in good faith maybe will encourage them and support our supervisor's request to get funding, their share. So
I'm in support of that, as long as it's not contingent. You get what I'm saying? As long as it's a conversation, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so is that a second?
Sure, that's a second.
So
As
we have
long
a
as he's
motion
amended
and a
his-
second.
as long as he's amended
With the
it.
amended
Right.
motion, taking out the word contingent and just having it brought back to us if they say no. Is that how I heard that?
Yes, with subsection A, that before we spend, but that's part of our budget conversation that we'll have later. Thank you. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Can you just repeat the motion again, just to be clear,
Do
please?
you want me to do it or Mr. Jenkins to do it?
I don't care.
Okay, so the way I heard it is that we would appropriate in our next budget discussion, 150,000. It would be, we will send that to the county saying that we want them to participate. If they choose not to, it'll come back to us one more time before we spend $1, so that we can decide what we want to do, if we're going to move forward with or without the county. Did I catch
But
that
I
correctly?
didn't think that it would come back to council. I thought it
That's
was
the way
just
I heard
staff
it.
to have a discussion, right, to get them motivated. I don't know, we're already allocating and deciding we want the JPA to move forward, so I just don't know why we would bring it back to council. We basically are making we're making that decision right now, that the JPA is moving forward. We're gonna put the 150, regardless if the county puts up $1, we're still moving forward with the JPA, so why would we want it to come back, is my only question.
Well, we may be able to achieve, Madam Mayor, we may be able to achieve the objective by moving the money forward in the budget, as the Mayor Pro Tem said. However, when we come to the budget, we're going to have a conversation about spending funds and how we spend funds and when we spend funds. So maybe the motion that the Mayor Pro Tem said, unencumbered, that motion, it's simply placing it in the budget, and then when we get to the budget, we can have a conversation about the conversation about spending. If that makes any sense, Mr. Roberts. So we would move forward with putting the money in the budget, period. And that would be our next step at our next item. And then we'll have a discussion in the budget about those items that are in the budget and what conditions we might put on that one or any other budget item.
Okay, so we have a
Two
motion
separate.
and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion and the second?
That's my only question is, so we're saying though that if El Dorado County doesn't put up $1, we want this item to come back to council after that? Because I just don't know why.
No, it'll be part of our discussion in the budget. This would just be a clean
So
motion.
the only thing I would say on clarification of the motion is just that I don't think we want this JPA discussion. We've kind of, I think, all decided we want the JPA to continue. So I'm just looking to help our agenda planning calendar. If we don't need it to come back to the full council, let's not bring it back, kind of thing.
It would be part of our next discussion on the budget when we get to, which is today. So
If I may, sorry. I echo the mayor's comments from earlier that this has been, in my 6 years here, the healthiest conversation we've had in this council chamber on transit. Dead serious. We have a participant that's active, the leader at TTD that wants to come and talk.
And making positive changes.
I do not think this is the last time that the city council or me and Hillary will bring a staff report to talk about our transit. There's been items that I've already highlighted that I want to dive into with Mr. Marino. Fuel purchasing agreements, lease agreements. How do we use SB 125 monies? What other funding opportunities are there out in the horizon that maybe the city council should have a voice in, if those exist? You know, for years, there's been conversations about transit improvement districts. I'm not proposing that, but it's a tool out there. All I'm saying is, I don't think this is the last time we're going to come here. So I think the motion to say that the budget's going to include 150 is clean. And I think when we talk about the budget, I understand that we're not going to just go hog wire and spend the 150,000. We need to make sure the counties hears what's going on, what we're doing, our commitment to transit, and we will be coming back to the council for a discussion on many things, I believe.
Just one last thing, Madam Mayor. No, I'm sorry, the motion. I think it's really important that in this regard, and I thought you articulated and the mayor, and y'all did it clarity, it's clarity. But I think we need to do what we can to help our supervisor, if she's supportive, to get the funding she needs in whatever interactions we have to have with other county board members and other staff.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, oh, you withdrew your name. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Even I am a
understand the
little
motion. The motion
confused
is
now
to
about what the thing is.
The motion, if I heard it, is to appropriate to say we're going to commit 150,000 in the budget.
Okay, is that okay with you, Mr. Jenkins, since it was your motion? Okay. With that, and no codicils now attached to it, let's vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Another easy vote.
Well, okay, good. We're going to go into our budget in just a few moments, but we're going to take about a 15-minute break. So we'll come back at 11:25. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order, and we are starting off with item number 3, fiscal year 2025-2026 recommended budget. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, this is our annual budget workshop. We will be prepared to describe what is proposed in the budget, what our forecasted revenues are, what our forecasted expenditures are, how we are aligning the monies with the city council's adopted priorities, as well as the opportunity to answer any question that the city council has regarding the items in the budget. I'm going to tee this off and then turn it over to our finance director. Later in the presentation, each of our department heads will provide an overview of the highlights of their operational budget proposals, their capital budget proposals, and that'll also be another opportunity for the city council to answer some questions, ask questions and get answers. Keep everybody awake. But highlights for the fiscal year 2025-26 budget is an all-funds budget of $246.7 million, including the primary general fund budget of $67.3 million. Measure S, the 1%, 1 cent sales tax, is a general fund budget of $7.9 million. The general fund has decreased by $2.6 million from last year's budget due to one-time expenses that were spent last year for capital projects. For fiscal year 26, we are utilizing other financing sources and other general fund revenues and forecasting a $5 million higher than the current fiscal year. We have a balanced budget. We are not using any of our 25% general fund set-aside reserve, and the conservatively projected fund balance at the end of September 30th, 2025 is about $1.5 million. The options for council, after we get through the entire scenario that I just highlighted, include passing a resolution to approve the municipal operating and capital improvement budget, as well as passing a resolution approving the 2025-26 allocation permitted positions table. Or council can direct us to make desired changes, at which time those items could come back to council September 9th if we need to, and if the council's desire is to do so. So I'll just highlight one thing. Olga and I would view that question in the way of how substantial is a change, and does it need to come back for another discussion or not? So for instance, the last agenda item where we just talked about council giving $150,000, we feel that that can be made in this budget, and council could move forward today based on making modifications to the resolution that is attached to the agenda item. So we can walk through all that. There's nobody trying to rush any of us. Obviously, the public is all in here clamoring to tell us how to spend our money. But I can assure you this has been a 6-month in preparation process. We started out 6 months ago with me requesting all of the department heads cut up to 10% of their last year's operating budgets. We identified a lot of savings there. There are a couple departments that have probably seen a greater increase in expenditures in the proposed budget, and that includes our Public Works Department as well as our Parks and Recreation Department. But we'll talk about those when the department budgets come about. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tikomirova.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Irvin, for this introduction for our budget workshop. Good morning again, Mayor Wallace, council members. For the record, Olga Tikhomirova, Director of Finance. And thank you for having us. Today we'll be presenting to you the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 municipal budget for your review and discussion. This workshop provides an overview of city finances, highlights highlights our strategic investments and demonstrates how this budget reflects the priorities established by the City Council during the 2025 Strategic Planning Retreat. The recommended budget is balanced, fiscally responsible, and positions the city to continue delivering essential services while making key investments in infrastructure, staffing, and long-term stability. The foundation of this budget is the City Council's adopted 2025-2030 strategic priorities. The fiscal year 2026 budget allocates resources toward each of these priorities, ensuring that our financial plan supports both near-term needs and long-term community goals. And more information about funding for these priorities was in the staff report in a separate section. The budget development process began in April 2025 with departmental submissions and followed by several phases and steps of internal reviews. Today, we're holding this formal budget workshop. One of the documents, as Mr. Irvin mentioned on the agenda, is the resolution to adopt fiscal year 2026 municipal operating and capital improvement budget. If council so desires, the budget can be adopted today if no significant revisions are requested. If significant revisions are requested, the budget will return to council on September 9th, 2025 for adoption. The city's budget is the financial plan for the year, covering the fiscal year from October 1st through September 30th. Under California state law and the city's own budget policies, expenditures cannot exceed revenues, and unassigned fund balance in the general fund may only be used for one-time costs. This approach ensures that ongoing revenues fund ongoing operations, preserving fiscal discipline. The budget process also incorporates a 5-year financial forecast, which was updated through fiscal year 2031. These forecasts allow us to anticipate future needs and maintain long-term sustainability. In short, the proposed budget matches resources with expenses, maintains reserves, and focuses on delivering the core services most important to our community. To better understand the city's financial structure, it's important to know the fund types that we use. The general fund acts as the city's main checking account, supporting most core services and day-to-day operations. Special revenue funds are restricted by statute or funding source and must be spent on designated purposes, such as Measure P, transit occupancy tax, or grants. Debt service funds are used exclusively to meet the city's legal obligations, such as bonds and loan repayments. Capital project funds serve as the city's construction accounts used to finance major infrastructure improvements. Proprietary funds include enterprise funds that operate like business, which are parking garage and airport, and internal service funds, which reimburse shared services across departments. And finally, fiduciary funds are held in trust, where the city serves as a custodian of funds for others. This fund structure ensures that every dollar is accounted for and spent appropriately. The fiscal year 2026 budget reflects both discipline and strategic investment. Approximately 66% of the general fund is dedicated to personnel costs, reflecting the city's greatest asset, its workforce. The budget assumes a prepayment of the city's unfunded accrued liability, generating $306,000 in gross savings or $132,000 in net savings, net of interest. The city's total pension cost is projected at $11.5 million, and new actuarial reports require a mid-year increase of $251,000. Health plan rates are budgeted with a 20% increase. This budget allocates $500,000 for deferred maintenance. This is the highest amount in the last decade. It also funds expanded snow removal operations and in-house street repairs. It allocates $3.5 million for road rehabilitation using local revenue sources, and supports other critical infrastructure through a combination of general fund, Measure S, grants, and other sources. It also requests 5 new full-time equivalent positions, offset by elimination of 1.5 FTEs. Finally, the budget maintains the city's 25% operating reserve, which equals to $16.3 million for fiscal year 2026. These highlights reflect both cautious optimism and a commitment to long-term stability. Yes.
Can you just make sure you're speaking in the mic a little? Sure. Oh, sorry.
Pot, meat, and kettle.
Just a little bit. Thank you.
This chart shows the city's total proposed budget across all funds. Total recommended appropriations, excluding transfers, between funds of approximately $49 million amount to $198 million. These expenditure appropriations are supported by $135 million in total revenues, excluding transfers. The $62 million deficit is due to CIP projects crossing multiple years and use of revenues received in prior years, such as bond proceeds. This graph helps us tell the city's budget story in a clear and visual way. It explains how resources are distributed across operations, capital projects, and debt obligations, so that our residents can easily understand where their tax dollars are being spent.
Are we doing questions in line, or are we doing questions at the end?
What would you prefer, Ms. Tikhonova?
You feel free to interrupt anytime. I can answer questions.
I have a question about debt service. Super exciting, I know. Would that be better later, or is that fine now? Just because it's up and I'm looking at it, but I wasn't sure if you had a section on debt service coming up in your talk.
There is a separate line item further down in the general fund. There is a transfer out to debt service of, I believe, approximately $3.4 million. Or you can ask a question now.
I'm curious about the distribution of interest rates on our debt service, on what we're paying on interest on our various, both the distribution and like the overall averaged interest rate, I guess.
Average interest rate, I don't have it off the top of my head, but our bond counsel, our debt team constantly reviews our interest rates on our outstanding bonds, and we constantly discuss whether the refunding makes sense. So in the last 2 years, no refunding have been making any sense. First of all, there is a cost to refunding, and the savings realized, they were not significant, and it requires a lot of work. So interest rates are high at the moment. Our highest rate, I believe it could be approximately 5% coupon rate. So in the last several years, it just did not make any sense to make any refunds.
But I guess the question is, like, our highest interest rate on our highest outstanding debt elements might be 5%, but how much debt is that at each interest, right? Because if it's a small amount of principal, then that's not a big deal. You could have a larger amount at a lower interest rate, in which case our overall mix, our weighted, correct. I said that's what I was going for. What is our weighted average interest rate?
I do not have this information, unfortunately, at the moment. I can pull this information and send it to you by email. However, I just also want to mention that each bond is due for refunding at a certain time. Not all bonds are eligible to be refunded at any time.
Sure.
They're eligible to be refunded only after 10 years.
Yeah, because the investors in the bonds want a guaranteed return. That's why a bond and not a literal credit card. But I think it would be good for, and unless I've missed it, which is entirely possible,
I was looking in the report for like a report on the debt interest rates and like a weighted amount of how much each interest rate we have. I didn't see that. Is that in here and I've missed it, or do we just not have that
not
data?
in this presentation.
Would anyone else be interested in knowing that? I'm happy if you want to just send it to me if no one else is interested. It doesn't
It might be in the CAFR, right? The CAFR shows some of that?
CAFR has information on the interest rate for each issuance, correct?
Okay.
And outstanding debt amount, that is correct. Thank you, Mr.
We will make sure that we send that to the city council.
It's just because it's a major total expense aspect of ours, and I think much the way we break down the expenditures in the other departments, this is it's a way of thinking about how we break down the expenditures of our debt payments, which is a similar concept to like, yeah, we're not paying for this thing and this staff, but it's this much interest for this thing that we're repaying, this much interest, so we can know where that debt components are going.
Yeah, and when you do borrowing at the current rates, which are extremely high, you're paying interest at a much higher rate than,
Yes.
say, you would have 5 or 6 years ago.
This was a central major concern I had at the time when we approved the debt for the rec center. The interest rates were significantly higher than when the vote for funding the rec center took place, for the old measure P, thank you. I was about to say the old measure T, but there's 2 T's and a P. And that's how, no, there's 2 T's.
P's and
There's
two
2
P's.
2 P's, 2 T's. It's the same with the alphabet.
It's all of them.
Yeah. Just
Lots of S's too.
It's alphabet soup. But the interest rate at the time when we put out the debt for the rec center was very, very high, and it would be good probably not in a chart like this because it's too much, but in the report to say, this is where each slice of the debt is going and at what interest rate for it. It'd be good to have that data broken down.
I can provide it.
That's all I had.
I think it raises the.
And clearly we know.
I think it
this is not
raises-
like we have to go rummage too far for that
I
information.
think it raises the prospect that on debt that we have, that if there is a more favorable interest rate in the future, that then refinancing becomes a viable option. I think that's what kind of it becomes and then it reduces the amount that we have to pay, and we have more available for the recreation center operations, which means then the general fund is relieved a little bit of that responsibility.
Yes, but as Olga was saying, part of the problem is that a lot of these financing are done through bonds. They're not mortgages. They're not like consumer. It's not like consumer debt where refinancing is easy because the investors in public bond debt want a guaranteed return. So if you repay the bond, first of all, they're not all eligible to be repaid early at all. The ones that are generally come with prepayment penalties. So the new interest rates have to be lower than the penalties associated with repaying, if that's allowed at blah, blah. It's not just like interest rates are down, let's refinance everything. The feds can kind of do that, we kind of can't.
For the bonds, it's usually 10 years, the earliest where we can refinance.
And you're telling us what you said just a few moments ago, that we have a team that keeps track of all of that.
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
We
Thank you.
constantly
But
review,
yeah,
they
just-
send us
just
reports
breaking out the debt
periodically.
into the major items of what it's paying for and the interest rate, how much it is, what it is for, and the interest rate that it's at for different line items, and having a breakout, much like we do with the police and fire and and parks and rec and all the other departments. We budget and it's this much for this improvement and this much for staff and this much for printer cartridges and so on.
You said that you would send that to us?
Yes,
Mr.
and
Irvin?
it is
Perfect.
also available on our website, our annual comprehensive financial report. I believe it's Note 7, debt service. So it has a list of all outstanding debt, principal amounts. It does not include interest payments, but principal amounts are included, including the payoff date or the last bond payoff date and the interest rates. What it does not include is the interest
It's on a
cost.
chip and we'll upload it to your brain.
It'll get in line of the things to upload then.
Okay.
I
Thank
can
you.
provide more
Thank you.
information. The largest revenue category citywide is grants, followed by transit occupancy tax, sales tax, and property tax. The grant category crosses multiple years and includes current outstanding grant amounts that will be reimbursed over 1, 2, or more years. The largest expense category is building and equipment capital improvement projects, which represents the construction of the recreation center. The next largest expense category is streets and bike trail capital improvements at $22 million. This total is split into approximately $10 million for streets and $12 million for bike trail CIP projects. Before I move on, I would be happy to answer any additional questions about the graph. And otherwise, I'll continue.
Thank you.
This table analyzes the historical data and the proposed budget by fund type, showing how resources are distributed across governmental funds, enterprise, and special revenue funds. It includes actuals for fiscal year 2024, the total budget for the current year 2025, and the recommended revenue and appropriations for fiscal year 2026 citywide. On the far right column, you can see the projected increase to or use of the fund balance for each fund type. The general fund remains the city's primary funding source for day-to-day operations, while semi-restricted Measure S, sales tax fund, supports major capital projects and public safety staffing. The general fund included on the first line is balanced, meaning that expenditures equal revenues. The Measure S sales tax fund included on the same line shows $548,000 unallocated and available for appropriations during the year. For special revenue funds, the use of $14.5 million is attributed to the Measure P transit occupancy tax fund revenues, which will be transferred to the Recreation Center construction project once the bonds proceeds are fully spent. For enterprise funds, the increase of $979,000 comes from operating surpluses across all enterprise funds, with the largest surplus at the parking garage. The parking garage surplus will be used for additional improvements at that facility. For debt service fund, the use of $10.2 million represents a planned transfer of bond proceeds to the Recreation Center construction. And finally, the capital improvement program almost always shows the use of fund balance because projects extend across multiple fiscal years. The revenue and expenditure shown here include estimated carry forward as of June 30th, 2025, with a portion of remaining cost funded previously, such as the Recreation Center project, appearing as a use of fund balance in fiscal year 2026. The following two slides represent the composition of revenues and expenditures in fiscal year 2026 budget by fund type, shown in the chart format. The pie chart on this slide shows revenues and other financing sources across all funds. The capital improvement program represents the largest share again this year. Most of this reflects the carry forward amounts, as I just mentioned, and they have been approved but not received and transferred. For example, proceeds from the debt service fund. The general fund, including Measure S, is the second largest revenue generating fund type with 32% citywide. Excuse me, 41% citywide. Within special revenue funds, some of the largest include snow removal, street maintenance, Measure P recreation, cannabis program, and improvement district. As you know, the largest of these districts is South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District, with the annual revenue totaling over $3 million. The city collects TID fee from hotels on behalf of the district according to the agreement, and collected funds are passed over to TID, less 1% administrative fee. Snow removal fund within special revenue funds is funded approximately by 50% by the state on a reimbursement basis, with the remaining costs split equally between the primary general fund and Measure S sales tax fund. Snow removal equipment purchases are also reimbursed 50% by the state. However, those reimbursements are spread over roughly over 10 years to match the equipment's depreciation schedule. The Street Maintenance or Gas Tax Fund, also known as HUTA, is funded only by 27% by state gas tax in fiscal year 2026. The remaining 74% is covered by the General Fund and Measure S Sales Tax Fund. These contributions have grown significantly over the past 2 years due to the city's expanded in-house road maintenance program. Internal service funds account for programs such as health insurance and workers' compensation. Trust and agency funds include redevelopment obligation retirement funds such as Successor Agency and 2001 Park Avenue Community Facilities District.
Question?
Yes, please.
It's okay, just.
I'm still in training.
That's okay.
The health insurance, are there not major increases with CalPERS or with health insurance this year? Isn't it about a 20% or something?
Our health insurance is not through CalPERS, it's through a different entity.
Yeah.
And we just received the rates, and it would be mostly absorbed by the city. There are projected to be no increase to the employees for the health insurance cost.
No, but I mean, in terms of the cost to the city, for people who have to provide private insurance in the community, I know we're focused on the city, but isn't there a rather large increase this year in health?
There is or there is not.
I think the question is, are we seeing healthcare cost for all users of healthcare increasing? And the answer is the city is not alone. Private sector's feeling the same burden.
You framed it better than I did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Expense allocation between funds closely match those revenue distributions as we seen on the previous slide. This table shows the city's primary general fund over a 3-year period. Fiscal year 2026 projections, as Mr. Irvin mentioned earlier, exceed both fiscal year 2025 budget levels and fiscal year 2024 actuals. The general fund is the city's primary operating fund. As we just mentioned previously, it accounts for all resources, inflows and outflows not associated with special revenue, with any special purpose funds. Any revenues such as general taxes that have no restrictions are handled in the primary operating fund of the city. General fund pays for core administrative and operations services. All police, fire, and streets and snow removal operations are paid for by the general fund. For fiscal year 2026, general fund revenues and transfers in are projected at $67.3 million, which is $5 million higher than the fiscal year 2025 budget and $4.9 million above fiscal year 2024 actuals. The growth reflects strong performance in the city's top 3 revenue categories, along with other increases such as vehicle license fees, police revenues, franchise fees, business license and professions tax, and parks and recreation fees. The 3 largest revenue sources, property tax, city's transit occupancy tax, and sales tax, together account for more than half of the city's general fund revenue. Property tax is projected at $12.3 million, city's transit occupancy tax at $11.8 million, and sales tax, including Measure Q, at $11.9 million. Transit occupancy tax, excluding the project area TOT, is projected at $1 million increase over fiscal year 2025 budget. This growth is partially reflects the reinstatement of vacation home rentals beginning July 2025. The anticipated opening of the new recreation center in 2026 will also contribute to revenue growth and is reflected in the revenue category on the last line item, other revenue. This category also includes, for a total of 10.9 million, it includes 3.9 million in public safety revenue, including 840,000 in 911 fees, 1.1 million in parking and code citation fines, and 836,000 from the fire department's SNP limo grant. It also includes 1.5 million in building and planning fees, 2 million in interest revenue, 1.7 million in parks and recreation fees. The remainder comes from engineering fees, real property transfer tax, Melrose tax, reimbursements, internal service charges, miscellaneous items such as home property tax relief, and state mandated cost reimbursements.
Question, the TOT revenue 23.4 and 24.5, and then into 25.6, you're showing year-on-year increase in TOTs in both categories, both the city and the project area. The 23.4, that's actual data. 24.5 is the amended budget. That's what's anticipated for this year. We're a good chunk of the way through this year, but not all the way through it. So far, how have the expected revenues in the budget matched with the actuals for those categories?
We're seeing increases in the actuals in the TOT revenue. We project approximately, if things go the same as they did last year for the remainder of the year, we project approximately 500 to 800,000 over the budgeted amount.
And the budget amount was already 100,000 above the year before, or in the one category.
It is
and-
100,000 above the actuals. However, we budgeted flat because at the beginning of the year, we saw decreases in TOT. And last year TOT was lower than the year before. So we were on a cautious side, and we did not make any budget amendments in March during mid-year because there was no basis at that time.
So the 24.5 amended budget was projecting flat with a very slight gain over the preceding year, right? Because you've got actuals in the preceding year of 10.6 and 7.5, and then projected of 10.8 and 7.6. So slight increases, but not by much over the previous year. You're saying that we stand a good shot at this point of being closing on a nearly $1 million over the projected amount. And then next year, we're projecting an increase of a solid $1 million over the projected amount for this year.
Portion of it partially is due to measure VHRs. So we will be bringing back at mid-year those VHR TOT projections. At this time, the opening of the permits have been slow. We don't have a basis yet to increase VHR TOT to the full extent.
So I had problems with the original expectation of significant revenue loss during Measure T. There was a projection of a total net reduction of something like 3 million. Now that's one of those things where when that failed to materialize and TOT revenues were level or flat, right, and then proceeded to continue to grow slightly as per normal. There was no major drop off. There was no sudden drop off in TOT levels. That was a windfall over expected losses. I'm more concerned now that you're projecting increases over current TOT levels by the return of VHRs, which seems equally flawed but more problematic because we'd actually be making budgeting decisions based on revenue that might not materialize rather than withholding spending on the expectation of a revenue loss, and then when that revenue doesn't lose, we do have the money. So this is a more dangerous thing to go in the other direction here, given the fact that we have real evidence from the last time that the VHRs shifted tourist patterns much more so than it did increase or net decrease tourist patterns in terms of TOT revenue. How much of the 25.6 proposed budget is based on an assumption of net real increase in TOT rather than a shift in TOT allocation from, say, the project area, the tourist core, into the residential areas, which would actually be a decrease potentially, because you're going from a 12% tax rate to an 11 to a 10% tax rate. Although maybe it's, you have to account for the fact that VHRs may be more expensive, although maybe not, because hotels have become quite expensive anyway. So could you address the revenue projections and how those were made for VHRs?
Yes. Mr. Robbins, I respectfully disagree with you about loss of TOT revenue from the loss of VHRs. We have seen the loss in room nights since
That's not revenue.
VHR.
That's not revenue. But I've had this conversation. We've had the chamber folks come up over and over again and say that we should look at the loss in revenue in nights, but that's not revenue. That's not tax revenue, and that's also not business revenue.
So I agree with Ms. Tikamarova because the average daily rate grew,
which is revenue,
significantly because of COVID, and COVID had a positive impact to our bottom line because of the average daily rate going up. So I actually agree 100% with Ms. Tikamarova. And so it's all in how you look at it, Mr. Robbins.
Well, the numbers that we have, right, are that we did not have a substantial drop. We certainly did not have a $3 million drop.
We didn't because of the ADR being significantly impacted by COVID.
Okay. But the ADRs are also still high.
No, they're coming down.
To pre-COVID levels?
Maybe not to
No.
pre-COVID levels.
I'm not clear that we're going to have a net increase in either visitor numbers, or particularly then, to your point, if we have an increase in functional room nights, because we now have more rooms available through VHRs, whether or not we call them hotel rooms or not, that's what they are, right? Then you have more competition chasing the same number of tourists, which could lead to a reduction in room rates. Remember, what's relevant here is not the visitor nights, it's the revenue.
Correct.
So how much of, my question is this, how much of the 25.6 proposed budget increases in TOT city and TOT project area revenue is projected from a net increase in VHRs as a result of the return of VHRs into the community? How many dollars is that?
Approximately $700,000.
Okay, and that's
This is a very conservative amount. As you heard previously, many public members have made a comment that the city's TOT might increase by $5 million. We're not projecting that. We're hoping for a return of approximately $2 million. But then again, as I mentioned, the VHR permits opening has been slow, and we're projecting at this time very conservative $700,000 return, and we will be reevaluating close to mid-year.
And how much, if any, are you projecting in revenue, TOT revenue loss from hotels, right, in the city and project area as a result of?
If I may, really quick, I think
Thank you.
part of that question, Councilmember Robbins, that we discussed that when we were in the marathon of meetings to discuss the VHR ordinances. And the data showed that the South Shore lost out on VHR short-term rental room nights, whereas the North Shore skyrocketed. So that market amenity product, if you will, of VHRs is still desirable, but people went to the North Shore. But we still saw
Again,
the
you're
visitors
talking about
coming.
room nights, not revenue.
But
Those are
they
those are
relate.
different things.
But I think you're
Indirectly.
trying to ask us if what absorption rate is the hotel going to lose? Nightly rental rate or nightly bookings are hotels going to lose because VHRs? I think our conservative estimate of 700,000 is very conservative, and I think that, as Ms. Tikamarova said, we're going to monitor this closely over the next few months, and we can come back at mid-year and likely be adjusting that revenue forecast up.
So my question is if Mr. Robbins is correct, which I agree with you that maybe that is not the case, but if he is, we have an opportunity to rectify it at mid-year in March.
That is
So
correct.
we're okay being conservative now and then monitoring it.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
We
you.
prepare, we monitor and play these scenarios of the projections every month. So we prepare those projections, we monitor, and we're ready to address it as soon as we see otherwise.
And I do recognize the difference of the room night rentals and ADR increases. I totally get that, and I think we want to make sure that we have enough product to support, our businesses, the revenues they need to support their growth and their operations. I just don't think we're seeing that decrease to the level that maybe you're thinking it might be in our forecast.
My concern is that you're projecting net growth when we did not see net loss. I do concede the point, because it's not incorrect, that COVID is a confounding variable. It both happened around the same time. Both irrationally drew huge numbers of tourists during an era when they said stop traveling, and the opposite happened. This is its own conversation that has been had, but I'm concerned that we're now seeing as we didn't see a significant net decrease, and that decrease didn't materialize even after COVID, right? The TOT revenue post-COVID and into the post-COVID recovery period didn't then slump back after COVID receded. It stayed level. So we've had relatively consistent TOT revenue since Measure T went into effect, not when it was voted on, but when it went into effect, both during COVID and after COVID abated in the following years. We had a surge during COVID, but it didn't drop off to something, millions of dollars less than what it was. And now we're saying VHRs are coming back, so that's going to be a net $1 million or $700,000 increase. But with no corresponding estimated reduction in revenue from the hotels.
The hotel revenues are also budgeted relatively conservatively. We're not projecting much increases in that line item. Okay. And I agree with you, Mr. Robbins, we have a very volatile revenue sources, almost all three of them. And they comprise over 50%, over half of our general fund budget.
I mean, this goes to, I think, a point Cody had made multiple times on this conversation topic, which is that what Measure T, the data had shown is that Measure T didn't net reduce TOT revenues. It shifted it to the tourist core, which is where we're supposed to have it, because that's the tourist core. And so, now what we're seeing, if we return them, it seems to be more likely that's just going to be a shift back into the residential areas rather than a net increase again.
However,
So we'll see.
Mr. Irvin, didn't you indicate that North Shore had a 275% increase because of the increase in the VHRs moving from South Shore to North Shore?
When I checked on the statistics from the town of Truckee and Placer County and compared them to ours over the last 5 or 6 year window, they had that 200+% growth where we had zero.
Yeah. They also had housing costs that have evicted almost all their residents. So
Could we have some
pros and cons.
conversation rather than a monologue? Can we have conversation among all of us so we all get a chance to talk about this issue?
Yeah, do you have a question or a comment?
I have a comment based on the comments. First, I have a lot of faith in the finance team's conservative budgeting. What is the saving part of it is that it's going to be monitored. Revenue will be monitored, and at mid-year we'll look at the numbers and say, were our projections accurate? Were they low? Were they high? And then the council can make an adjustment based on that mid-year. That's why it's so important that we have a mid-year. A couple other things. I'm no expert in this travel stuff, but I can tell you what I've been told by people I think who know a little bit about it in the community. That first of all, that there was some flat revenue numbers, but hotel rates are extraordinarily high all over, not just here. Second, and the bed nights are down. If you listen to the people who do the tourism, bed nights in our community are down considerably, and there's a real concern about how we are being marketed. Because people who historically have come up here are not coming up here now, in part because of bad publicity that we don't like visitors and we think they're the scourge of the earth, even though our economy'd fall apart without them. I'm not saying anybody here believes that, but that's just what I've heard. Also, the rollout in the VHR is very slow in part because of rules and regulations that we put in place to protect our community and protect the public. So as the rules for VHRs for those people who behave, or we're going to force them to behave, that those numbers should be up, because what VHRs are attempting to do is attract back families who can't afford hotel rooms at 350 or more, 500, depending upon where you go here. So I trust the conservative budgeting with the fact that we're going to be checking it, and that the council, taking in all the concerns one way or the other, that they're going to have an opportunity to adjust the numbers if they need to be adjusted in the mid-year.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, since we're going on the VHR thing, I guess I'll try to address some things. And I just want to say, this is such a difficult issue to talk about because of how much we're fragmented in jurisdictions here in the basin. Because, yes, in the way that as we lost the ability to have VHRs anywhere but the tourist corps, those people that did want that product could still buy in Douglas County, could still buy out in the county. And so it's really hard to look at, for instance, the Truckee or North Shore numbers where there's actually no hotel rooms really, and so the only product is VHRs. To compare that to us is very difficult. And so it's really hard to do your job to make these projections when you're really seeing it's a very difficult thing to kind of look at. So thank you for doing your best, because it's definitely not easy. One of the things I guess I'm a little concerned about, and it looks like, so now that I know that it's 700,000, we're going into this, and if everything works out, it does, but then we've also potentially got an appeal that could fully turn this the other way. And I think we talked about 5 employees, 4 of those I think is for VHRs possibly. What would you see if that were to happen as our loss, or what, because I'm looking at our undesignated funds around 1.4 million. And I guess my mind is thinking I don't want to spend those with this potential appeal coming up if we're going to end up with a loss if this were to get overturned, if you follow what I'm saying. So have we looked at that in case that appeal were to get approved?
We have city attorney and city manager and we have had this conversation about the chances of appeal. I have checked when I prepared my projections and finalized the budget. I checked with the city attorney on the status. At this time, there is Ms. Stroud was not able to confirm whether it's a 50-50 chance, whether it would be overturned or not. At this time, it's a lot of unknown. And because of the rate, how it's unknown, it's impossible at this time to build it into the budget. However, again, I appreciate all your council members' comments and your input. I can assure you that we monitor conditions on a constant basis, and I appreciate your conservative also approach to the budget as well. We will make revisions as soon as we know more about the status of the measure team.
Great, thank you. Yeah, for me, just a comment, I think that's where I'm a little cautious, not to say, I just think we should think about it and potentially keep some money back in undesignated funds in case that happens, so that we don't find ourselves. Yeah.
I just would like to add a little to that comment about the litigation. So the appeal was filed in June. There has been no stay of anything requested by the appellant. It'll take about a year for that appeal to be resolved on the merits, so it'll impact potentially next fiscal year more than this fiscal year, if any.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Mr. Jenkins?
Just one point, and I don't have any insight on the litigation nor my comment on strategies or anything. I'm just going to make a non-legal comment. The ordinance today is different than the ordinance that was litigated in Measure T. It's different because it's been amended, and it's been amended properly because we were allowed to do that. So it's going to be interesting, and how the court's going to treat that, and I trust that they're going to give it the proper consideration it deserves or does not deserve, and I trust our legal team will deal with it appropriately. And but as stated, the mid-year is the chance when we look at our numbers and we say, are we online, or are we under, are we above? And then the council will again be able to engage in this. And I appreciate the conservative approach to finances that you've taken in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I would like to see this be conservative, and I agree with Councilmember Bass in that regard. I think and I would go with half a step further in that. I think the more responsible thing to do here would be to not budget it. We're going to have Duke outs over VHRs and their merits for the economy and for the budget many times going forward. So we'll have a chance to hash that out. But I think in terms of budgeting, right, in terms of whether or not and how much we should count on that funding, I think the prudent thing to do here would be to not count new VHR revenues towards the budget for now. And if we come mid-year and we can actually see what the actuals are, then we can plan them in at that point. Because I'd rather allocate funding when the money's showed up mid-year to do something, to pave more roads, to do more improvement projects, rather than having to cut something if the money doesn't show up. This is a highly volatile source of
Mr.
funding.
Robbins, in order to do enforcement, though, we have to hire the people who are going to enforce, because that's a commitment that we've made, the council's made
That
this
doesn't come
community.
through TOT, that comes from the permit fees.
Well, I know, but they're all sort of akin, if you will, my southern reference, is we need the enforcement, the strict enforcement that I know we're going to have when we have people on board. So we have to budget for those positions, or we're not going to keep our promise that a majority of us made to the
But
community.
we also agreed in that part of that promise was that those enforcements would not come at the expense of general funds.
Right.
It would come at
I agree.
it would come at the cost of the permit fees to cover
I
enforcement.
agree. We'll have to deal with that issue when it comes to
I'm talking
mid-year.
about the general funds revenue for TOT here, not the permit fee expenses that are dedicated for enforcement.
Okay.
So I think my suggestion is that the smart money, the prudent thing is to hold back on the budgeting of those funds until we see what actually shows up.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, not to make a decision against Mr. Robbins' comments there, but if it did come where they were approved to stay, and we did lose all that funding, would that be a large enough amount that would trigger an emergency budget meeting where we would discuss different contingency plans?
We could definitely schedule special meetings at any time. And furthermore, I was thinking about it through this discussion. Every quarter, we provide council with a quarterly financial update. So we'll be having a quarterly financial update to you guys in December. And that'll show the closeout of this fiscal year revenues from TOT and the projected 1.4 that we're having. Maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower, but we'll know that at December as well.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Do you have, I'm comfortable with staying with Ms. Tikamarova's numbers because that's what we pay her to do, is to conservatively estimate the things that we need to know. So I'm comfortable with continuing forward. Okay, so you can please continue.
Thank you, council members. Great. Yes, we went over TOT. If council members have any questions about any other revenue sources, but on the next graph, we can see the comparison of the same revenues. In the graph format, we see that there is a strong performance in all revenue categories, as I just mentioned. Business license taxes have been increasing slightly. Franchise fees, motor vehicle license fees, property tax also show approximately 3 to 4% increase every year. At this point in time, we do not have any reasons to project otherwise. The revenues, even though they have been slow, but they have been showing the stable growth. On the expenditure side, our total expenditures also equal 67.3 million, which is a decrease of 2.6 million from the prior year. This decrease primarily driven by one-time capital transfers and reduced non-departmental costs. However, we're also seeing some targeted increases. Parks and recreation expenditures increased by 1.3 million to support operations of the new recreation center. Fire department expenditures increased by 600,000, reflecting new equipment purchases such as self-contained breathing apparatus, and this is funded from the property Prop 172 safety sales tax. We are also seeing some staffing adjustments and personnel cost increases that affect all departments citywide as described in the staff report. At the same time, we strategically shift costs to alternative funding sources. For example, 650,000 contribution to South Shore Transportation Management Association has been moved from the general fund into the parking garage, consistent with the purpose of that enterprise operation. And this change is reflected in the non-departmental category.
Quickly, while we're on the enterprise, the 650, I believe our total revenue was like 1.7 for the parking garage.
Our total revenue for the next year is increasing to over $2 million, and this is due to installation of the new license plate revenue recognition or revenue collection system at the parking garage. We're projecting additional revenues for that enterprise fund. In order to balance the budget, again, originally we were projecting a large deficit. We assessed all our revenue sources. The economic conditions have significantly changed since January of this year. Just 6 years ago, economists were predicting recessions. They're not, most of them not predicting it anymore. Our actuals have been increasing. However, our preliminary plan was to shift, in order to help us balance the budget, we were planning to shift those expenditures, 650,000 to SSTMA, to the parking garage. We proceeded with that course, with that strategy, to shift those expenditures. That allows us to fund several other capital purchases and programs in the general fund from the freed up 650,000 that we had in the general fund.
Great. Then, so with the 1.35 that's left out of the enterprise, what are we putting that towards? Because did we not finish all of our parking garage upgrades and improvements?
We have partially finished our upgrades and improvements, and Chief Robertson will cover more regarding the projected costs. I believe there is approximately 500,000 in the remaining upgrades that's still left at the parking garage. However, once that parking garage is upgraded, then yes, any surplus we will be able to use for other purposes, basically transportation improvements. And at this time, we have approximately 400,000 left in the parking garage as a surplus. However, this is before the major construction project budgeted. So we're trying to accumulate a little bit of a fund balance and possibly bring it at mid-year or build it into the next year's budget for the last phase of the parking garage upgrades.
So we can probably expect we might have closer to like 1.1. Once the upgrades are paid for, we may have 1.1 that could go towards transit eventually, once we get through our, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Jenkins?
The parking garage, when it was built, and I was here when it was built, it should have been built larger. It wasn't. We were told it couldn't be because it had already been designed. But it should have been a larger structure. However, remember, if we are successful, really, and this is a two-edged sword, if we're successful in getting people out of their cars and taking the bus, as I used to do as a boy in San Francisco, without ever the family owning a car, then revenue theoretically in the parking garage could go down because people will not be driving their cars there. They'll be taking a bus of some form, whether the large LA buses or the mini transits. So, I mean, I just keep that in mind that this is not necessarily a secure revenue source because our success on one side could mean a reduction in revenue on the parking garage side. And the parking garage should still be looked at as a facility, in my view, larger. But that's a whole nother topic.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Please continue, Ms. Camarero.
Thank you. This table shows general fund expenditures by department. The largest share continues to be dedicated to city's core services, police, fire, and public works. These costs appear both in their own departmental category and within transfers out, which consist of snow removal, streets, and debt service, which support projects and equipment financed through bonds and bank loans. Parks and recreation expenditure increase in fiscal year 2026, reflecting the staffing and operational costs associated with the opening of the recreation center. This is the table I was just put in the description, and if council members don't have any questions, we can move on. This table breaks down general fund expenditures by both department and spending category. As in prior years, the largest shares dedicated to public safety, public works, and transfers out. The largest expense category is personnel at 66%. This represents 2% decrease from the prior fiscal year.
Did you say decrease or increase?
Decrease.
Thank you.
2% decrease. We will look at the personnel cost in great detail on the next slide. The line item contractual services accounts for 8% of general fund spending. This category includes items such as animal control services provided by El Dorado County, audit services, IT subscriptions, county's property tax administration fees, SNPLMA grant-funded contract, third-party plan checks, maintenance contracts, outside repairs, janitorial services, and snow removal on sidewalks and parking lots. The category called Other Operating makes up 12% and covers utilities, supplies, travel and training, liability insurance, printing, taxes and fees, postage, and uniforms. This slide once again demonstrates that the primary product of municipal government is to provide functional services to the community: police, fire, capital improvements, parks and recreation, public works, development services, and services that support those functions: human resources, legal, finance, and communications. As we saw on the previous slide, approximately 2/3 of the general fund is dedicated to personnel costs. This includes salaries, benefits, and pension contributions. Over time, the share of salaries and benefits relative to total expenditures has remained fairly stable. The fiscal year 2026 budget incorporates the third year of the classification compensation study, citywide cost of living adjustment of 1.3%, and an anticipated 20% increase in health insurance premiums. Pension contributions, including normal cost and unfunded accrued liability, total $11.5 million. When we look at general fund salaries and benefits by department, police, fire, and public works, the city's core services continue to comprise the majority of these expenditures, 71% of core personnel cost. Total staffing allocated to the general fund is 188.6 full-time equivalents, which is an increase of 11 FTEs from last year. Some of this growth reflects mid-year adjustments made over the last and other adjustments made over the last 12 months. The proposed budget adds 1 recreation supervisor and 2 maintenance technician positions in preparation for the new recreation center opening, as well as an IT technician and an administrative assistant in the finance department. The city has a total of 229 FTEs. Of these, about 40 FTEs are assigned to other programs and funds, such as streets, snow removal, vacation home rental program, housing, and parking garage, and the airport. Some of these programs, either in whole or in part, are also supported by the general fund. These costs are significant. but they represent the city's most important investment, its workforce, the people who provide vital services to our community every day. Any questions?
No.
Thank you. This slide represents a 3-year history of actual and budgeted transfers out to other funds for the last 2 years, plus the proposed 2026 budget year. Transfer of resources between the general fund and the city's 6 other fund types occurs frequently and routinely to ensure that legal and operational requirements of all funds are met on a daily basis. For fiscal year 2026, general fund transfers out total $7.9 million, which is $3.5 million less than in the prior year. This decrease reflects one-time capital transfers that were included in fiscal year 2025 but not repeated in 2026. Those transfers used undesignated excess reserve from the previous year. The primary recipient of the proposed budget is the city's debt service fund. Funds will be used to pay the outstanding debt obligations, including 2016 revenue bonds used in the construction of the Heavenly Village, 2014 pension obligation bonds, 2012 certificates of participation, and 2014 Harrison Avenue lease bonds, both of which financed road improvements. Other transfers support street maintenance, snow removal, housing, stormwater management, and long-term capital replacement fund to sustain operations in those programs. For fiscal year 2026, Measure S sales tax revenue is projected at $8.4 million, with $7.9 million appropriated for critical needs. This includes $2.5 million for road rehabilitation, $1 million for Cape Seal and road maintenance, and $1 million for in-house street repairs, for a total of $4.5 million for roads. Measure S also provides approximately $800 for debt service on snow removal equipment and $700,000 for expanded snow removal operations. On the public safety side, Measure S funds 7 firefighters positions at $1.2 million, half of the fire battalion chief position at approximately $200,000, and police lieutenant position at $326,000. These allocations are consistent with the voters' intent of Measure S, ensuring that this sales tax revenue continues to support road infrastructure, snow removal, and public safety.
I'm really tickled with the commitment that this council and the city staff have placed in the budget for our road system, our road upgrades, road maintenance. I think that's a commitment that a lot of people in the community are going to be really happy about when they know about it, when they see their street repaired or patched. So that I just wanted to make that comment. And I probably should make the comment too that I give a lot of credit to all of you, the council, to management, to you, and to our former Director of Public Works, Mr. Najad, for that focus. I think people appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Turning now to departmental highlights. At this point, I will invite each department head to briefly summarize key elements of their proposed departmental budget. And we will start with City Council.
Oh, do you want me to? So, City Council, your budget pays for your Granicus agenda management, that's our biggest cost, and Spanish interpretation, that's our second biggest cost, a little over $50,000 for both of those. And that's all I have to say on that, unless you have questions regarding that. I have a very small budget compared to others.
Does our travel budget end up in a different department?
No, it's in with City Council.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't see it.
Yeah, and I
Just
believe
doesn't
we have
equal
like
to $50,000 a year.
Yeah, I think we have between around $7,000 in there for travel.
Ms. City Clerk, could you made the report a little shorter?
Yeah, sorry. My budget meeting is about 10 minutes. And I did not cut anything out of City Council's budget. I got the next one. Go back one, sorry, I would have control of that one too. So for City Clerk budget, most of my budget is for doing public noticing, for our online repository, which holds all of our permanent records, and for paying for our remote meeting or hybrid meetings, our Zoom, and for those types of things. Not included in this budget is the elections, which will be added next budget cycle. Do you have any questions
Yes.
regarding?
Yes,
City Clerk?
is there adequate funding in the budget for training and professional development that you think that the office needs?
So that is one thing that we did make cuts on, not for my assistant who will be taking training, but for me. So I cut the budget that I would be giving to myself for training because I'm not planning to rerun for office. So I would like her to have all of the training, and I don't need any further other than just staying up to date with, I belong to all of my organizations. So
Well, I would hope that if you felt that there was something in your interest and our interest because of the fine service you do, that you let us know so we can make those funds available. And I think you're being very generous in how you're approaching it, but I don't want to see you shortchanged.
No, I take advantage of any free trainings that my organization does provide, and a lot of their trainings they record, and then I can watch them after the fact, or anything that the assistant city clerk goes to, she can come back and report back to me, and we can discuss anything that she might have learned. But we have plenty of budget in the training. When my assistant city clerk first started, I did speak to the city manager about increasing the budget for training so that she could receive more training, and so we allocated money for that. So, any other questions?
I guess going back a slide, real quick, we mentioned that we pay for the Spanish interpreter, which is great. I'm just curious, do we have any data on how much that's been used?
No.
Is that something we can gather?
Zoom does not capture that data.
Really? So we can't tell who's listening on what channel?
No.
There are people, if I may, there are people who might be listening but not participating. So I would assume, the outreach, the transparency to the community, I think the effort that you're making to the community is really important, the image that we really care, and if they wish to engage, they don't know as people won't.
Yeah,
Or they approach you on the street.
I'm all for it. I think even if the usage numbers were like 2, it's still worth doing. It's still right and worth doing. I'm not even close to suggesting otherwise. But to know how well it's being used might inform us on how much outreach we should be doing to let people know and tell them, hey, you can join city council meetings. And if it's not something we announce it every time, but to people who are already going to city council meetings. So, do we want to make more outreach on? So I'm just curious if that data was available.
In the 6 years, almost 7 years I've been city clerk, I haven't had anyone request Spanish interpreter to come and help them speak to city council. So that's maybe one thing, or maybe it's an intimidation factor, I don't know. But as far as the Spanish interpretation, we are looking into different avenues in the future to maybe bring some of that cost down, but still provide the same amount of service.
Sure.
So something
AI
we're looking
is
at.
probably.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
So I have a question.
Sure.
If someone were to call your office and say, I would like to participate and I need help with interpretation, is that something that our contract provides?
So with our service, that is just to translate the meeting. I would get someone, if we have someone from staff who could come in and assist, that would be great. If not, I would contract with somebody to come in and provide that service.
My question now, recognizing my question now may be steering a bit too far, and please let me know if it is. It might be good to bring a suggestion to staff to do some more outreach efforts and organizations like FRC and whatnot to say, hey, we encourage participation in, if you speak Spanish and only Spanish, if that's your language, to come to government, and we have services to allow you to participate, and we welcome it. And we can't force people who don't want to go. I'm not saying, but if the participation's, you're right, in the 3 years, I haven't seen any, or heard anyone, or seen anyone at the dais, come up and say, I would like, my comments to be translated back and forth. I would welcome that. So maybe that's just something we could do a little, for lack of a better word, marketing outreach to let people know.
Great idea. Great idea,
That,
Scott.
we have this service and it's available and we are welcoming people to use it.
Perfect.
We currently embed ourselves in the Family Resource Center with our housing division,
Yeah.
as well as the police chief goes there from periodic times to talk with folks. But that's a good suggestion, and we will make sure to make sure people know it's a welcoming council chamber where translation services are available.
At government we provide them for you.
And I will remind
Yeah.
the city council that at one point you had a multicultural alliance. You had a program that you operated that invited in people, and although I don't know that it's met in recent times because I'm on their mailing list. Unless that's maybe it meets, but I'm not on the list. But so they might be an avenue to do the outreach also to see what suggestions they might have. But I like your suggestion.
Were there any other questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship.
We'll now move to City Attorney's Office.
Thank you. So in my budget is included the city attorney's office budget and risk management. As requested by the city manager, we made an attempt to cut 5% out of our budget. It was difficult to do because we don't have a lot of discretionary spending, but similar to city clerk, we did cut our travel and training budget. We still have adequate, I believe, resources for training, but pretty much be like one conference per year per person instead of two. The risk management budget is difficult to reduce because a lot of the insurance costs are in there and they keep going up. So we cut in one place, but it increased in another. So that's what it is. We always try to minimize outside counsel costs with the two attorneys, myself and Mr. Bardzell, Assistant City Attorney. We handle the lion's share of the legal work ourselves without outside counsel assistance. And we do support all of the staff in City Manager's office in achieving the strategic goals that council has set.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Do you have a question?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, for me, especially knowing that we are kind of in a different place than we were in January, and our actuals are showing that, I really don't like the idea that we're not sending our attorneys to keep up their, because there's just such a thing in law. So I'm just wondering, like, I would, in a way, support saying, no, don't cut that. I'd rather keep you guys doing all the conferences and training you need to do. And knowing that also we're in that different place. So I think we can have that discussion later. I just want to put it out there, and I'm sure you'd probably welcome that.
I think we're good for this year for various reasons, but I appreciate the comment, and we will definitely look at maybe adding it back next year.
And I also would like to add that there is an opportunity at mid-year to review using any additional projected revenue increases. And I also think that we might have some funding in the proposed budget. I believe some increases to liability insurance might be a little slightly lower based on the just most recent invoice that we received.
We also brought in deputy counsel that was within the last year, right? So it feels like it was within the last year. Someone's about to tell me it was 5 years ago, and it only feels like a year ago.
Yeah, we've had an assistant city attorney. I reclassified the deputy to an assistant about 6 months after I started, so that would have been in 2019, and we've had an assistant city attorney in place since then.
It feels like that was yesterday, I swear to God. But then also there's like CLE requirements, right? My dad always complained about those until they started being held in nice places. But I guess is that budgeted as like a training budget item, or where does that go?
Yeah, we are able to get most of our CLE requirements met through going to the Cal Cities conferences. They have legal tracks where we can get most of that fulfilled.
Gotcha. And and you just got appointed to the legal something at Cal Cities. I'm trying to remember from like 3 meetings ago.
Yes, Legal Advocacy Committee.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud.
City Manager's Office?
Yeah, Mayor and council members. So city manager oversees all departments, but in the office, we have direct coordination with communications, government relations, human resources, citywide recruitment, employee record keeping, employee relations, labor relations. Sustainability is couched in the city manager's office, as well as our GIS and transit support. One thing that we are looking at creating, and we'll be presenting to council next meeting, is the framework, the program for our business retention expansion program. We are bringing that to council in a way that is going to be managed with current staff. There will be things that are presented to council during that item that we could get some direction for future funding needs to support businesses, but we'll have that discussion on the 9th. It's, the bookend of the spectrums for what we can offer our businesses is wide ranging, anywhere from, facade improvement programs to coaching through the Small Business Development Council there's a wide range, and I just don't want to dive too deep into that now, but we are committed to going and talking to our businesses, surveying them. That's part of this program, and we've already started doing that outreach. There's a lot more to do, but with our current staff, we can offer that program. Obviously, focusing on implementing the strategic priorities of the council, public messaging and engagement. And the one thing that we've started doing 2 years ago, I guess it was, 23, the National Community Survey is something we've committed to doing every 3 years with our community. So we want to make sure we track how our community feels on the services we're providing, how do they feel in our community, whether they feel safe, the business opportunities ripe and available for them to thrive, whether they value parks and recreation more than police. Probably not so, but some people might. But that's part of the survey questions that we look at, and it helps us provide you with the input that we're hearing from our community.
Mr.
Yes.
City Manager, on the national survey, in my distant past somewhere, I know we've used that service. What sometimes is confusing to me, when I get all kinds of questions, surveys online, what do you think about this? But they don't tell you who they are. They don't tell you that they're working for the city or they're working for an advocacy group. And I tend not to respond if they don't know. So I hope in the national, it's called the National Survey, or the National, what is it called?
National Community Survey.
Yeah, the Community Survey, that if they do that, that they tailor it as much as possible to us and not use a generic form that's used in DC or in New York, but tailor to us, and that it's clear to the community that it's from us who are asked, is that good English? That it is for us that they're doing the work.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment. I will make sure that we talk to them about customizing that and making sure they know it's not just some marketer from Oklahoma. All right. Me too. Nothing wrong with Oklahoma.
I lived in Oklahoma as a kid.
Maybe I'll change my mind now.
And with that, I don't have anything else.
Yeah, just one quick question. And does the city manager's budget include like our memberships to California League of Cities and those kind of things, or is that another area?
Some of the memberships are paid from the non-departmental account, and
Okay.
Just a few very
Would it
specific
be
ones.
now, and I'm just curious, one of the things that I've always thought we should be a part of is the National League of Cities, and I think now is almost
Agreed.
more of a time than ever to try to be part of that. And so I don't know if now is the time, because I think it'd be under the 50, under your spending authority, but if council gave you a thumbs up to go ahead and initiate it, I think it's something that we should definitely do.
I'm seeing that. Olga, we can cover that cost in the non-departmental. I've looked at what the fees are. I've had interviews and phone calls with NLC to see what the cost for a city our size would be. So we can cover that.
Follow up, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, may I? To follow up, the president of the National League of Cities is the mayor of Rancho Cordova. And so that's a real contact for us. The other side is I want to be sure that in the city manager's budget that he has adequate funding for himself, his team, for training, including ICMA, and even the National League of Cities, because that engagement, that networking is valuable. And I hope you you do not, not that you would, but shortchange yourself and the league and Cal Cities because of the tremendous resources those are for us.
Yes, I definitely am an active member of ICMA. In October, I'm presenting at a panel conference on an item on how to supercharge your team. So I'll give you guys the presentation when I get back. But noted on the National League of Cities, and we will get signed up for that. Thank you.
Thanks.
The city's finance department manages all day-to-day accounting functions, budget preparation, debt management, purchasing, and grant management. The department also provides financial support to city council, city manager, and all departments. For fiscal year 2026, the finance department continues its strong pursuit of grant funding. In fiscal year 2025, the city applied for 8 grants totaling $2.8 million, of which 6 were awarded for a total of $2.1 million. As all other departments, we made the cuts in our budget. We made the strategic cuts, and that allowed us to add, request in the proposed budgets 2 new positions, information system technician and administrative assistant, to support both IT security and the city's growing workforce. We have 3 CPAs in our finance department. We try to take very strategically the training and seminars online. Our training was cut to allow for every other year for members of the finance department to attend the training. And that also allowed us to squeeze in the 2 positions in order to ensure that the city's financial operations continue properly and address several strengthen cybersecurity, support, financial support to all other finance departments. In the new budget year, we are planning to complete the major financial system upgrade and bring to council for adoption the user fee study that we contracted with a company called GCP back in April 2025.
I always have positive things to say about the department because I think I value, like we all do, and appreciate what you and your team does. In looking at new systems, financial systems, as we've done in other departments, building and so on, I hope the consultants, to the extent that it has to interface with the public, make it as easy as possible on the public, on our customers, so that they're not run through not that you would want to do this, but run through a mill to try to get answers or to try to get permits or try to get, let's tell them to make it as easy as possible, and always, to the extent that we can, let's keep the opportunity to have face contact with people so people know that who we are and that we care. That's all.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Our public counter is open 4 days a week, and on the 5th day, on Friday, it's open by appointment, and we're always happy to help the customers. Last year, we upgraded our business licensing software, and that was a very successful step. We have most of our business licenses are renewed online now, and customers like it. In terms of permitting, Zach Thomas from the Development Services Department Director, he will cover the permitting software upgrade, recent upgrade, and how it improved customer service as well.
So as a person who uses the new business license software, I'm in charge of like 5 different business licenses, and I love it. I have a question, might be slightly off topic. SDPUD had a long-term grants person retire, and they've struggled immensely with replacing that person because they rely on grants at a high level, as do we. And as much as I would love to see Ms. Marino stay here forever, I don't think that that's feasible. And so do we have a succession plan in place for that position because it's so impactful on our budget?
We do, and we have this conversation
Okay,
with
good.
Ms. Marina on a periodic basis. Only just last year, or in this current budget year, one of our supervising accounting technicians has been reclassified to management analyst. She is being trained and not for the most of the year because she was very focused on converting our previous financial software, assisting the police department with the VHR permits. But one of the goals is to prepare the succession planning for our grant management analyst. And also we have other staff who is also actively have been training on the grant management.
If I may, Mayor, that's an excellent question. One, please tell Ms. Marino that she needs permission, that you can't leave without permission.
I told her that, yes.
And secondly, though, and I'm sure you know, there are a lot of training opportunities that are available specifically by like HCD, assuming that we'll ever get grant offers from the feds again, but that's another whole issue. But there's training that's provided also by consultant services that provide California Consulting, and I have no business interest in any of this. But so to the extent that you can outreach for training for these people, but I have been impressed over the years with the fine quality of grantsmanship that we've been able, your department and others have been able to get for our community and for our benefit of our taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Yes, just this a few months ago, we have attended, 3 or 4 of us have attended 2-day grant management training in Carson City, and we constantly sign up for those trainings.
Thank you.
I will pass it over to Police Department now.
No, we still have more departments.
Good morning. Chief Robertson. I just wanted to reassure you that we look at our budget very closely, and we know that we have to be good stewards with the public's money. So when we were asked to shave 5%, we were like going from 5% body fat to 3%. So it was kind of a difficult lift. We ended up looking at a lot of our systems, our software systems. We looked at every subdivision in our organization, and we made our cuts based on our usage for a lot of our software, looking at what was the effective training that we could send our people to, and looking at where we could cut equipment purchases, and that's how we made it. But I also want to reassure you that aside from Lime scooters and from VHR, we do other stuff. So I just want to reinforce that our uniform.
But do you?
Right.
Sorry.
I just want to reinforce that our uniform patrol does traffic enforcement with our motor unit. We have the stacks officer for our homeless outreach, and we've recently partnered with Sierra Mental Wellness for the mental health component of that. That's going well. We have our crisis response unit, which consists of our crisis negotiation team and our SWAT team. Officer Peterson is our school resource officer up at the high school. We have our boat safety program and our reserve officer annuitant program. That's just uniform patrol. And detectives, we have detectives assigned to homicide, sexual assault, and a myriad of child abuse crimes, which include physical, sexual, internet crimes against children, and child sexual abuse material. A domestic violence crime, property crimes consist of theft, fraud, and other internet crimes. The cannabis control officer, which gets us information on a lot of different investigations. That's a very good dovetail and all that stuff. We have a high-tech investigation corner. It's interesting that we call it high-tech investigations. We have a lot of software for digging everything into everything. High-tech has become regular tech now, and so a lot of our investigations deal with high-tech, but that is the run-of-the-mill investigation now. We're digging deep into metadata. We have our crime scene investigation team that is housed there in evidence and property. When they do booking retention, they also engage in some forensic processes for us. And then we use some of our reserve officer annuitants for background investigations. Our Joint Dispatch Center, that's our PSAP, our Public Safety Answering Point. They take incoming emergency calls, they take non-emergency calls, they take transfers after to the non-emergency line after records closes, and they dispatch for the police department, the fire department, Cal Fire Station 5, Fallen Leaf, Lake Valley Fire, and the Cal Tahoe JPA. And then the workhorse of our agency, the community service officers, tasked with so many things and repeatedly asked to do more. But to the point, we have the vacation home rental enforcement that they do, regular code enforcement, nuisance abatement, parking enforcement, Heavenly Village, Transit Way and Bellamy Court, now in the parking garage. They handle our parking garage operations, vehicle abatement, graffiti abatement, radar trailer deployment, Lime scooter compliance, the Heavenly residential parking permit program, the Lakeside residential parking permit program, snow removal conditions for snow sites, snow tows, false alarm management, administrative citations for fire, building, and Clean Tahoe. They work closely with South Tahoe Refuse, finance. They do traffic control. They deal with applicant, registrant, arson and sex offender registrant fingerprinting, and also deal with nuisance abatement for abandoned properties. And then there's our records division. They are public-facing people that sit at the front office, meeting the public, dealing with people that come in that have a crimes report, the registrants that have to come in and update their addresses. They deal with our public records requests, our crime case management, that goes to the DA's office, their follow-up audits, and making sure that our DOJ, CLETS, and all of our support systems that come from either the state or the feds are in compliance. And they're really hammering down our records retention processes right now, making sure that we're staying up to date on our records destruction and archive maintenance and other things.
Chief, could I ask a question? What do your officers do in their spare time?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do all the other mandated reporting for the state, like RIPA.
Thank you, Chief.
And I think somebody had a question about the parking garage from earlier that they wanted answered.
Yeah, so I was just kind of curious. And I may have got answered that there was possibly 500,000 more to expend to get through this next, because we're in phase 2, right, of the upgrades. I was just kind of trying to figure out where we'll land with total revenues after we finish all the upgrades that we're doing. And so again, I think she may have answered it by saying it was 500,000 left.
Yeah, that's hard to predict. What we did with the phase 4 of the upgrades was we moved it to, based on a meeting that we did for capital improvement projects, we moved that to 26, 27. That's basically upgrading lighting and upgrading or painting the inside of the garage. So it's a little more pleasing to the eye. One of the other things that goes into that is I think our revenue system now is going to see less leakage than our prior revenue system did. So we're going to see a revenue increase there. At some point, we need to address bringing our parking prices in alignment with the current market.
So this means more revenue, probably?
Probably.
Yeah.
Quick question. I believe you do this anyway, but I want to ask the question just for the benefit of people who might be listening and all those in the audience. What kind of engagement do we have with our Latino community? And is there outreach that we do to ensure that we know of concerns? Those of us who frequent here, we have friends who are in that community. But is there an outreach program of some kind, or formal, informal, that you do? I think you do, but is that fair to?
I do.
Okay. I mean, what is it? What do you do?
So the city manager alluded to it earlier. It's through the Family Resource Center. I go to Cafecitos every couple months, check in with the crew over there. And it's interesting because the last time I met with them, we were talking about topics that interested them. And there's one lady there that always has about 12 questions. And so I actually met with the commissioners from Police Advisory Commission and kind of talked about the topics that we were talking at Cafecitos to kind of bring those back to the Police Advisory Commission and see if those can be an open discussion and how to engage. I'm going to hit that too. Try to engage that community a little better for the Police Advisory Commission and really better engagement citywide for the Police Advisory Commission.
Gracias.
Chief, as a user of the parking garage, I can tell you the new pay system is top-notch.
Yeah, a lot better.
Love it.
Thank you.
Including the part that interfaces with the theater. All of it is very, very good. So thank you for that.
Awesome to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I had a question.
Oh,
I
sorry.
put my name
I
on the-
didn't see it. It
No
wasn't there a
worries.
second ago.
I have a question on, there's two on the page 23, budget details by department, revenues and expenditures. There are two line items under the police department special revenue, asset forfeitures justice fund and asset forfeitures treasury fund. Can you tell me what those are?
Yeah, those are what they say, asset forfeiture funds. Depending on the agency that we work with, so if it's like California DOJ or federal DOJ, the Treasury Department, they specify what payment, where their asset forfeiture comes out of. So if it's from like this, I'm going to call it the Treasury Department because that's simple, but that's Secret Service. If we work with Secret Service on something, or we work with Customs, that's also a Treasury. So that would be assigned to the Treasury Fund. If we work with DOJ, say FBI on something, that asset forfeiture ends up getting assigned to the Justice Fund.
So that would represent the city's share of some asset forfeiture that was collected in some joint operation or some joint activity with said agency.
Correct.
Or an agency under that department. So Treasury Fund, that would be, as you said, Secret Service, so presumably that would be, that would be counterfeiting or something like that. Where did that money come from? That's showing $53,000. So where did that come from in the 23-4 year?
That was from a child porn investigation.
That's handled through Treasury?
That was handled through Customs. We partnered with them on that.
Well, it's listed under the Treasury Fund.
Because Customs falls under Treasury. He just said that.
Right, but then why would it be Customs and not
Because that's
FBI?
That's what the back of the check said.
One at a time, please. What's that?
That's what the back of the check said.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right. All right, but that was from, all right, and then that's not expected as a regular occurring source of revenue. And that's not city-initiated forfeitures. That's forfeitures that have happened from other agencies of which the city was a collaborating entity then.
Correct.
Or cooperating, I guess, entity then. Okay, all right, thank you.
Fire Department?
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, Jim Drennan, Fire Chief for the City Fire Department. On the left-hand column there is just a basic breakdown of our operations with the fire department. We have an operations division, which is the bulk of what we do. We also have a prevention division for the fire marshal services, fire inspector. We have a fully grant-funded fuels division, and that manages fuels projects, defensible space inspectors, and it's kind of a funny term, but capacity building, which is really the concept of working jointly with our neighboring agencies to coordinate fuels projects all around the South Shore, sort of regardless of jurisdictional line. The attempt with that was basically to look at the South Shore holistically for fuels management and for fire safety, as opposed to just boxing it in with one jurisdiction over the other. Going back to the operations division, our department is what we call in the industry is an all-risk department. All risk basically just means that when somebody calls 911, regardless of whatever it is someone has requested, if they ask for the fire department, we will respond and figure it out when we get there. The bulk of that obviously is EMS. That's like 67% of our operation. Fire suppression, rescue, training, and special operations all fall into that as well. For the 25-26 budget, there are a few changes that I'm proposing to make within this budget. The first bullet right there is kind of the big one. I'm looking at establishing a deputy chief of operations. This would be a second in command position. Why, you might ask? Currently, I have 7 or 8 direct reports to me. In addition to that, the fire department command staff is as it's designed, it's fairly flat. And by flat, I mean we have a fire chief and we have several battalion chiefs down in operational positions as well as in the fire marshal's office. So there's 3 battalion chiefs reporting to me, fire marshal reporting to me, union president, Sally, Jay Manning as a fuels division chief, and I'm forgetting the 8th one, but it's there. I'll come up with it in a minute. By moving to a deputy chief of operations, I'm shifting the assignment for the fire marshal from the 40-hour BC to a 56-hour BC, which is the way we had it for years and years and years. The job description is the same. There's really no change in service. Thankfully, we have a robust inspection staff now. I have Fire Inspector 2, Dan Brown, who does phenomenal work. He's sort of painting the Golden Gate Bridge every day, but that workload just never goes away. In addition to that, we also have seasonal defensible space inspectors who, through some discussion with the RCD, we can now pay them from different line items and allow them to help us out with our departmental inspections as well. The bulk of that is AB 32 inspections, which is new real estate requires defensible space look, so we have to go out and look at that. With this new design, I would have a 40-hour deputy chief, second in command, whose primary responsibility is to manage the shift BCs. They would also be acting as the fire chief in my absence. It definitely fixes that span of control. So now I have a deputy chief reporting to me, Sally, my division chief of fuels, and the union. So I go down to 4 direct reports. The other thing that comes up, or that is coming up, that really pushed for somebody to have some real direct contact was the new fire station. This is going to be the single largest construction project the fire department's been involved in over 30 years. And it's not something I want to foul up. So having someone that can pay very close attention to what's happening and work and coordinate with the building department and with the rest of the city offices during that project is really, really important to me. So that's really the biggest change, I guess, in what we're doing operationally. The dollars and cents all work out. I would lean on Olga to talk to you about line items and where different dollars went to make that work, but it's more or less the same budget. The other highlights for our budget this coming year are going to be SCBA replacement. We've attempted twice through AFG grants to get those taken care of through grants. We've been unsuccessful, unfortunately. And that cost is somewhere around $400,000, so that's the rough budget for that. We're still going to have a high priority investment in our firefighter physical and behavioral health programs, so that does come with some expense. And then I've got 3 different light duty vehicles that we'll be replacing model year 2007s, so they can go away. Trying to think if there's anything else really highlighted there. So for the prevention division, that's all grant funded. There's really not much impact to our internal general fund budget. But Jay Manning is working pretty much on a daily basis at finding other grant funding to continue that project. That includes things like public education, Firewise Communities, and then our commercial fire inspection program. Sorry, that's the prevention division. Fuels division is handling the grants with CTC and our fuels reduction projects. Prevention division is handling what I just referenced there a minute ago, which is expanding our inspection process. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Madam Mayor. Chief, first of all, just to the other chief, I want to say I am extremely proud of the service, the quality of service, the responsiveness of both the police and fire departments. It is excellent. Your leadership, the leadership of the department, has been excellent. I remember different times, and this is you're all doing a great job. Let me ask you this: as I recall vividly and personally, on medical emergencies, we are generally the first responders and provide, at least in a case that I was involved in personally, that you provided the first care, the first treatment. And yet, I was told at the time, I think Chief Meston at the time, that we don't get reimbursed by the insurance companies don't reimburse us, even though, is that still the case? I'm not talking about the people, but the insurance providers of those.
This was the California insurance thing that we had to do, I think is what you're referring to, right?
Well,
for the Medi-Cal specifically.
Well, the first responders are generally us, or you, not me. You don't want me, but we don't get any kind of payment for the assistance, the medical assistance that we provide on scene. Am I correct or not?
Yes and no. So you're partially correct.
Yes and no. It's better than being married.
Right.
I at least have a 50-50.
It's better than being all wrong, I guess. No, you're partially correct. So as it pertains to Medi-Cal or Medicare, you're correct. We don't see the same reimbursements that we used to. It's not to say that we don't see any. It's just that it's pretty far and few between. We do have a billing process through Whitman, and we actually just recently went through an audit of that and changed our rates. It's a first responder fee that goes out. That billing process funds roughly, if my memory is correct, somewhere between 170 and 180 annually. But as it pertains to anybody on Medi-Cal, Medicare, that bill doesn't usually net us $1. So there has been conversation in the past about whether or not we should or shouldn't bill. I'm always open to that discussion. Just understand that in our budget, that does fund our EMS line item. And so that manages things like our lease on our ALS monitors, which is about $46,000 or $48,000 a year. That's a 10-year lease. And all of the rest of our medical equipment kind of gets funded through that.
If a member, if I may, Mayor, if a member of the community cannot afford or is to pay our response fee, are there consideration given to that by the department?
Yeah, I've yet to take anybody to collections. We're not
This
in the
came
habit
up
of that.
about a year. I was going to say a year ago, but my estimate of times in the past have been all over the map. My ability to properly account for time.
Year or so ago.
Yeah. Emphasis on the or so. Okay.
Yeah.
This came up, and it was as the chief said, and so like we're basically covering it. The city's covering it in the case where state Medi-Cal doesn't properly refund it. It wasn't a lot of money, but we thought at the time the reasoning was that we don't want people to not call 911 out of a concern, particularly if they're older and on Medicare or Medi-Cal. That
I like the older part.
I like the broke part, but yeah. That we didn't want people avoiding calling 911 out of concern that they would have to pay for the city's share of the ambulance. There was some discussion about that going around the local next door Facebook kind of groups, and that's been addressed is my understanding, to the degree that we here in this room can address it. The more correct way would be for the state of California to address it, but much to my chagrin, we do not control the legislature there. But we should certainly ask.
And
if I may, Mayor, I want to thank you for that background. I think part of, for people who live here, they already pay a property tax, and they pay taxes. And so I think there's some feeling that they already support these operations. But in connection with what your latter comment was, I too think that we need to do outreach. We need to do outreach when we don't think that would like the state to, because it's not that necessarily that they're going to change, and knowing this state, my home state, that they are likely not to. But if we do nothing, they won't change. Well, so I like your advocacy, in whatever form that needs to be.
We have a representative both in the state assembly and state senate that cover our district, and I would be all for us having, say, a formal letter from the city council of the city of South Lake Tahoe in an official capacity, rather than us as an individual capacity
I think
saying,
it's an excellent idea.
please, to both of them saying, please fix it. So I'd be all for that. That goes to a
Chief
strategic
Drennan.
plan item that we have, so.
And just a quick note, just because it has come up, and I think as a city and all department heads, we're really engaged heavily during the spring to look at different cuts through our operational budgets. The fire department did the same thing. We looked at 5% cuts with personnel costs, what they are. That was also a difficult thing for us to manage. With that said, the projections coming after that exercise were definitely in our favor. And so very pleased to report that even though we went through that exercise and found ways to carve out 5%, Ultimately, the hits were no longer as much as we anticipated. The one that's notable for my budget is our training budget. We have still kept that down by about 60 or 62,000. We have been saying yes to training to our staff for the last several years on almost everything. This year's going to be, we'll be saying no on occasion, but it's certainly manageable. It's sort of the same thing as the other departments you've heard. We might not be going to as many trainings outside the area or as much travel, but we can make that work. And that's really the last piece there that I wanted to share. So.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, thanks, Chief, and I support absolutely what you've proposed. And I'm curious, though, one of the things that has come up for me in trying to renew an insurance policy recently is that all of a sudden we're in this high fire rating, which I know we have been, but I know that our fire department, as well as El Dorado Hills, we were always kind of a 2 green or well scored in the county. However, I assume because of Southern California and what happened there, this is starting to change. And so I'm just curious, as we look into the future, I know with prevention and the fuels team, those can kind of help that. And I'm wondering, is there an ability to do somewhat of a further analysis of things that we could do within the fire department that can help property owners be able to get these insurance renewals? And I know that, for instance, Firewise helps that rating for a neighborhood a lot. And I'm just wondering, kind of strategically, can we take a look at what are there other things and other tools that we can adopt and bring in? I would definitely support adding more to your budget to bring those things online, because it is starting to this is the first time, where I'm located, we're right in the center of town, amazing response times. And we were seeing, of course, increases, but now I'm seeing no, we're not going to cover product liability. We're not going to cover business loss of expense. I mean, a lot of things that all of a sudden are popping up. So I just think it'd be something really great to look into.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comment. It's a very lengthy discussion, and I could probably speak for an hour at least on that. The highlights of that are this. The fire hazard severity maps, the very high fire severity maps, are, as much as they were sort of front and center in the public eye, really have very little, if nothing, to do with your insurance rates, unfortunately. The insurance carriers are, at this point in time, literally using satellite data that is up to the minute almost, and they'll look down and see that you've got pine needles on your roof, and see that your 0 to 5 zone is not clear, that you got a wood pile up against your house. It's getting that sophisticated now. And so with that said, the new ordinance that Fire Marshal George was able to get through a year ago, we're ahead of the rest of the state. Now, the state came out and told us they were going to do this in 2020. Even now, we're looking at a 3-year implementation plan with the state. Okay, so that's sort of good and bad news. I've wanted to use that ordinance as an educational tool as opposed to a hammer, because the financial burden that would put on each individual homeowner is substantial. Right. And so by going through and having these space inspections and talking with homeowners and getting them to understand the value of having your 0 to 5 non-combustible and what that really means for the survivability of your home is huge. And that will start to take a role in your individual insurance carriers and how they look at your policy. The other piece that's the other highlight that I'll share is our ISO rating. We went from a 4 to a 3 about a year and a half ago. Going to from a 3 to a 2 and a 2 to a 1. Class 1 cities are kind of rare. LA City is a Class 1 city. We're not. We're a Class 3. And so to get to Class 3, or to get, say, to Class 2, you're talking about constant staffing, 4 people on ladder truck. You're talking about really robust automatic aid agreements with our neighbors so that our first alarm is filled with what NFPA considers a standard. I've got 3 stations. I can't fill out a full first alarm like NFPA wants me to. And that's not something I'm proposing. 4 people on the truck is doable. And I think auto aid agreements that are more robust is doable. Combining our dispatch and making those things happen more quickly. There's lots of ways to get to a Class 2, which will then ultimately fix some commercial insurance rates or help them. But that's honestly, that's an hours long conversation about different things. So again, I think that's something we can sidebar at some point. But.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I would just put it on that I definitely would support moving to 4, and I know that'll be at a later budget time, but those type of things that take more budget money, bring it to us, because I think we'd all like to see that improve for insurance.
Sure.
Mr. Jenkins?
Chief, with your leadership and that of your department, you've done a lot in collaboration with other agencies to reduce fire risk in the city and in our South Shore, and I commend you for that, and our former fire marshal for the work that you have done. My limited understanding of the insurance issue is you reduce risk, you increase the probability of insurance at affordable rates. That's in general my understanding. And I know that, again, you are doing a lot, collaborating with CTC, collaborating with the Forest Service, and I'm very happy that they are engaging. But I'm sure there are other things that you would like to see done, that you would like to see them do to reduce the risk of having fire from the outside burn us down. Hopefully that's something that can be focused on by the department with your leadership, with city manager and others, to encourage that, because I have understood from your courtesy in the past of explaining that we can fight fires in the city. We have the capacity, we have the water, TKPOA, we have the water. We have the water capacity, but fighting fires coming in from the outside create a much greater challenge, as Caldor did and others in the past. So I would encourage you and urge you, as I'm sure you're doing anyway, is to tell our friends and the other friends, again, more advocacy, that it's cheaper to mitigate and reduce fuels than it is to replace a burned down forest and all the homes and businesses that are in it. And does that make any sense?
100%, yeah.
Yes.
And that's exactly the work that we're doing right
Thank you,
now.
sir.
It's
Thank you.
Chief Jay Manning is working in the fuels division, and he is on a daily basis working with several different agencies and on projects and grant monies. So.
Any other questions for Chief Drennan?
I have a question on the police item before that I missed, if we could
Okay.
go back. I waited until the end for, make sure there's no one else on fire before I double back.
Perfect.
What's that?
We're not on fire yet.
No, we aren't. No, we're done with fire, hopefully. Just to step back, what I forgot to ask about was, there is a strategic plan item on the public safety side about doing things like bait bikes and bait vehicles and bait, I think one of the things that was also discussed would be bait skis and snowboards, which would be our novel version of the same. That item hasn't come back to council, but I understand it's meant for sometime in the next year. Has there been any progress on consideration of that? I know we used to, long ago, at one time we had a bait program, but those kinds of property thefts are often, bait vehicles and bait items are good ways to catch property theft in a rather unambiguous fashion, and then you oftentimes will find people doing other things at the same time. So I'm just wondering if there's been any further consideration of that, because while we're talking about budgeting that requires some amount of money to buy that equipment, if there's been any consideration of what we would get to meet that. Yeah, so
Police on snowboards?
people steal snowboards. People
steal snowboard. I thought you meant police on snowboards.
No, well, that would be cool too, but I'll leave that to Heavenly to figure out. I actually have been to Alpine towns where they have police on cross-country skis to get around, which is kind of cool.
Finland.
Yeah, but has there been any further consideration on bait theft prevention options for our community?
Yeah, we're in the basic research portion of that, looking at legal implications, stuff like that, before we jump off in that program.
Okay, I mean, it's not a novelty for us, that's been this is a pretty long established police tool in other communities at the very least. And I imagine I don't know what the situation is in California specifically, but my understanding is it's not uncommon in California.
It's not. It's not uncommon.
I wasn't sure which not it was, whether it was not common or not uncommon.
It's not
Yeah,
uncommon.
so.
Yeah, addressing those ski thefts, the snowboard thefts, stuff like that, that's in part of my strategic priorities for the next 4 years. The bait portion will be addressed sooner than that, but addressing those thefts is part of that. And whether it's, we used to give out cards and said, hey, you left your ski rack unlocked. Hey, you left your bike here at the,
Good for you.
unlocked. So we used to pass those cards out and just like be real proactive about that education portion, particularly during ski season in the summer when people just like, think it's Tahoe and nothing happens. So we're looking at the bait program.
Along those lines, back in a previous lifetime when I lived in the vicinity of the District of Columbia, the transit authority there, which covered, probably because it covered DC, Virginia, and Maryland, and had that operating authority there, they actually ran a regional bike registration program. Because a lot of people would bike to transit stops, lock up their bike, and then commute in on rail or vice versa. So there was a bike registration program that was offered for the the greater DC metro area. That way, if your bike was stolen and it was registered, and if it was ever recovered, they would know whose it was. I'm not sure if there's anything similar. I know Sacramento has something akin to that. I don't think it's run by their transit agency, but they have a bike registration program in the city of Sacramento, and I'm wondering if we've ever looked at something like that here in the South Shore of the basin.
Indeed, we have. One of your partners from the Bicycle Coalition approached me, and it may be online by now. I haven't had a chance to look.
Okay. If that's something then that we could advertise through the city's social media and police department social media venues to say, hey, we do have a bike recovery registration program in the South Shore, that would be good. I haven't seen that. I hadn't heard that was moved that far ahead, so that would be good.
It's a secret operation.
Excellent. Well, it's just how we want it, right?
Yeah. As soon as we get some of the kinks worked out of it, we'll probably push that out on social media.
Very good. Thank you. All right.
Stay tuned, Chief. We have another question for you.
Actually, the Kinks were a great music group of the past.
true.
Back in the 60s?
Of the long ago when I was a child, yes. The city of Rancho Cordova has a flock system in place, and the flock system integrates both fire, police, integrating with patrol, as I best understand it. Patrol, you can get photos, you get a call, you can see something because of systems that they have in place. I'm not sure how it is applicable. I'm not sure if it is applicable, and I'm not sure it's even cost effective. But it might be something that would be a tool for both police and fire to look at how to increase efficiency in enforcements and identify criminal activity without violating people's privacy rights. I know the chief of at a city function I attended, the chief of the Rancho Cordova Police Department said that he'd be happy to talk to anyone in regard to how that system works. So I just pass that along as a reminder that you might want to take a look at that in your spare time when you have nothing to do, that you might want to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that information. We're aware, and it's could be a useful tool. Both chiefs are going to work to evaluate it, and we'll look at it, and if it's a viable option, bring it back to council. Thank you.
The opportunity to find not just some of the bike thieves, but the fences.
Yes, sir.
Right, we follow the bikes to where they're being
Yes, sir.
brought, and then you follow the people who are doing the resale, and that provides a lot of opportunity there.
Without using drones.
Yeah, Jones.
Okay. Next.
Before we get off fire, Chief Drennan, do you have enough money in your budget to buy a razor? Just kidding.
I see what you did there.
I thought that was his.
Oh, Joe, I've seen you. So.
I know.
Yeah,
We all-
it's the second
all
time today,
having
the
fun.
pot kettle black.
Okay, so
How many times has Evil Joe shown up to these meetings with a full goatee?
None of my jokes are suitable for the public.
By
So-
razor, he means the side-by-side ATV, that's the...
No, it looks good, Chief. Anyways, right now, our interim Public Works Director, John Dickinson, is out sick. So you get the Public Works Department budget from me. The Public Works Department has 5 different functions and divisions. It's the administration that really oversees solid waste JPA and transit service coordination, engineering and facilities division, facilities program, complete streets, engineering, CIP, construction projects. Our streets division, you see them out and about daily, roadwork repair, snow operations, and stormwater compliance. Fleet maintenance, over there at D Street, always fixing all of our fleet and making it the best it can be, and the airport division right here. Some of the, next slide. Thank you. Some of the staffing highlights for the Public Works. We currently have a vacant associate civil engineer position and an associate architect position. Neither one of those positions are able to be filled. We've been trying, so what we're looking to do is shift those two positions to project managers, people that aren't necessarily required to have a civil engineer license, but have a project management certification and the ability to manage a capital project on behalf of the city with supervision from a city engineer. The other thing is we have two associate civil engineer positions occupied right now. Really great people that we want to keep around for a long time. And so what we're doing is adding a flex staffing position and a senior civil engineer, so they have room to grow, and just, we don't want to keep going through the rebuild of this division. Mr. Najad came in, did a good job trying to rebuild this division, and I support the people that are there. They're working their tails off and delivering a huge capital improvement program this year. So this just helps reflect what we need, what we can't attract, and what we can afford. Contract services, a few years ago, we've started getting in the business of contracting for some parking lots, city parking lots and sidewalks. This is a contract with Trella Tahoe. This was a big discussion that the council had years ago, and I think our community really loves it.
It's a great program.
When you see 2 feet of fresh snow and the sidewalk is plowed the day after, it's pretty remarkable, and there's people walking and riding their bikes.
And we're not citing business owners for not maintaining the sidewalk that they didn't ask for yet.
Well, it wasn't clear until Joe found us that contract that we could get. I mean, we took, formally, they are, the adjacent property owners are formally, are technically responsible, or formally they are responsible. We are doing this as a courtesy. What I'm flabbergasted by is that we're able to do this as a courtesy to the businesses so cheaply. Like that has, I mean, that has genuinely surprised me.
The ROI on that is pretty incredible.
Yeah, that is a good deal.
And you know, the contractor we work with has to buy the assets, and
They've done an
people
incredible
power
job.
available. And some years they make more money, some years less. Depends on how much
That's the way it is with
snow.
all snow removal in our
But
community.
it's also like, it's also just that we don't have to chase down property owners to remind them that they're responsible. They don't individually have to go hire people to clear their section of sidewalk one at a time, that where it gets done at different times for each, and on and on and on.
And it
It's
increases,
just easier.
It increases our people's ability to get around town without vehicles.
I just didn't expect it would be that cost effective
It's very good
to do it.
public
So,
outreach, public
so
relations.
excellent.
It's very good public relations.
We're continuing to do that, which is great. We have a contract city attorney and traffic engineer currently. Council at the last meeting approved that.
City engineer.
Sorry.
Engineer, yeah.
No,
Sorry, Heather.
Sorry. Sorry, Heather. I did not mean that. I promise. I love working with Heather right by my side. Contract city engineer and traffic engineer. We are in the process of public works interview, candidate review, and so we'll see if that city engineer and traffic engineer is still needed, but we have it, which is good. And then contract material testing and inspection. This is my favorite item in the whole budget. 4 John Deere graders are being purchased and 1 Freightliner sander. So, you know, when you drive around and you see all of our graders, some of the old blue ones, I think after we purchase these 4, we will have 10 new graders that are within, 8 years of age, which is pretty remarkable. I know our streets and snow removal crew enjoys that. So thank you, council. Yes, sir.
When we budget to purchase a new piece of major equipment like a street grader, do we also look at its replacement, budget annually, something into an equipment replacement fund that would, or for major equipment replacement fund, so that when it comes time to replace it again, that it's not such a trauma on the budget?
Like a reserves
Yeah, like
program?
a reserve for equipment.
We have been projecting to allocate from Measure S. Now we have a dedicated funding source for snow removal and street equipment. As we will later look at the 5-year projections from Measure S, we have a lot of competing priorities. I believe I put it every other year or every 2 years, and based on the previous Public Works Director Anush Nejad projections, there is not much need at the present time for very aggressive equipment replacement, but the Measure S does account for some funding allocation in future years for equipment
My only
replacement.
respectful suggestion is that as we plan for the replacement, it makes it easier in the future for that's all I'm suggesting. But if you say we have adequate funds, we'll have adequate funds. But if we have a specific fund for equipment replacement or major equipment replacement, that means that's there, and you don't have to worry about it, and the departments don't have to worry about whether we competing interests. That's my only point. That's fine.
No, it's a great suggestion, and Olga and I will look at that. I mean, I think we have it covered at a high level, to some level in Measure S, but I get what you're saying, a replacement fund. It's continuously.
I have a question sort of along those same lines. And because we no longer have a new chair, I know. So my question is, and it may not be answered today, is what is the average useful life on a grader or a blower? And the reason that I ask that is because I remember when Mr. Bass and I got on council, some of the equipment was older than him and as old as me.
Very young equipment.
Yeah. In general, that's not a good thing.
I believe we still have some equipment approximately 20 years old. And
Well, it was 40, one was 46 years old.
And of course, we're not talking about
still trying to sell it.
We're totally selling it.
Okay, so that's the average useful life is about 20 years?
I believe that's what it is.
Perfect.
15,
Thank
20 years is the average useful life. We project at 10 years conservatively, and if we can use it up more than we do.
Thank you, Mr.
Because you
Camaro.
don't have to spend the money. As long as you have it, you don't have to spend it, so that's good.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect.
Chevy Silverado, Chevrolet, 250 for facilities, and one general pool hybrid for facilities that runs around from building to building. The one purchase, one of the graders and the sander and the 2 trucks and the car will be funded by interest earnings, auction proceeds, and snow removal special assessment. 3 graders will be financed is the plan that we're proposing. And then regarding our CIP projects, 4 new ongoing projects are proposed to be funded in this budget. It's road rehabilitation, El Dorado Beach revetment, James and Eloise drainage, and the Upper Bijou drainage project. Additionally, $4 million will be strictly for paving and sealing of roads. That's that Cape Seal is really going to be noticeable, I believe, with our neighbor where we do that on what streets. Carry forward projects around $81 million. A large portion of that's our rec center. 13 projects are on our list of things we need to bring forward to the council as time and money permits. And we have about 30 active ongoing projects that are fully or partially funded. The one thing that I hope can help Public Works with securing the delta and what's needed to deliver that project and what we have is the grant assistance that we've council authorized in the past is getting somebody on board to support our grant operations and go specifically for big capital project grants. Total additional budget recommendations, $3.7 million for projects not funded in the proposed. So those other projects total about 3.7 that we are not able to fund at this time. But
we will look at them at mid-year?
we will. We'll look at what reserves we have or what surplus we have at mid-year, revenues exceeding our expenditures. Additionally, besides that, even if we had the money, the capacity, Ms. Greenlaw and Mr. Anderjack running around managing all of the street projects that they're doing, the stormwater projects. Mr. Riddle, our capital facilities project managers, living at the rec center and the ice arena for those two big projects we have going on.
And they're doing an incredible job.
Yes.
Yep.
Question? I could hear my wife talking to me now almost. She's probably telling me to bite my lip. I think that, again, we have to think about when we're seeking federal and state grants, we have to be careful of biting the hand that feeds us. So I'm just going to leave it at that and just.
Mr. Bass.
Yeah, so I am curious on, it's like basically item 10 under the facilities, which is the motor pool facility, and it says that we've completed it. Maybe it's on the slate to be completed, but we've talked about the whole motor pool facility and the potential to maybe join that with 1740 D Street in the back there. And I'm wondering, do we have that to even start the initial phase of looking at the scope of that project? As we talked about earlier, this lease that is with TTD where the transit is, really when we look at that area, if we could bring our motor pool, join it to Public Works at 1740 D Street, and really be able to make a real transit yard between that, on that whole entire parcel. There's also potential money if we were to able to have our motor pool even help some of the service of TTD. This is what they were trying to do in Douglas County when they were going to take the maintenance facility and combine it with the fire department's maintenance facility, is be able to use some of the 5308 funds, I believe it is, which is federal facility transit funds, which there's huge amounts of money in, that could actually help us build our new motor pool that they may use sometimes or use parts of it. So I just think it's something that we should start to look at. And the reason I bring up that item 10 is because we're putting in new overhead bay doors, which is great, with new high efficiency insulated doors and all these things. However, if we go 5 years down the road and we demolish that building, I just want to make sure we're not, you get what I'm saying, putting more money
after bad.
That's right. And I do think that starting to explore that right now, knowing where we're making commitments to transit, and that really Shop Street and D Street right there is the best place for our transit maintenance facilities.
Because if I may, in the city of Morgan Hill, they had a cooperative along the lines that you're talking about with the school district. Now, I'm not saying we should have something with the school district, but instead of having, as I hear you suggesting, separate corporation yards, separate facilities, separate this, separate that. Here we have an area, as you described, in an industrial area, which is designed for heavier uses, unlike the old water treatment plant in the Keys, but that's another story. It's an emerging story. But, and I think looking at those opportunities, the efficiencies that might be created is a great idea, and I would hope that those efficiencies, as we look at stupid, we look at, not look stupid, but we look at SDPUD, and we look at the school, and we look at other opportunities to create efficiencies in operations that might help us all. And that's a great idea. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Chikamarova, don't we own also an empty piece of property right next to 1740D?
Yes, we
Right
do.
there on the corner?
Right behind our
Yeah.
Public Works admin.
And it's between the two? Okay, sorry, just a question.
So, yeah, the project is not funded at this time, but conceptually, it's on our list of projects we would like to evaluate. So I think if I can propose, when we get a new Public Works director on board, let me just talk about this concept.
Maybe at mid-year, like bring back what it possibly would do, just to look at
what the conceptual plan would look like,
or what-
estimated cost.
And what it would cost, exactly. Yeah, great.
Okey-doke.
Any other questions on Public Works? All right, we get to go to Mr. Thomas.
One more, couple more.
Great, yeah,
Some rec.
getting down to the end. Thank you, Joe. Council members, Mayor, Zach Thomas for the record, Director of Development Services. Just like every other department, I'm going to give a highlight of the a summary of the department and the divisions to basically highlight what the budget and the pays for and the services it provides. The Development Services Department is comprised of 3 divisions that collectively ensure basically broad summary that the built environment is consistent with the general plan, design guidelines, area plan policies, municipal code, building codes, as well as the long-range plan development and compliance, as well as provides housing development services and operation of the housing programs, as well as grant acquisition and administration. All this work is accomplished through the collaboration across the three divisions that really work together to provide these services. To start on the left, the planning division oversees the development review team to provide an overview of all new development proposals in town and provide feedback to developers and applicants. Processes development entitlements, conducts long-range planning efforts, and processes the maintains the development and implementing the general plan and area plans, as well as tracking development rights and other regulatory requirements consistent with the administration of the city's MOU between the city and the TRPA. The building division oversees permit counter services, providing in-person public assistance for permit questions, building plan review services of new structures and remodels, permit issuance and inspection services. The housing division oversees housing programs, including new construction of affordable housing, multifamily and single-room occupancy inspection services, substandard housing reporting and inspection program, rental assistance program, and the newly transitioned long-range rental incentive grant program that was approved at the last meeting, as well as grant acquisition and administration of the housing element development and compliance, as well as the housing rehabilitation program in partnership with the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. Also, kind of a new mini division that the department is running in collaboration with the police department is administering the newly implemented VHR inspection program that goes hand in hand with the overall permitting process. The department also serves as staff to the Planning Commission, which also serves, just as I mentioned, as the body hearing VHR appeals. So as part of that new City Council approved program. The budget before you was developed to deliver all the noted services that I just mentioned in the most cost-effective way by balancing the use of internal staffing as well as outside on-call services to provide timely on-demand services to address the seasonal and market-driven fluctuations that's inherent in the basically development industry. The budget accounts for all costs associated with the administration of core services and strategic priorities associated with the department. And the main savings that was highlighted in the Development Services Department was through the reduction of a vacant inspector position that is basically accounted for in services I just mentioned. It's countered with the use of on-call contract services, which is better aligns with the fluctuation of the seasons and provides efficiency in that manner. I'll also highlight recent efficiencies and cost savings that the council just approved at the last meeting with bringing the rental incentive program in-house. I'm happy to report that that transition is, since the last meeting, 100% complete, and we're up and live operating in-house. With all application services and website available online, as well as front counter assistance with
Just
that.
got to the question I was going to ask, which was about that particular issue, bringing that in-house and how that's going. Will there be an update on that more in-depth at a later time?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I anticipate, so.
I guess we do it quarterly, right?
So we do it, it's part of our quarterly housing update. Also, as was discussed at the meeting 2 weeks ago, you know, we're going to be monitoring the budget as we move forward. The cost savings of bringing it in-house, that'll continue paying for the incentive grants. As that's needed, we'll be bringing forward any additional funds, you know, discussion about that. It's probably going to likely coincide with the quarterly update. I think that'll be a convenient way to do it.
And that's the reason, because the main interest I want to track on that is the outreach efforts and for lack of a better word, the marketing efforts for that program to property owners to engage them. But that's really not a budget question for this point, but I would like to make sure that, that should be coming up in about 2 months then from now. Joe, I don't know, when is that coming up next? Roughly.
Yeah, probably last quarterly update, I think, was June, perhaps so.
As noted, my sense of time and measuring how long ago things were in the past is limited right now because everything feels like it was a million years ago. So
We typically try to schedule it, and based on other priorities that the council has in the agenda management tool direction from the city management between October and November.
All right, good. So I look forward to hearing about how we've been able to use the saved funds to improve outreach. And I'm glad that it's, obviously, getting it up and running is thing one, right? And it sounds like that's good. So the next thing it sounds like would be looking at using those savings to improve outreach and marketing, so.
Absolutely, and just really quick, the finance director kind of referenced going hand in hand with the permit upgrades or the upgrades regarding the business license software. Said I would give an update on that. So a notable highlight, another efficiency in the department that's now been realized, implemented, is our new permit tracking software that went live in April. That provides efficiency in a number of ways. One, it allows for better transparency between applicants and where things are in the plan check process. It also allows for real-time inspection services. So all inspections now are done electronically on an iPad with the information going in real time, as opposed to having to come back at the office at the end of the day, sit at a computer and write up a report. We're able to more easily conduct up to 30 inspections a day in the community 5 days a week.
Good. Any questions for?
You have.
Oh.
Go.
Neither one of you
All
pushed
right,
your
well,
button,
fine.
so.
I'll just go
First
and
come,
take
first
it.
served.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Jacobs. Go ahead, Mr.
Nice. Yeah, all right, so there's a set aside for affordable housing project. It's the loan to Novin. Do you, and maybe you don't, but do you know where that's at? Did we give them the loan? Are we waiting to give them the loan? Kind of where's that at?
Absolutely. So there's two things. So one is we do have a current loan that is administered today. The council also approved an additional grant, pro-housing money, for additional loan too. So that's part of that, so.
And so, but the additional loan, it's not just set aside, we've actually given them the money, or we're waiting to give them the money?
There is an additional $1 million that has been set aside in the last year's adopted budget for
Okay.
the project in general.
Set
This
from
was
where?
not for
From-
the
from-
loan.
From what fund?
In the general fund.
Right. So I'm
From
curious,
previous years' undesignated access reserves, and this was one of the priorities in the community survey.
And not to beat the dog any more than it has been. And of course, the money that we're giving to the projects, first and foremost, with a priority, are for existing working locals in need. I keep coming back to that's what the goal is. That's what they're going to do, so that our locals come
That's
first.
our rule now.
yeah, and so so I can try to understand, so the loan to Novin, Novin was gonna do 3940, the behind 7-Eleven project, is that accurate?
3,900.
3,900, that's what it is. And they've gotten a first part of the loan, and we're kind of waiting to see if they perform before we give them the second. Is that kind of accurate in a sense? But we're going to hold the $1 million until we see that they're actually going to do the project, essentially?
Yeah, well, there's a couple steps. So right now, we have a purchase and sale agreement in place, and it outlines a variety of benchmark accomplishments. Part of achieving those accomplishments was providing the pre-development loan, so you can design the project and get permit ready so that you can apply for the grants. Right now, the project has received approximately $4 million in what's called IIG grants. That's infill infrastructure grants. We're currently formulating a plan to spend that over the next year to initiate construction. To answer the rest of your question, not until those benchmarks are met will sale and transfer of their property occurs. So that's kind of the hook right there. The goal of the pre-development loan is to kind of get to that part.
And so I guess just the thought, I guess, in my mind somewhat is that why hold that $1 million back right now when that could move to somewhat undesignated funds and grow our undesignated funds and not to say that we won't give the loan to Novin. I think that we always are in a place where we have $1 million essentially in undesignated. The reason is because I'm always looking for more undesignated funds, and it feels like we may hold that money through this whole entire budget, and it just sits there and does nothing. And I like to see money put to work, and then and then when it is ready to be loaned, come to us, because that's going to be probably 26, 27 before you expend the $4 million, get the property transferred. And so I'm just saying, why are we going to hold back $1 million?
There is a risk that it will be expended, so if we just don't set it aside, it becomes essentially available and it's in a bucket of undesignated excess reserves. If we have any purchase requests, capital projects, will look at the excess reserves, it's going to become, instead of 1.5 million, it will become 2.5 million. And
Right.
there is a risk that we will spend it and we will not have
But
in 2 years.
I guess
It's up
just
to
let me
city
finish
council.
up excuse me, I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. Go
So,
ahead.
but we would then though, in the fall, since we almost know we're not going to expend that this year, we would then in next year's budget, put that line item back, if you get what I'm saying, and make the undesignated funds for next year less. But if we go under revenue, then we're in a little bit of we're in a pickle, but.
We changed our policy a few years ago that anytime we had something, we set it aside, like grant matching.
It's called encumbrance.
Yeah, we set that
is correct.
aside.
It is set aside in the designated excess reserves. It earns interest, and it's not isolated. It's not just
Right.
cash in the bank. It's
Yep.
invested and produces.
I just sometimes, I
some
guess,
income.
and I'll just talk on a theory for me, it's a lot when you have 14.7 and 25% reserve. By the way, we've never touched that ever in the city's history. We have 7.8 million in non-spendable, another 500,000 unrestricted, $1 million there, 2 million set aside for projected budget deficit. So look how protected we are, and then we're saying we only have 1.5 in undesignated funds.
Think if we were managing the state.
And my point is that if we know we're not going to expend that $1 million, let's expend it on something that we can work it, because next year it's going to come back and you can reallocate it when you know it's going to be expended.
I will add clarification, Council, that those funds are being expended. So how the administration of the pre-development loan, it's not a $1 million check, rather we pay the qualifying invoices as they come in. So if they,
And this is
for-
two different items.
Yeah.
So we have the loans.
Yeah.
There was a 500,000 loan approved from state funds. We received additional loan, and it's
correct.
about 700,000 outstanding. Those loans are still active. That $1 million is a completely separate set aside.
It's a grant, right?
It's not well, this is, the $1 million
Something we've
is
set aside.
city general fund. Council voted to set it aside based on the community survey for the project in general. It has not been defined
That's
how it's
correct.
going to be spent, whether it's going to be a loan, whether it's going to be contribution, but the loan,
You get paid
other
back.
loans.
the loans are,
using other
the loans are
funds
grant funded
still active.
and being actively spent as the project gets designed and developed. But that million is a separate, not associated with the pre-development cost.
I'm not really saying that I support setting it aside, but in the year, we know we're going to spend it. And that's all I'm trying to say is that if we know that's not going to come forward this year, let's still listen to the community survey, set it aside in the next year's budget, allow that to move to undesignated funds, because then we would have a
It's
bigger.
one-time money, though.
Yeah, it's one-time money.
No, it comes out of our general fund next year, the same way it did this year. It's just like moving it from the general fund,
So
but in
now
the-
it becomes a recurring cost, not a one-time cost, which is probably on the basis that the council voted it because it's one time. And
well, it wouldn't be reoccurring because you're
No.
not,
Except
you're
that
spending
we
it
would
let me
once.
spend
just mention something about municipal finances. I
Just move
understand
it
it.
next year.
What you're doing is you're encumbering the money. You're setting it aside. You're saying this is for that purpose. We can spend all kinds of other monies, but that money is for that specific purpose. It's guaranteed. Now, the question that I wanted to get to is for the grant funds that these people want to get to pay their share and so on, because where are those funds coming from? State monies? federal monies.
One is federal.
So the final.
So we feel assured that these federal monies, based on some recent action of this council, that those federal monies are going to be granted to help the city of South Lake Tahoe. I'm not so confident about that. So I would hope that we are as cautious as we need to be, because I think when you poke the bear, sometimes you get poked back.
I have a question on that. Those, what do you call them, IHG or IGG grants? I know Congressman Kevin Kiley called me about that, and because he approved it. But does that come to the city and then to the development, or does it just go straight to the developer?
This particular money is not a pass-through agreement. It will go to the developer.
Okay, so you're
This
I
particular
agree with what you're
funding,
saying in
some
general.
does.
I just think that those dollars that have already been allocated from the feds aren't coming through the city. So this action that happened wouldn't necessarily affect that.
I feel no confidence that the action will not affect this grant to something that helps our community or in future grants. I have no reassurances of that. I can't be given reassurances of that. And to tone my own rhetoric down a little bit, I think the action was foolish because of what we have at stake and what we have at risk. So, but that's the toned down version. I try to clean it up before I said it, so.
The problem going is that if we, by action, I assume you're referring to the Fresno litigation, right? You say by
Say it
action,
again?
by action, you're referring to the Fresno litigation, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't use that term. I didn't say that.
The problem is if we don't get a stay on the conditions, we're gonna very rapidly not be able to take any federal funds for any purpose very soon. Because we cannot turn around and ignore state law that says, we're not allowed, the state laws that say we're not allowed to be discriminatory and awful.
Let's get off of that topic. That's outside of the budget.
Otherwise, we're gonna lose all the funding very soon anyway.
This is why the Attorney General ought to get off his dead butt and take up the action himself.
They
Rather
are.
than expect it to, well, I haven't seen anything, and I get a weekly update from him.
I'm going to take a break as soon as the development.
They are, but the problem is, that's not how it works anymore.
I feel the same way.
You keep telling me how it works, and I think.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass, I think I hear what you're saying. You're referring to the table that's 2 slides in
Yeah.
front on the PowerPoint. And, I think the question about one-time funding, when the city had extra ARPA funds and did community polling, typically the council's direction at that time was to design those projects as one-time expenditures. So I think that's a little bit of why we're getting hung up on that. There is, when you look at the table of our undesignated fund balance, there's 3 million there that are designated for assurances to make sure we can fulfill our obligation to this partner and this developer. And second, to withstand any weather in the economic climate that is bad. The 2 million and the 1 million give us a little room.
Little cushion. So I hate to do this to you, Mr. Thomas, but because we did a working lunch and it's been a few hours, we need to take a quick bio break.
100%.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
I
I'm
agree.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if are we done with
Yes.
development
No,
services?
I don't believe that Mr. Thomas is done,
I
are
was
you?
I was pretty much done with
Well,
my.
then you're done.
With
Is
my
there any
report,
other?
unless the
Can we just
council
any
has-
other questions from council?
Any other questions?
No, we could just keep yelling
on
at each other and you at the same
development
time.
services?
That'd be fine by me.
But I can say 2 when we come back.
That's okay.
That's
Okay.
fine. Okay, perfect. We're
Get
gonna
ready when we come back, Zach.
We're gonna come back at 20 after. And exactly at 20 after. Okay, call the meeting back to order, and I believe Mr. Jenkins still has a few questions for Mr. Thomas. Didn't you? Yes.
Yes. First of all, thank you for your service, and thanks for the work that you all do for us. I know that part of the service issues is, that we operate under an MOU with TRPA, and I know our friends at TRPA are trying to help us make this process easier. I would hope that we continue to pursue helping them help us to give us more discretion in an MOU and act like a real city in California, where we have those approvals, where we can get the approvals, where we can do it quicker, when there's not as much delay, where it doesn't take 2 years to put replace an existing deck on a 1979 house that was in the original plans, and because of their outdated requirements. And I believe that Ms. Reagan and Mr. Hester want to see that change, and I want to encourage any engagement that will help them, persuade them to help us to be more customer friendly, more process friendly, easier to get development, because investment is what we need. And if we really want to turn our town around in a positive manner, that we need that investment. And so anything that we can do to help you, or anything that you can do to help the community in giving us more discretion. I don't want to see another Astor Place, and I don't think any of us do. I know you don't. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that whatever happened shouldn't have happened, and we can do better. And I know you want to do better. So that's just my encouragement to you. And anything I can do to help, I'd be happy to. I'm a Berkeley guy, so I'm good at demonstrations and stuff. So if you need any of those.
That's really helpful feedback, Councilmember Jenkins. One of the things that I think is tied to our business retention expansion program encompasses streamlining, evaluating our experiences with permit applicants, seeing what roadblocks we saw them come across, and evaluate whether or not we bring those items to council to consider rule review and/or evaluation to amend our code. If it's not within our code and it's a TRPA matter, what do we bring that to council and we have a conversation about what we'd like to send to them through a TRPA representative, or as a elected body, through me, through written correspondence or something, saying we need you to help work on modifying these codes to make it easier and more predictable for developers and investors to invest in our community.
See, Mr. Irvin, I think and I appreciate that direction that you and staff are taking with our friends at TRPA, the management at TRPA. Sometimes I wonder, is it in the code or is it how it is being interpreted? And is this what the letter says we have to do this, or is this what some staff person is imagining or saying has to be done? And to this extent that we can tie it back to the real code as opposed to some interpretation, then I think it might make things easier. I have absolute confidence in what y'all can do. I keep using that term, but what y'all can do, and I think they should have confidence in us too, that we know what we're doing. So.
Thank you, Councilor. I will add one more thing, and this is, I think, an important part, because it's coming to the council very soon, that there will be opportunity for the council to provide policy feedback regarding the draft policies of the Midtown Area Plan. And that's going to be a big, a really important tool that the council will have to help implement some policies that are pro-redevelopment, that help shape that area of town, can support businesses and things like that, and look at a variety of tools there. So I just wanted to remind that, because that's coming up soon on the radar.
Yeah. Perfect. Mr. Thomas, thank you so much, and thank you for allowing us to take that break in the middle of your presentation. Who's next? I think we have Mr. Stark. Yep.
That's the easy one, right? Right, John?
That's right. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. providing you an update for Parks and Rec. Let's jump right in with the Recreation Division. In Recreation, we serve thousands of patrons, including youth, adults, and seniors with inclusive and accessible programs. The Rec Division has steadily been ramping up programming in preparation for the move to the new multi-generational Recreation and Aquatic Center. This division continues to offer quality programming at the existing recreation complex, as well as at Bijou Golf Course, along with operating Campground by the Lake. We bring the community together through many different special events throughout the year, including the upcoming Multicultural Festival on September 13th at Bijou Park. The Parks Maintenance Division is responsible for many things, including the maintenance and operation of 179 acres of parks, beaches, and landscaped areas throughout the city. We maintain 14 miles of bike trails and perform snow removal throughout the winter months. Parks and Recreation Department this past year has completed a landscaping makeover at the police department, transforming that space. If you haven't seen it, come check it out. Parks also, over the last 2 years, has taken over forestry projects on all city property, completing numerous management projects throughout the year. In the 25-26 budget, Parks and Rec are making the following requests to support the new Recreation and Aquatic Center operational budget. That includes new technical and contract services to support operations at the new rec center and ongoing preventative maintenance. We are requesting 2 maintenance technician 3s to support building maintenance, event and operational setup and breakdown and services of the pool. We're also requesting 1 recreation supervisor to work with rec staff with expanded operational and staffing supervisory needs. With the increased cost with the new rec center, I wanted to remind you all that we're working hard to continue to increase revenue with new programs and new opportunities for rentals, so that will help to offset general fund needs. We continue our marketing efforts, which is an important part of what we're doing as a department to create awareness throughout the community for different services, programs, and events offered through a twice annual publication of our program guide called SLT at Play, a monthly department email to patrons, and daily social media engagement. We create and deliver special events and work on partners with events such as Live at Lakeview, 4th of July Parade, Festival of Winter Lights, the Gingerbread House Competition, Boo Bash, and more. Bijou Golf Course continues to operate 7 days a week, and I think it's never looked better. Parks in this budget is requesting equipment to help with their maintenance operations, with snow removal and with forestry projects. That includes a new toolcat, a Green Master mower, and a chipper. Parks and Rec works with 2 commissions, the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission, where we're making a funding request to support another round of microgrants, the microgrants program, for a 3rd year, as well as funding to host 3 new art exhibitions. And I just wanted to say thanks from the support of City Council and our different commissioners, of the Parks and Rec staff, and of our volunteers, and we're looking forward to another great year, and we're all excited about the opening of the new rec center. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. I will just say I have been to the area that's being landscaped out of the PD, and it had been looking very, very tired, and it looks stunning. So thank you all for all your hard work on that. It's really beautiful. So, Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Mr. Stark, for your concise overview of your budget, and it is exciting with the new center going in and almost completed, and I promised the city manager that I would make time to go through it before it's crowded and open. I had a recent conversation with a gentleman named Carl Roboto, who many of you know. Mr. Roboto is an interesting SMG marketing. He's been here historically, a long time. And I've also heard from some existing commissioners, not in Parks and Rec, but in planning. It sounds, and their point was that by having more events and scheduling more events, children's events, athletic events, that we're able not only to provide more opportunities for our young people to participate, but also that we're bringing responsible people behaved people, we insist, into our community. And is it, and if you haven't, you might want to, I think Mr. Roboto has a document on, talks about this, and Mr. Williams, actually, Doug Williams, has talked about this, about creating more events to bring people in, to not again to raise revenue, but to create more opportunities. And I hope that you continue to, sounds like you are exploring those, to continue to do that, because we have a great facility that creates a lot of opportunities that most communities do not have.
Yeah, I would agree. Mr. Roboto made a presentation to the Arts, Culture, Tourism Commission last month, and similar feedback about the role of art in culture, but then also events. So that's something that we continue to look for opportunities, not just to host city events, but to continue to partner to provide new events.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Stark?
Actually, yeah, real quick question. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
All right, you go first. Go first.
Okay, yeah, my only question, I was curious with our special event coordinator position and then how we're going to be having events in our new rec center. Are we looking at kind of making that position also basically managing the special events that are going to happen at the event center in our new rec center, excuse me?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Emily Abernathy is our special events coordinator. Last year, City Council approved a reclassification of her position, so she's marketing and special events coordinator. So she's helping us to lead a lot of the marketing efforts that I explained in my report. But she's also responsible for special events in the new rec center as well as citywide, as well as our facility rentals coordination in the new rec center.
Mr. Roberts?
Excuse me, yeah, on the original graph in this presentation of the deficits, the expenditures and the revenue, it said that 12 million was for trails, for bike trails, of the 22 million streets and bike trails. Just wondered if you had any details you could share on what some of that's planned for?
The Bijou Park Connector?
I have some details on that to share with you. For street and bike trails, we have several projects that are in existence. They're being carried from the previous fiscal year into fiscal year 25-26, and those are 7.7 million. This is streets/bike trail projects. It's a Pioneer Trail pedestrian project. So it includes streets as well as the pedestrian section. Also, 0.8 million is for Dennis Machida Trail, 1.5 million for Bijou Park Connector, and 2.4 million for Sugar Pine multi-use trails.
Thank you.
Is that all you have, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Robbins?
About a year ago, again, with the estimation of time these days.
Just add or so.
Yeah. 'Cause a year or so ago, we talked about hiring more lifeguards as a prerequisite requirement for increasing swim lessons. And that's also overlapping as a public safety item because we're a community surrounded on all sides by lakes of various sizes. I'm wondering, where are we on that? Last I heard, we had hired a number of lifeguards, but more broadly, how have we been doing in terms of getting more swim lessons, which was the ultimate goal of having more lifeguards and more sections of swim lessons, and how has that been attended?
Yeah, thanks for that. We've been very successful in hiring lifeguards. We're fully staffed right now with seasonal lifeguards. We've also made an offer to a head lifeguard for a full-time position. And then on September 2nd, we have our new aquatics supervisor that's beginning. Her name's Carmen Bashir. She's got incredible experience in aquatics. So staffing-wise, we're in great shape for the new rec center. As far as over the last year, along with the increased levels of staffing, we've been able to increase programming in a huge way. We're offering swim lessons now year-round, and we reinstituted what used to be called the fourth grade swim lesson program with the third grade program that was offered free of charge to all third grade students in the school district. So we're in great shape. We're adding new aquatics programs, which hasn't happened in a long time. So we have a new water exercise class called Float Fit that's been sold out every single time that we're putting it on the schedule, and we're looking to add more. With Carmen's expertise, some of the different programs that we're looking to add for the new facility include a junior lifeguard program, as well as a swim development team to start to bridge the gap from some of our swim teams to swim lessons, as well as to provide a great program, but also a pipeline for future lifeguards. So I think we're in good shape.
I guess going back, the focus of the question though was on, and that's fantastic. The focus of the question was on how much we have more swim lessons that have been added. How well have they been attended and filled?
Yeah, they're well attended and
sold
well
out.
filled. They sell out.
Okay. Has there been any consideration of expanding with swim lessons in Spanish language instruction?
We haven't looked at that. We do offer one aquatics program right now called Storytime with a Mermaid. That's in both English and Spanish, which is pretty cool. But that could be an opportunity for us to look towards.
Yeah, I don't regularly follow, like, I don't, as from the standpoint of an individual in the community rather than from the standpoint of a councilman, I don't track the kids programming as I have no kids. So I don't generally have a good insight as to what's going on there on the ground, but also offering swim lessons in Spanish. And then we talked about earlier, about reaching out, talking about how government services are available in Spanish, participation in city council meetings available in Spanish. Having swim lessons and things like that available in Spanish might be a worthwhile thing to consider as well.
Good idea.
Thanks for that idea.
Just swim lessons are a particular focus, more so than a lot of other sort of sports and recreational activities, just because of the public safety aspect component to it, where we are a waterfront community, and being able to have basic swimming skills is a safety item here as well. So more so than, say, a lot of other things which are also valuable, but maybe less public safety adjacent.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
That's going to trip you up. I
Every
recognize
single
that's going to be a thing.
I'm going to
That's all
try
there is
not to do it. I've been good.
It's the hair. We look so much alike. I understand.
It is. It is.
No one ever says that about me.
Mr. Roberts.
I know previously on council, there was a lot of interest, and I know it's not a done deal, but does the budget now include maintaining the senior center for the seniors going forward? Or is that something that will be addressed later?
The budget that is being proposed here for 25-26 includes maintaining the senior center as we have in past years with Parks and Recreation, providing janitorial, doing our facilities team continuing to do the facility upkeep, and then us doing the landscaping of the senior center.
Bravo.
Great, thank you.
Bravo.
Mr. Robbins.
One more follow-up. I know an item I talked about with Joe a bit was getting signs on our public facilities, both Parks and Rec obviously has a number of major public-facing facilities, but there are other departments as well, particularly for things like, if you have questions or complaints about the state of some facility, here's who's in charge of this facility here at this time, because with such a humongous patchwork of overlap, we've got school districts, we've got Forest Service, we've got parks for the city, we've got parks that are the county, and from the standpoint of a visitor or a resident, it's all a mishmash, and so we have so many, the library is owned by the county, the building next to it is owned by the park, and so on. So just having signs saying, this facility for questions, this is who operates and owns this facility. And there was some discussion about getting signage, at least on ours, and then providing templates to the other regional partners, just so that the public can know if this bathroom is a mess, whose bathroom is it? And it's not always obvious. In fact, it's rarely obvious.
And Mr. Irvin shared that idea with me. We have plans as staff to look at how could we add signage to our facilities where that's not existing here in the fall after we get out of our busy summer timeframe.
Okay. And then similarly to that, with respect to the boat ramp launch, having, for the first time, actually, owning a boat now in the way that is optimal to own a boat, which is to say, a friend of mine owns a boat.
Yes.
Because that is the only efficient way to own a boat. Having now used the boat launch for the first time as opposed to being a kayaker, where I'm walking down and I don't pay attention to anything, So I noticed that the hours of operation of the boat launch were not posted. The time of last, where you're supposed to, last launch, first launch by this time, last launch by this time, the gate closes at this time. As a kayaker, I could care less about the gate. I just walk down there and lift it over the gate and keep on going, and it's not a thing. But with launching my friend's sailboat, it's actually using those facilities, and so we noticed just some operational inefficiencies there that I've been trying to track.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think for the hours that were posted on our signage, those did need to be updated. What ended up happening from our end was that our parks manager is able to increase the number of hours the boat ramp was open. So a good thing. We need to communicate that with the public. So we've made adjustments to our website, and we're making adjustments to our signage also.
Yeah, because there was 2 signs on the gate that said different things, and it's not open on Thursdays because of Live at Lake, and just it was a lot of unclarity in the signage that was on the gate. That was a printed piece of paper sign versus what was on the website said different things. And look, these are all things that happens. You got a 900 million moving parts that you're tracking. Stuff gets missed, so this is just trying to bring these things forward when they're observed.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
One question with regard to dogs running loose on the beach, that I think I'd mentioned to the manager before, that I'd had a kind of conversation with some people, they were rather intense about it. I had understood that there is more management of that, there's maybe better signage from going from our beaches. Is that fair to say that there's increased information out to the public about how our beach is supposed to be used, like on Bijou?
So for city beaches at Regan Beach, there's a section of the beach that is a dog beach that's off leash. The other sections of the park, it's signed that dogs are to be leashed. Staff, if they encounter a person that has a dog off leash, they'll give them a friendly reminder that it's a requirement to leash up.
Are the signs for that portion?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Are the signs that are posted for the running portion of the beach in dog, so that the dog knows not to run into the non-dog part?
Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Stark? Okay, thank you.
All right, council members, I only have a few more slides for you. Just a couple, and we briefly touched on our undesignated fund balance activity and projections. So this slide shows that we started the year with $9.6 million in undesignated excess reserves. And those excess reserves were for one-time expenditures. Major appropriations during the year were $500,000 in extra contributions to SSTMA due to some budget shortage in the adopted budget, so it was appropriated at a later date from previous years' undesignated excess reserves. $500,000 was appropriated for several projects identified in the community survey, and $2.1 million was for energy upgrade project. During the mid-year, council appropriated approximately $2.7 million additional in net. These additional appropriations reduced the available undesignated balance to approximately $2 million, and from that, $1.5 million was required to increase the city's committed reserve level to 25%. Which will equal $16.3 million for fiscal year 2026. Just to remind that maintaining this reserve ensures that the city can continue operations for at least 90 days in the event of an emergency or economic downturn. Looking ahead, staff is projecting some budgetary savings and revenue increases above current fiscal year 2025 budget projections. With those adjustments, the projected ending undesignated fund balance as of September 30th, 2025 is conservatively projected between 1.5 and 1.6 million. This available funding, as we discussed previously, does not include 1 million previously set aside for affordable housing or $2 million set aside 2 years ago to cover employee MOU implementations, CalPERS cost, and potential budget deficit. That $2 million set aside continues to function as a budget stabilization reserve, unlike 25% committed reserve, which can only be used in severe emergencies. This $2 million stabilization reserve can be used for other fiscal pressures, such as unexpected increases in pension costs, reduced interest earnings, which have helped balance the budgets over the last 2 years, and slower than projected revenue growth.
I may add one thing. The finance director and I have been discussing for years is we had a talk about it years ago with council, the Pension Stabilization Fund, Irrevocable Trust 115. In order to really make that effective and shock absorb the lower growth of CalPERS interest earnings, which then in the end hits us a couple of years later for higher payment, you really have to start with a larger amount of money in that fund to really help. This approach that we've done without creating that fund and doesn't completely tie the money gives us that assurance that we can absorb downturns in the economy or CalPERS investment returns. So just want the council to know, we continue to have this conversation annually. Are we ready for the trust or not? So I just want council to know it's on our radar. This seems to be working right now and gives me comfort. I hope it gives you some comfort, but that's where we're
We're
at.
also saving significant money by prepaying, correct?
That is $300,000.
Yeah.
That saves us approximately 3% on the interest and additional. So we're prepaying. We're not earning the interest on the money that we would have paid over the years. However, it does produce some savings. And also mentioned to council, I have been contacted for one of the consultants who performs the CalPERS analysis, and they they provide services such as analyzing all our reports, projections for the next 10 to 20 years, and they also can conduct a council presentation, and if there is an interest, we can arrange for about 15-20 minute presentation regarding our status of the CalPERS funding.
Yeah.
Just a comment and a question. Historically, CalPERS in recent history is not investing at the highest rate of return.
Nope.
And as a result of that, agencies, CalPERS agencies like ours, are increasingly having to soak up the loss that they should have not realized. And I would hope, while we're changing the world and our state, that we communicate with CalPERS and tell them that their job is to the highest rate of return, and that is, as a fiduciary, they should be doing that. That's just the course editorial. Here's my question to you as a professional, and it could go to the city manager as well. With what's projected spending in this budget and the longer-term commitments, the ongoing commitments that we have, there's a two-part. Are the city's finances sound? And secondly, from your perspective as a professional, are there any dangers that you see that negatively affect our ability to provide essential services to our community? And I mean essential being police, fire, and the public works, snow removal services. So those are the two-part. Are we okay? I trust you, and I trust our manager, but can I feel reassured with that?
Thank you for these questions. Mr. Jenkins, in my opinion, the city is doing well at this moment. The city is fiscally sound. The city has a low debt service load. One of the two major debt bonds are being paid off within the next 2 years. We have a very low debt load. Our operations are adjusted based on the available revenues. We have been able to increase significantly our investments in the city's core services, police, fire, and public works, streets and roads in the recent years. We constantly monitor the situation, economic situation. We make projections. We budget conservatively for revenues. We don't over budget, and we fund our services based on those projections. However, we're prepared to make revisions based if the economic situation changes. And if you would like to add anything, Mr. Irvin?
Mr. Bass?
I have nothing to add to that. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I think answered it exactly like I would have, perhaps even better, and I appreciate her leadership in our finance division.
Great, and yeah, thank you, Ms. Tikhonova. So with the $2 million, do you recall what was set aside because of our projected budget deficit?
That is correct. At that time, for the last 2 years, actually, for the last several years, we have been projecting budget deficits that have been increasing only until just recently, until the beginning of this year. Our revenues have been dropping. Economists, I'm obviously monitoring all the economics projections that are being made nationwide, and revenues have not been trending high, and our TOTs have been falling. And at that time, we were not projecting $5 million increase in revenues over the previous year. And yes, each of those years had between $2 and $3 million deficit projected. And 2 years ago, when we were adopting our fiscal year 23-24 budget, we set aside $2 million to possibly smooth out if our revenues continue to grow slow or getting reduced, then we were prepared to use those reserves so that we can gradually transition into cutting some unnecessary or some non-essential expenditures.
Yeah, and no, I get why it's setting it aside out of the reserve, allows more flexibility, which makes sense. But what I question is that we've projected it, but our actuals have actually ended up, we've been okay. And in January, I think we were all very paranoid about the state of the economy, and now we're kind of moving out of that. Well, I wouldn't say we're moving out, but I would say what we're seeing is not the signs that we thought we may be at this point, at least. And so my question is just, again, as I've talked about earlier, when we're holding these back, and I get why we want to be very conservative and no doubt, but then it doesn't allow us to put it back into what is undesignated funds, which allows, when you have an undesignated fund balance, as projects through the years are coming up that we haven't allocated, that's what makes it possible for our staff to think about bringing it forward, for things like that to happen. And so sometimes I feel like if we're being too conservative, we're not spending what we have. And I go back to the Caldor fire, right? The most catastrophic thing in our history, essentially. We all know what it was, and we still never hit the 25% reserve at that point. And so I just wonder, like, because now we kind of know we're not in a deficit for this year, right? We can kind of project for this year that we're not going to be looking at that. And that's why I kind of asked the council, and I'd like to approve the budget, just to put it on the record. So this may be like a mid-year adjustment more. But I do think that sometimes you want to see that undesignated fund reserve at the highest that we can be, but being conservative, and I fully get why we should be conservative, but we have to remember, like in things like we talked about the motor pool and exploring that's something that's not currently funded. It would take the undesignated funds to take, let's just say $250, $500 to hire a consultant just to start that. If we only got 1.4 in there, it's going to make you think a lot differently about spending the 500, unless if you had 3.4 and you move that 2 million down to undesignated, it just opens up the toolbox essentially for things that currently aren't happening, and a lot of those come up through the year. Totally understanding why you've done it this way and not saying But I think that, in my opinion, it's really conservative because we also have the 7.8 up at the top, which is the advances, encumbrances, prepaids, inventories committed. So we're being really, really conservative and wise, I think. I'm not saying we're not being wise, but I just asked the council that question around, and we've gone through this year after year and trying to find carve-outs for the undesignated funds.
So, I didn't hit the button, but may I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I do not agree that from a budget standpoint, that the Caldor fire was the most serious catastrophe to hit the city. It was certainly from a forest and public safety and damage, that's a different matter. But it was a one-time event that lasted for a couple of weeks. Overall, maybe 3 months. Well, in terms of the serious aspect of impact to here, the 2008 financial crisis, on the other hand, that was a sudden recession, a collapse in the real estate market that lasted for years. And that was a different issue for the city's finances. That was a much more serious contraction in terms of revenue. The city has gone through, but part of the reason they didn't hit the reserves because the city also laid off a whole bunch of people.
Like 50 people,
Right. We didn't hit the reserves because we downsized dramatically, and that meant a huge reduction in services. It meant a huge reduction in city operating capacity. And that was the right move, right? Because it was not a momentary crisis, but a long-term sea change in what we were able to do based on revenue, and that was a much more serious financial disaster. My concern is that what's coming up with the future and at the current federal level is I'm not inclined to believe that the uncertainty is behind us. I think we are headed into an era of far greater volatility, to put it mildly, than in front of us than we've had behind us. If we see things like, the firing of Fed Reserve board members and all these things, that's going to throw the financial markets into a headwind, and that's going to be a problem for the people who come to visit. Right? That's for the most part, that's going to be Bay Area people with their money in stocks and assets. That's a significant part of the people who visit. And when we've had downturns before, tourism is the first thing to go when people are feeling tight on money individually, because it's the most unnecessary thing to spend money on. So I'm inclined to lean towards more conservatism in terms of our estimate of revenue generation. But that's I will caveat that I lean, and it's what I was arguing just what I assume was a few days ago, earlier this meeting, when I was saying that I was uncomfortable with the fact that we're estimating a revenue boost from VHRs when that may not be justified based on both past history and uncertainty about future litigation. But in any event, what I'm supportive of is increasing the level of conservatism in revenue generation. Once we do that, then we can talk about whether or not we want to actually keep our reserves at the level as indicated. A lot of our spending choices that we have, so to speak, day to day, are would we like to spend on this thing, and it comes out of undesignated excess reserves, right? Which suggests ultimately that we have reserved more money than we needed to. Right, when we could have chosen that in a strategic way rather than an as it comes way.
But this is definitely the lowest level of reserves we've had since I've been on council, for sure. 1.4. We've generally been at more of the $3 to $4 million level in the beginning of a budget year, and so that's why I'm a little concerned, because then we generally will not expense all of it, but we'll go through quite a bit of it because there's just so many things that come up through the year. And so I think when you don't have that set aside and allocated at that number, it's going to make the way staff has to think about it differently, because they don't have that fund to look at. And that's all I'm saying. It's not, and we have to remember it's actually $16.3 million that's going to be in our 25% reserve this year. And we didn't hit that reserve in 08, 09. We didn't hit it in Caldor. We didn't hit it in the largest 50-year snowfall. So that's where I go, wow, we're being really, really conservative in my viewpoint. And that's just all, I'll leave it at that, so.
So,
Are you suggesting we say drop that rather than saying we should spend this on one-time things, are you suggesting we just drop the reserve amount to say 20% or something like that?
No,
No,
keep
no.
reserve
He's
at 25, just
saying-
move that 2 million down
he's just saying
to-
moving the 2 million to be
Exactly.
available.
Right.
And I will say, Mr. Bass, that we both know I'm pretty conservative when it comes to this. I'm more comfortable moving the 2 million than I was for the 1 million for housing, because I feel like we need that available for when we get to that point, and I don't want to spend it and then hope that we have it. But I'm a lot more amenable to moving that 2 million, because as you pointed out, we projected these deficits and we've been able to eke out. And I, unlike maybe the rest of you, am very positive about what's happening. I think that it is more volatile. Well, we have a difference of opinion, and that's okay.
Is this new?
I was going to say, are you shocked that
Ending
we're
Fed
different?
independence is not going to help our tourism industry.
I'm more amenable to moving the 2 million than I am to moving the 1 million. Mr. Jenkins, you had something.
As we look at the threats to revenue in the future, I would agree with Councilmember Robbins that there's uncertainty about the availability of federal funds in the future. I am equally or greater concerned about a mismanaged state of California with major structural deficits that are not being addressed by the governor or the legislature, that are going to continue beyond this term, his term. And I'm not picking on him for any reason except that it's the truth. And it's been written up. They're passing the buck, and I'm concerned equally with what federal cuts, but with state cuts might come in the future after we get through this crazy political season that doesn't ever seem to end. Just one other thing, a couple other things. One, that the closure of Fire Station 2 did not occur until after 2010. It was a stupid move. It was an unnecessary move. It never should have been done, but it was done. People make choices based on what information they think they know or
At the
what
moment.
or at the moment. It was not a good choice. I'm in a position, though, today, while I thought we should have an additional public hearing on this budget, I'm in a position to recommend adoption of the budget as presented, with the caveat that we will look at all of the issues that our members have raised in the midyear and make decisions based on that, on where we are in midyear, and have conversation more than just one meeting, but have a series of conversations so we can really see where we are and how we might be able to reallocate. So the motion is to adopt the budget as it is.
Mr. Jenkins, hold on wait.
Sure.
We have not had public comment because the presentation is not over yet.
Okay,
So
I will
hold
save that till,
thought.
I will save that till after public comment.
So, Ms. Tikhomarova, unless there's any more questions for her on this specific slide, let's move on.
Oh, there's more?
There's more.
Just a couple more.
If I may, for clarity, recognizing there's no motion there, but
There is no
a
motion
really
yet.
healthy discussion, and I think the mayor pro tem brings, we did put the 2 million aside when we started our class and comp, and
It was the right thing to do.
and I think what I'm hearing is, let's look at it mid-year, see where we're at, see, and just. Yeah.
My suggestion would be if at mid-year, if we aren't at a deficit, bring the mid-year budget back without the 2 million. If we're not at a deficit at that point, that gives us 6 months to kind of.
That is correct. We have several months still to close the year. And one additional $1 million is projected conservatively. I'm very conservative with my budgeting. I can
Thank
tell you
you.
that it's probably going to be more, but I cannot guarantee that right now. So what I'm saying is 1.5 million will probably have more than 1.5 million at the end of the year. As previously in the Public Works Department section, there is 13 projects. Some of them are safety concerns that will need to be brought back to council in the next 6 months, probably not waiting until mid-year. And at that time, if we need more funding and if we're not able to confirm the funding in the current fiscal year, we might ask council to disencumber the $2 million that we have set aside in order to be able to allocate for those critical projects.
I really just don't want to see us have happen, and I know it won't because of the fine people we have, what happened in the city of Reading and what's going on right now in the city of Reading. So y'all can look into that.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I wish I could say y'all.
Thanks for that good discussion. I think we're going to clear understanding on this topic.
Perfect.
Pittsburgh, we said yins.
Yins? Yins?
Yins, Ewins.
Yins.
Yins.
Okay, Olga, bring us
for,
home.
Council and public
Bring us home.
benefits, the city, the finance department has currently 42 approved grants for a total of 47.6 million. Some of the biggest ones are 9.3 million for the Tahoe Valley Greenbelt, 3.6 million for the Pioneer Trail pedestrian upgrades, 2.2 million for bike trail improvements, and 10 million in housing grants to Sugar Pine. Back in 2021, City Council established a grant match set-aside program to ensure that matching funds are available when applying for competitive grants. This practice has strengthened our ability to leverage outside funding for critical projects. Bless you.
Sorry.
Are you trying to tell us something?
As of August 2025, we only have 33,000 set aside for grants that we have applied to, but just to remind City Council that those excess reserves that we have been carrying over the years, we have been using them when we are applying to the grants, and we're setting those funds aside in a separate line item. We just briefly went over 25% required committed reserve policy. It's 16.3 million. Those funds can only be used during the recession, disaster, and emergencies, and basically in extraordinary circumstances, and with City Council approval, and as it's intended as a last resort, and not funding a source for ongoing projects. As mentioned, we prepare 5-year financial plan, we update it semi-annually, and on the revenue side, the current forecast is developed conservatively to project revenue growth between 1.25% and 3%. Personnel and operating expenditures are projected to increase between 2% and 5% for health insurance annually. The plan assumes the use of Measure S to support public safety positions, snow removal, and intermittent support from Measure P to help fund recreation center operations. The plan accounts for CalPERS pension obligations, higher insurance premiums, and full-year operating costs for the new recreation center. Based on the current projection, City anticipates balanced budget through 2029 and in fiscal year 2030. Deficit is projected and is projected to reach 800,000 in fiscal year 2031. And I just want to mention, as we just discussed, that while current economy appears relatively stable and we're not projecting a recession near term, worries still persist due about job markets, consumer spending, tariffs, inflation pressures, stock being overpriced, and possibly renewed high inflation. Really quickly about the Measure S 5-year plan. We see the importance of this revenue source in sustaining both capital improvements and public safety staffing. The plan assumes $2 million annually to be used to fully fund 7 firefighter positions previously funded by the SAFER grant, half of the battalion chief and police lieutenant position, as well as the sidewalk snow removal contract. And in closing, I would like to say that fiscal year proposed 2026 proposed budget is balanced, fiscally responsible, and is aligned with City Council strategic priorities. It invests in essential services, infrastructure, and our workforce, while maintaining reserves and planning for long-term sustainability. And this concludes my presentation, and I welcome additional questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, all of that. Thank you for allowing us to ask questions as we went along. Council, is there any other questions at this point?
I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Could you start this whole thing from the beginning?
Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go to public comment. And since the room is filled with people, I'm sure it's going to be long and involved. Is there anyone on Zoom?
I will ask our Zoom participants. There is one hand raised.
Yay.
And congratulations to Stacy for making it all the way, all the way through. Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you all for your hard work. I had to take a break and leave for my brain. So I just wanted to thank you all for your work. As a member of the Ag Commission, we're very excited to continue on with what we've been doing. There is an art opening at Lake Commons on Friday. I hope some of you will join us. And thank you again for all your work, all the city council members. Of course, we don't agree on everything, but I think this is one of the best city councils we have had in the entire time I've lived here, which is almost 30 years. So thank you all so much. Have a good evening. Get some rest.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. There's no additional public comments, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I will bring it back to council for Mr. Jenkins' motion. God bless you.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to move that we adopt the budget as proposed by the city manager and staff. And the caveat only is that and then in the mid-year, we look at those issues that were raised by the council for possible further consideration.
I second it.
We did have a motion here that said and pass a resolution. I'm sorry.
Yes.
There was two parts to that motion that you just made.
Yeah, a resolution, as you know, is a minute order. So what we're doing, so what I'll do to keep calmness in the House, and thank you, Madam City Clerk. We received the presentation. Let's see, where are we? Pass a motion providing direction. Direction to staff on the desired recommend budget. In which case, the budget. Well, what we're doing is we're recommending approval of the budget as presented, and
Passing the resolution.
and passing the appropriate resolution that effectuates that.
Would that also include pass a resolution approving the fiscal year 25-26 list of allocated permanent positions?
You said it much better than I did, Madam City Clerk.
Including new, eliminated, and reclassified positions?
Yes, as presented. Yes, thank you very much for filling in.
Sorry.
What the hell is the motion?
It's written down right here. Sue's got it. And Mr. Roberts?
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
From a motion.
Clarifying question, council members, 150,000 contributions to JPA if the budget is approved as proposed.
Thank
it
you
will
for
not be
reminding
included.
us of that.
We can
your
bring
motion
it
to
back.
include?
No, I think
Microphone.
I think that the recommendation was to include it in the budget, and we'll have a conversation in the future with regard to its expenditure.
However, I think that she's asking about it going from 385,000 down to 150.
150 is what I understood was the.
We
is
just
that
need to
Mr. City
allocate
Manager?
it in the budget now, because you can see the 108,000, and then she put it back after the county didn't. And so we just need to take that and make it 150.
Yes.
Right? And
I would like to propose that staff brings back, maybe on the consent agenda,
Okay.
in other budget appropriations, because it's The city acts as the fiscal officer for the JPA.
That's a great
and
idea.
The budget
you
is
can bring it
not only,
back. If you're
changing
okay
the
with that.
general fund transfers, but also the JPA.
And then
side,
we know
and
that
it's
it'll
a
be
little
right,
more complicated.
correct, Madam Director?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We have clarification on all items. Everybody, please vote.
I was having fun. Let's see.
You can have fun.
How do I vote? Where do I vote? Show me how to vote.
Oh, here.
I forgot again. Show me how to vote. I mean, where did it go? Where did my vote go?
Are none of the votes there?
No, nothing says vote.
Let me do it again, sorry.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. His connection is, he needs to refresh his connection.
Until, was it 10 p.m. before we have to vote?
I can do a verbal vote.
Let's do a
Yeah.
verbal vote. Oh, it
Well,
popped up.
it's not showing up on mine.
Oh, everybody
That's
please
okay.
vote again. Maybe it will.
Sorry. Oh, voting in progress. Okay, we'll see. Okay, unanimously carries. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I just want to say thank you. That was my sixth budget with this city. Olga, thank you so much for your leadership in our finances. And we have a very healthy executive team that does not fight for resources. We discuss what we really need and what we need to fund in order to accommodate what the council needs. So good collaborative teamwork. Thank you for the questions. I actually really liked the dialogue in between during the presentation. I thought that was one of our better budget workshops in
very
my
good.
time. So thank you.
The only thing that I didn't bring up under discussion, because it's a little late, is that the one thing that I noticed that most of the departments did, not all, but most, is that they reduced their professional development funds in order to affect that 5%. And I understand why that happened. I would like that to be on the list to be brought back at mid-year, because I think the one thing that Olga, you said it several times, our power is in our people, and we need to make sure that they get all of the professional development that we can give them. And so that's the only other thing that I would add.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
Is 200% too much? I agree with you
Yeah.
200%.
Yeah, it
Understand.
works.
We got
Thank
that.
you. I understand why you did it.
And I understand. Great job.
100%. Okay, moving on to our agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, well, if you thought today was a long meeting, buckle up for the next one. No. So, honestly, there's a lot of items on the agenda, but some of them we have to keep on here. They've been pushed off for,
Please.
so
Keep them all on.
we're
Let's get
trying.
our job done.
Yep, but there's really good discussion. Cannabis tax, cannabis grant awards, economic development BRE program, Pay for Success with Tahoe Coalition for Homeless, and the emergency shelter are going to be right next one item together. And the Midtown discussion, which has been kicked off for about 3 months, and we really need to get that going. So,
And the VHRs is coming back as well, right?
yes, it is.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, that's ought to be.
Okay.
Is that in one meeting?
Do you have any questions about the agenda planning calendar?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's your question?
Well, I have a question. You mean, can we,
That's at the end.
okay.
Okay, moving on to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud.
I have none at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blankenship.
None, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Irvin.
None right now.
Okay. Next item is council member reports. Mr. Roberts.
I presume.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Robbins.
I had a question about the agenda planning calendar. Sorry, this is going
Sorry.
back a couple of steps, but.
Okay.
Now, anyway, a few meetings ago, about 3 or 4 years-ish, I don't know,
Ish.
however many years.
Or so.
Or possibly the last meeting, I can't remember at this point. We brought up a request for the TRPA to come and present about the transportation fee, mitigation fees that occur with the change of use permit, with the change of use permits, and as well as their housing plan. I'm wondering where we are on that invitation and whether or not it's something that's ready to schedule.
Yeah,
Have they been invited and/or responded?
Yes, they've been invited, they've responded, and the agenda was published before I've seen their response, but right now I have a meeting next week with their leadership, and they're planning to present both those items at the September 23rd meeting.
Perfect,
Oh, outstanding. Okay, good news then.
perfect. Okay. Do you have anything else, Mr. Robbins?
Well, I have an item for the US 50 improvement plan, but that's going to come with that item. Let me look through my notes here real quick. I think that is it. Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
I had
Robbins.
just the question about the TRPA.
Mr. Jenkins, do you have anything?
I had items that I think are scheduled or will be scheduled coming forward. One, a discussion of California Department of Fish and Wildlife operations in the city limits. I understand we're going to receive a report. I appreciate that. There's a lot of interest in that. Also, I'd like to see a conversation we have in advance, sooner than later, of a performance bond for tear down and reconstruction of major private sector developments in the city, in the development as a condition of demolition. That's what I would like to see on the agenda. And I have this legacy thing in my mind about the hole in the
Project
ground.
3.
And I never, ever, ever want to see, and I don't want to ever be told again, as we were back then, that we can't do that, because if we can't do that, then people shouldn't be tearing stuff down. The last thing is, if there's interest in that, I'd like to see an exploration by our fine staff and the Airport Land Use Commission of a return of commercial electric air service, electric flights, to get people off the roads so they aren't driving up on crowded 50. At least look at what it would take to do that. I'm not saying we should make a commitment, just take a look at it. What would it take? That's my.
What was the ask? Are you asking for a second on electric?
On the, if you can just say yes on all three and it would be fine.
I was just not clear what you were asking for.
Well, I mean, can I help you?
Does Mr. Jenkins have a second on any of his 3 items? Well, one is already done,
Yeah, the
bear stuff.
yeah, the bear stuff's gonna be on.
The California Department of Fish and Wildlife has confirmed they will be here on October 21st for a presentation.
For that question on that agenda item. For that meeting, will we also have a legal analysis as to what the city's rights are in terms of legislating, within our jurisdiction on?
Yes, when that
bear
agenda
activities? We'll
was put on the agenda at the last meeting and the lengthy off-agenda discussion that was
Let,
requested.
let me just,
It was so many years ago, I forget. So.
without deliberating, just saying that there's what we can legally do and there's what we can politically do. There are two distinct, different things. And let us not limit ourselves with what we say, quote, we have the legal authority to say yes or no. Let's keep a broader conversation so that we not get into this, yes, you may, no, you can't stuff, which to me, in my experience, is nonsense many times. Sometimes it's good, okay? Then the last thing is just a performance bond. If we're not careful, we're going to see another demolished structure, major structure at the at Golden, what is it?
The beach retreat.
Beach retreat. They want to tear it down. They've already given layoff notices to 110 people. We don't want to see another vacant property there for years and years, and a loss of property tax revenue and so on. So I'm sure this is a fine group, but I'd just like to see us have a conversation about how do we protect.
I will second that.
Thank you. God bless you.
What's on deck for that conversation, though? Because it's private, right?
Yeah, so it's been put on the agenda and we'll discuss it.
We'll
when
discuss
comes
it that
back.
day.
Thank you, Mrs. City Attorney.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, I see that your hand is raised. Did you forget something?
I'm sorry, there was not a second on the electric airplanes?
I'll just say I definitely 100% support the electric airplanes thing, but the only reason I don't, I know where it's at right now, and it's kind of like a
Premature.
well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I'd say me and you go offline and look at that, and then I think
Great
there will be a
idea.
really good point to bring it back, but I don't know
Okay,
that we're
that's
there
fine.
yet, just in
Great,
technology.
great idea. Okay,
fine.
perfect. No second on that, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I didn't know if this is where I should be sharing briefly some of the conversations Mr. Irvin and I have had with TID and the staff of LTVA. And just to be brief and polite, we shared with them, we've looked at all the data, and all of it had a lot of variables to it, with the exception of room nights. And we essentially proved that we are still down in room nights year over year, and especially over 2019. And we just shared that data with them and kind of hopefully nudging them to continue looking at not just efforts, because I think they all work very hard. I think they all do a lot of great work. But results should be what they should be focused on and should be constantly reviewing. So hopefully we'll see some different direction and maybe a little bit of evolution in it.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bass.
Yeah, I think Ms. Stroud may have just the one thing I was going to ask for. So with the bear issue, the item when it comes back will cover what our local ordinances can do if, let's say, a resident doesn't secure their trash or leaves trash and is baiting the bear. Is that part of that item, or should I ask for a second for
No,
something?
I understood that to be part of the
Okay.
item that was requested at the last
That
meeting.
would be all for me. I have TRPA tomorrow, and everybody should go to the last live at Lakeview on Thursday.
Could I just say that I'm proud of you all, because I think we're looking, I remember in the city of Avalon, no city in California can regulate the number of vehicles except the city of Avalon. And how did they get that? Many years ago, people before some of us were ever there, they had special legislation passed because of the nature of the situation, that they regulate and limit the number of vehicles. And I think we have that same power. You have a lot of power to advocate. Whether we always have the power to say yes or no, we don't, but be advocates. And I'm proud of those opportunities we have to advocate for our community. And I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. And I have nothing, so the meeting is adjourned.
Well, come on. I was well, see, we're going to send you on vacation.